Chapter 101. Li Yaheng turned around and left, also breathing a sigh of relief. The person's disappearance over the past few days had scared everyone at the auto repair shop. At present, the cooperation between the two parties was still going smoothly. Her side provided labor in exchange for the other side's food and protection. Although it couldn't be compared with life before the zombie outbreak, considering most survivors here offered enough food and safety, making it the best refuge. Even the bases established by the officials might not be better than where they were living now. Therefore, people at the auto repair shop did not want anything to happen to him. When she returned to the auto repair shop, the others also came to meet her. "How is it, Sister Heng? What's going on with that King Yama, is he still alive?" Qiangzi asked directly. Li Yaheng nodded her head. "It's all right, he seems to have gone out for a trip, it has nothing to do with us." The others all breathed a sigh of relief as well. "It's good that nothing happened. It scared the hell out of me. Did he tell you what he's going to do next?" Qiangzi continued to inquire. "Check all the vehicles and prepare to go to the prison tomorrow." "Really going? It's so far away. If he's going there, what can I do about it?" "Oh, okay." After seeing off Li Yaheng, Wu Heng also returned to the neighborhood. The neighborhood had been safe during the days he had not come over. Nothing special had happened. Actually, he was somewhat worried on his way here since all his possessions were here. If the skeleton soldiers were wiped out by a horde of zombies while he was not around, there would really be no place for him to cry. "Bring those corpses over," Wu Heng ordered straight away. A few skeletons immediately moved to one side. The corpses were the old women killed in the temple. Although they were referred to as old women, their level of bizarre appearance made them look more like humanoid monsters. Their skin was withered and covered with tumors and pus-filled sores. When Wu Heng went to the Adventurers Guild in Lundham City, he too saw bounties for these creatures. Called ghost hags, each bounty amounted to more than 300 silver pieces. The bounty wasn't small. Although Wu Heng saw it, he didn't turn over the corpses. He planned to first convert one and see what its attributes were like. If there was nothing special, he would hand over the rest to collect the money. Thump thump. 4 corpses were carried over and thrown onto the ground. Wu Heng did not delay and immediately cast the bone manipulation skill. The necromancy spell enveloped the first corpse. The flesh fell off, and the stooped white bones stood up. Skeleton Ghost Hag, Level 8. Level 8. Attributes: Constitution 16, Strength 18, Agility 12, Intelligence 13, Perception 14, Charm 8. Specialties: Hollow Skeleton, Intermediate Soul. Expertise: Basic Light Armor Specialization, Intermediate Poison Specialization. Ability: Shared Casting, Shape-Shifting. Skills: Disease Radiation, Curse. Shared Casting: When 3 or more skeleton ghost hags gather together, within a maximum distance of 100 meters, they can share spells with each other. Shape-Shifting: Ghost hags can envelop themselves and their belongings in a layer of magic illusion, mimic living beings, maximum time 30 minutes. Curse: Touch the target to afflict it with a curse, lowering the target's attributes. Looking at the target's attributes, Wu Heng felt they were a bit strange. Regarding the attributes, it had high constitution and strength, but its skills were magic-based. This ghost hag, its development path was off. In terms of abilities, there were 2, one was shared casting, ghost hags can share magic when 3 or more gather together. Another was shape-shifting, allowing for shape changes, which was likely the trick used to seduce men by turning into a nun. This shape-shifting was not considered a skill, but one of the inherent abilities of the occupation. Now that it has become a skeleton, the ability is limited, and it can only mimic living beings for a maximum of 30 minutes. Originally in the temple, the time the ghost hag spent disguised as a nun was much longer. Those passing merchants were completely drained by it. It must be because it has become a skeleton, while the ability still exists, the effect has been reduced. Finally, there were 2 skills: Disease Radiation and Curse. The Book of Necromancy mentioned that there was a drawback to the conversion of magic-related occupations. Any school of mages would only retain necromancy spells at the moment of conversion. Even if they have a soul and learn again, they can only learn necromancy. They can't perceive and use the magic power of other elements. After reading all the attributes, he felt that the skeleton ghost hag was somewhat mediocre, neither a good magic user nor a good warrior. But the ability shape-shifting still had its own unique features, perhaps it could be useful in the future. Mainly he did not lack money, there was no need to rush to complete this task. After deciding, he consecutively released the bone manipulation skill, converting all 3 ghost hag corpses into skeletons. The 3 skeleton ghost hags all stood up one after the other, hunching their backs and standing to one side. To be honest, their appearance as skeletons was easier to accept than their previous form. Among the ghost hags, the highest was level 9, and the lowest was level 7, and their attributes were not much different. There was nothing special about them. After Wu Heng rested for a while, he went to the pile of zombie corpses nearby and released the Dead Bones battlefield skill, converting all the zombie bodies collected by the big head skeleton over the past few days into skeletons. Then he found a bedroom to rest in. He had no choice. Although the accommodation in Lundham City was not bad, there was no furniture. He could only rest in this world for now. The next day, in the morning, 3 military trucks, 1 cargo truck, and 1 bus were parked outside the neighborhood. Wu Heng walked out of the neighborhood and saw the several parked vehicles in the middle of the road from afar. The truck was also found later, mainly used to carry skeleton soldiers. The vehicle door, as well as the engine area, had been reinforced with iron plates, with iron bars welded onto the windows. The front end was even reinforced with something like a battering ram. It looked quite fierce. It gave people a post-apocalyptic feeling. Each truck at the back was covered with a tarpaulin to prevent skeletons from being blown off due to high speed. Li Yaheng jumped down from the first vehicle and walked straight over. Taking out a route map from her hand, she opened it and said, "We head south along the road. After passing the Sanjin Bridge, there will be fewer residents, and the roads will be clearer. At that time, we will follow the road can reach the path leading to the prison, someone will arrange to meet us then." "All right, we'll go by your route." Wu Heng nodded. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. He also had a map in his hand, and the route was the same as the one he had thought of. Then, Wu Heng continued to arrange the entire convoy. In the front was a military truck driven by Li Yaheng, the second was also a military truck, the third was a minivan, the fourth was a large truck, and finally another military truck. The main goal was to protect the minivan in the middle. But the drivers of the first and last truck had the most pressure. After the preparations were almost done, Wu Heng let the skeleton soldiers carry bags of rice and other things they needed along the way and put it in the truck directly. Then he gave another order, have all the skeleton warriors get into the back of the truck. Whoosh! Many skeletons moved, climbing into the back of the truck. One skeletal figure after another stood in the truck bed. Chapter 102. When everything was about ready, Wu Heng gave a large wave of his hand, the car started, and it entered the main road straight down the route. After entering the main road, the path became immensely wider. Both sides were piled up with scrapped cars, but they didn't entirely block off the route. Wu Heng sat in the passenger seat of the minivan in the middle, while the rear seats were occupied by skeletons. The vehicle was driven by the car repairman, Qiangzi. Never did he imagine that he'd been assigned to this task by Yama himself, driving and continuously wiping his sweat. The various skeletons behind him scared the hell out of him. With the cars arranged in a row, their rumbling noises resonated. Soon enough, the zombies surged out from both sides, lunging towards the convoy. The pat-pat slapping sound paired with the piercing sound of their claw-like hands tearing at the metal body of the vehicle rang out. This is when the importance of modifications was apparent. The reinforced metal plates and bars significantly hindered the zombies' damage to the car body. But Wu Heng also noticed a detail. Zombies killed by the car seemingly don't provide experience. Otherwise, it could be that he, being in the passenger seat, wasn't eligible for experience. After the convoy drove out a distance, as per plan, they intended to steer clear of a detour and bypass the residential complex with concentrated population. However, they began to slow down as soon as they entered. Zi. The vehicle's radio crackles with electricity. Then, the voice of Li Yaheng transmits, "The road ahead is blocked, we need to stop the cars and clean the road up. Convoy, be prepared to stop. All humans, stay in the vehicles and wait for my orders." Wu Heng conveyed over the radio, then said to the big head skeleton sitting behind him, "Have the skeletons disembark to kill the zombies." Zia. The entire convoy has gradually halted. The skeletons within the vehicle quickly jumped off. They began to confront the incoming zombies from all around. Yet, more skeletons quickly formed a spear array to meet a large group of corpses tailing the convoy. Bang bang bang. The dull sound of the impact resounds. The corpses slammed into the skeleton squad, and also onto the vehicle's deck. The gruesome battle began, the sound of shrieks and chopping meat echoed through the entire battlefield. The drivers, on the other hand, clung to their seats with terror-filled eyes. They prayed fervently that the skeletons couldn't lose. Big guy, you also go to help. Big guy directly walked off the bus and rushed towards the direction of the group of corpses. Like an out-of-control truck, he crashed in reverse into the crowd. Huge chunks of zombies were thrown off their feet, while the skeleton spears began advancing forward, killing swaths of the undead. The fight was quick, and it soon approached its end. The remaining sporadic zombies were chopped down by the skeletons. The entire battlefield was enveloped in the acrid stench of rotting corpses. Clear the battlefield, move all the corpses to one side. Wu Heng ordered the big head skeleton. All the skeletons began to move the corpses to the sides. The corpses would be taken away on the way back. So, they must be placed clearly not to forget to take them when they return. Then, he picked up the microphone and said, "Li Yaheng, lower the forklift, I'll let the skeletons guard you." The forklift was lowered, and Li Yaheng began to move the scrapped cars to one side. In no time, the blockage has been relocated, and the road cleared. All skeletons got back in the vehicles and the convoy resumed moving forward. Sunlight Hotel. In a room on the second floor of the hotel. "Brother, go by yourself, don't worry about me. If we keep hiding like this, we will both die. You leave, I won't blame you for selling out your teammate." At one side, a little girl sitting in a wheelchair was quietly talking as she spun the wheels. A young man was also standing by a window not far away. He opened a slit in the curtain and peeked outside. Upon hearing his sister's words, he immediately gestured to stop her from going on, looking somewhat anxious. "Shush. The zombies outside have increased. Lower your voice. If we're heard, it's all over." When the little girl heard the increase in the horde of zombies, she immediately closed her mouth, her face becoming tense as well. The man walked back, sat down next to her, and whispered, "Don't worry. If things really go wrong, I'll lure the zombies away. You then make your escape." She had been unable to stand up due to a car accident in middle school. They had saved some money for a vacation planned for this year, but just as they arrived, the zombie outbreak occurred and they have been trapped here for quite some time. Fortunately, as they were on a trip, they had bought loads of local specialties and various snacks, along with the supplies provided by the hotel, barely managing to sustain until now. However, persisting was nothing more than delaying the inevitable death of fate that might have already been sealed. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. "Brother, are we going to die?" The sister suddenly changed the tone of her voice and asked fearfully. Her brother hugged her and reassured her softly, "Don't talk pessimistically. Maybe a rescue team will enter the city in a few days, and we will be rescued then. Brother, I'm holding you back. Otherwise, you could definitely escape," she continued. "Stop talking nonsense. Will the rescue team really come?" "Perhaps. How about we capture one of the zombies? I've read in stories that being bitten by a zombie can lead to evolution, provided you don't die first. Perhaps my legs would recover, and we wouldn't need to hide anymore." "Damn, who wrote that? Which platform? I'll report them." "You never know. Those zombies outside, they all turned into zombies after getting bitten or scratched. Have you seen anyone evolve? You even believe in novels." Ao. Suddenly, all the zombies outside the hotel roared in unison. The sound echoed throughout the area. The siblings' faces changed, both shuddering in fright. The sister tilted her head to listen and immediately said, "Brother, these zombies seem to be moving away. The sound is getting distant." "Shush, don't speak. What if we're heard?" "Really, it's getting farther. They seem to be moving in a different direction. Take a look and see what's happening," she urged. The brother hurried over to the window, opened a small spot in the corner, and looked outside. It was nearly dusk. A large group of zombies was indeed rushing in a specific direction, as if a target was attracting them. Looking in the direction of the horde, he saw a convoy of army green vehicles rushing from a distance on the road. Sister, it's the rescue team." "Damn, there really is a rescue team." The sister wheeled over, her arms propped on the armrest to look out the window as well, then she immediately said, "Wow, we're saved." "No, but, they won't just drive by without stopping from this side, right? This seemed likely, judging from the speed of the vehicles, they don't appear to have plans to stop. You lock the door. I'm going to the roof to get their attention. The brother said in a hurry. No, it's too dangerous. This is our last chance. If it doesn't work, we will either starve to death or be eaten. Listen to me, this is our last hope. Without further ado, the brother rushed out and ran towards the roof. ZZ. Li Yaheng's voice came from the walkie-talkie. Zombies appeared on both sides, numerous, probably around 50 or 60. Is the road clear? No problems with the road, can pass normally. Li Yaheng answered. Just rush through, don't waste time on the road. Wu Heng directly ordered. Okay. The convoy accelerated again, forcefully knocking away the zombies that pounced at them, and sped ahead. Zombies from both sides rushed onto the road like mad. There were incessant sounds of beating against the vehicle and the bumps from driving over corpses. Chapter 103. Thud 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 clatter clatter. The horde of zombies rushed from the sides of the road, slamming against the sides of the car. Even with the reinforced body, the car was still noticeably shaking. And the rhythmic pounding noises were resounding from the car body. Under Wu Heng's command, the convoy accelerated again, violently breaking through the zombie roadblock and charging forward. Cut limbs were flying everywhere, dirty blood splattering across the windshield and side windows. Thankfully, the reinforced steel could prevent the glass from shattering. Qiangzi, the driver, held the steering wheel tightly, his body was slightly trembling with every impact. He stole a glance to the side, and asked, "Boss, how did you awaken your superpower?" Wu Heng was looking outside through the gaps of the steel reinforcements, and was taken aback by his question. What kind of a nickname was that? It seemed he had never actually introduced himself. You want to awaken a superpower? Well, it would be false to say I don't want to. I used to love reading science fiction novels. Awakening a superpower and having a few special abilities would be so cool, Qiangzi answered, glancing behind him at the skeleton through the rearview mirror. Although, it doesn't seem quite like what one had in mind. According to the radio broadcasts, the most common changes were enhanced fitness or sensory improvements, such as hearing or sight. But controlling combat skeletons, that seemed to be unheard of on the broadcasts. At least nobody had mentioned it yet. The method I know of is consuming the corpse core, but the failure rate is extremely high. At least 80% possibility of failure. Wu Heng shared everything he knew. Frankly, if he didn't have the detoxifying potion, there was a high probability that he would have turned into a zombie. Yeah, I heard that too on the radio. It said you need to have an exceptionally good constitution and a strong mentality to be successful. Wu Heng asked, were there many people on the radio who succeeded? Seems so. After all, it's a bunch of well-trained soldiers over there, not comparable to ordinary folks like us. He switched his tone before adding, but of course, you're the exception. I guess in the whole world, not many can awaken your kind of ability. Wu Heng didn't say much in response. In essence, occupations and powers of awakening are not the same. But after chatting with Qiangzi, Wu Heng had an idea. If he wanted to nurture his own people, it wasn't necessarily a requirement for them to awaken a superpower, they could fully undergo a job class change. Becoming a professional and learning professional skills could make them more powerful than those who awakened powers to a certain extent. After all, in the other world, occupations had already become a tradition. The combinations of various skills had been well refined. However, for superpowers, it fully depended on luck to awaken, and the abilities were usually quite singular, so they couldn't be compared with occupations. Of course, this was only an idea in his mind. Things about the other world must not be revealed to others. Not even to the closest people, unless it was like Xiao Xiao and Basin who were fully tied to him, otherwise it must never be divulged. The human heart was the most difficult thing to grasp in these times. After the two of them chatted for a bit, Qiangzi started to talk about some things while he was driving. Seemingly, he was quite a talkative person. At that moment, the walkie-talkie buzzed with static again. This is Big Card, seems like there are people on the roof of the building on the right? Can't confirm. Upon hearing this, the convoy slowed down slightly. Yes, there seems to be a person. Could it be another word-mutated zombie? Voices came from the walkie-talkies in the other vehicles. Wu Heng was sitting in the minivan, he had already passed that particular building. The boost in his bodily functions had enhanced his vision, allowing him to see that there was indeed a man. He was standing on the edge of the roof, waving a red flag. Seeing his movements and clothing, they confirmed that he was not a zombie, but indeed a survivor. He saw the convoy and was seeking help from them. Wu Heng picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Slow down the convoy and prepare to stop." The convoy started to slow down gradually and came to a complete stop. Wu Heng continued to order the skeleton, "Skeleton, get out of the car and fend off the zombies." The skeletons inside the vehicle quickly climbed out of the vehicle. They began to counterattack the zombies, launching at them from all directions. The sounds of combat echoed incessantly. Wu Heng released the ghost, Xiao Xiao, letting her float in the air. "Xiao Xiao! Oh, there you are." Xiao Xiao dropped her head from the top of the vehicle to look at him. "Do you see that building over there? Go check if there's any danger inside. It seemed like there was a survivor on the roof just now. Verify how many of them they are and the exact situation." Wu Heng pointed towards the building from the car window. "Oh, all right." Xiao Xiao nodded and flew off immediately. Inside the hotel. Bang! The door was slammed open and a man stumbled in before quickly shutting the door behind him. The moment he locked it, pounding noises started to sound from the other side of the door. "Brother, are you okay?" asked the girl. The man frantically searched his body with both hands, ensuring he had no wounds. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. "I'm okay, I wasn't hurt." "Check if the rescue team has stopped," he said as he started to barricade the door with chairs. His sister, sitting in a wheelchair, moved closer to the window to peek below. Her eyes widened slowly. "Have they stopped?" The man continued to barricade the door with furniture from the room while calling out. Yes, they've stopped." The sister responded, then continued, "But, they don't seem to be human." "What do you mean not human?" "They're not the rescue team. They're not humans, they're not alive." The man also leaned over to have a look, peering down from the window. When he saw the halted convoy and an array of bone figures, his eyes widened in surprise too. "Damn!" On the street. Amid the howling. The battle was nearing its end. Corpses covered the area around the convoy, forming a mound-like circle. "Charge!" Wu Heng ordered from within the car. Whoosh! The defending skeleton soldiers began to initiate a charge. Jumping over the corpses, they advanced on the remaining zombies. A flurry of slashing and stabbing took down the remaining enemies. When the last zombie fell, the entire area fell silent once again. "Clear the battlefield and move the corpses to the side of the road." The skeleton soldiers started to move again, clearing the bodies to the edges of the road. N/O/vel/B/jn.c//om. At this moment, Xiao Xiao flew back into the minivan. Hovering in the air, she reported, "Uncle, there are 2 living people in that building." They were indeed survivors. "Any danger?" Wu Heng continued to ask. "None, there are just some regular zombies in the building, no other monsters." "Let me see." Wu Heng let Xiao Xiao enter his body and immediately saw what she had seen. From Xiao Xiao's perspective, there were indeed no signs of any mutated zombies. In one of the rooms on the 2nd floor, a man and a woman were looking out of the window. After confirming there was no danger, Wu Heng looked at the darkening sky outside the window, picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "There's a hotel on the right with survivors inside. We will take shelter there tonight and continue our journey tomorrow morning." Chapter 104. In. The man looked out through the peephole at the door. He saw several skeletons on top of the zombie that was just severely violent, hitting the door, wielding kitchen knives and rapidly chopping down. The zombie tried to get up several times, but was chopped down by the same kitchen knife. It's a gruesome scene. Blood splattered all over the walls on both sides. "Bro, what's going on out there?" the girl behind him asked. The man, who was looking through the peephole, startled and covered her mouth with his hand. His eyes widened, signaling her to keep quiet as the danger was just outside the door. They huddled together, listening to the chopping sound outside the door, shaking uncontrollably. Gradually, the sound of chopping meat began to slow down and the wailing of the zombie also ceased. Both of them held their breath, praying for the thing outside to leave quickly. Right when the whole room plunged into a dead silence. Knock knock knock. The sound of knocking on the door suddenly rang. They both quivered. The knocking almost made their hearts stop beating. Then, a woman's voice came, were you the ones asking for help on the roof just now? The siblings were even more surprised. A human? How could a human appear at this time? Or is it another strange creature trying to lure them out? We are also survivors. It's safe outside now. Open the door, said the person outside the door. The siblings exchanged a glance. The man stood up and took a look outside through the peephole. He saw a woman in a work uniform standing outside the door, looking somewhat impatient. Upon seeing that it was indeed a human, and knowing that they are in the room, the man still asked, "Are you one of the people in the motorcade just now?" Hearing a response, Li Yaheng also looked towards the peephole and said, "So you were the one waving the flag on the roof, right? We have cleared the zombies. You can come out now. What's with those skeletons? Do you know the superpowered man? Even if I tell you, you won't understand. In short, you are safe. If you don't want to stay here and wait for death, come out and let's talk." After saying that, Li Yaheng didn't continue. Everyone has their choices. They had the intention to help some survivors, but the others have to accept it. You can't force kindness on others, can you? After all, they are not a real rescue team. The sound of moving objects from within the room could be heard. Creak 1. The door opened, revealing a man and a girl in a wheelchair. Li Yaheng's eyebrows furrowed. Was her leg not good? At this time, this is a deadly problem. Even if they stayed, they would just be a freeloader. Thank you for coming to our rescue. Right after seeing that the skeletons didn't attack, the man immediately expressed his gratitude. It really was as his sister said, there were superpowered humans, evolvers, and things like that from novels. Are you two a couple? Siblings, she's my sister. Li Yaheng nodded and didn't ask any more on the matter. She directly said, you have two options. One is to stay here and continue to take refuge. The second is to leave with us, but in the future, you have to follow our arrangement and need to do some work. If they stayed, the rooms and kitchen in the inn still had some food, they could actually hold on for a while. When they ran out of food, they could also look for some in the neighborhood. But later on, they would likely have to contend with zombies for more resources. The man glanced at his sister, and they exchanged a glance. We'll go with you. Actually, there was nothing to hesitate about, this was their only hope to survive. If they stayed, how long could he take care of his sister? Okay, come downstairs with me. You don't have to pack anything now, we'll stay here tonight and leave tomorrow morning. Oh, okay. On the first floor, skeletal figures filled the lobby. Qiangzi and a few others were outside checking the cars to ensure there would be no problems tomorrow. Wu Heng walked around the first floor of the inn. There wasn't much to collect. He did find a lot of disposable and safety supplies, though. Li Yaheng came downstairs with the two survivors. Two survivors who chose to come with us, Li Yaheng said. Wu Heng took a look at the girl carried down. Is she hurt? No, my sister's legs aren't good. The man pointed out, before realizing something and hurriedly explained, but I can work. I can do the work of two people, I won't slow us down. Wu Heng nodded, continuing, prepare dinner, then let everyone choose rooms to rest. Okay. Wu Heng also headed upstairs, stating, don't bother bringing me dinner, assign a few people to take shifts on night watch, and don't go out in the evening. Oh, okay. Wu Heng went upstairs, choosing a room with a slightly better view. Several skeletons stood guard outside the door and in the room. Wu Heng, accompanied by Basin and Bahudong, went directly to Lundham City. Lundham City. Through the boundary, they returned to a vacant room. Jianyi and Jian'er had been cleaning here, but there were still no furniture, making the place look empty. Cleaning houses or the like wasn't urgent. He planned to complete the deal with the prison first, then find a renovation team to properly modify the house. They dressed up a few skeletons, covering them properly. Then, they all left together. The place where Wu Heng was staying was on the edge of the inner city area. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes of walking, they entered the territory of the outer city area. In the vibrant medieval-styled streets and alleys, you could see various types of shops, leather goods, weapons, herbs as well as pubs or inns. You could see merchant convoys transporting goods along the road at any time. This had become a transit station for trade between two countries. No wonder the people here looked wealthy and the building's decorations were grand and luxurious. While walking and watching, they were searching for a place to resolve dinner. Dear customer, need some relaxation? A group of heavily made-up women were standing at the doors of pubs and inns, blatantly attracting customers. Long legs, fully exposed chests, causing a dizzying effect. Other than human women, you could see muscular beast women with tusks visible at the corners of their mouths, or bunny girls, cat girls, and other women with significant animal features. Nov. L. B//JNN. Gentlemen, would you like a place to rest? A strong beast woman lifted her chest and leaned over. Just as she approached, she was stopped by Bahudong, unable to approach further. Do you like human women, or some different races? Look inside the store. Whatever you like, you can pick freely. The women greeted them enthusiastically. Wu Heng glanced at them, gesturing with his hand to indicate he did not need anything. As soon as the women saw his decisive refusal, they immediately stopped approaching, placing their attention on other people instead. Constantly swinging their bodies, attracting customers. The people behind Wu Heng were obviously regulars, calling out a few of the women's names. They entered a darker alley with the women. Wu Heng found a quieter pub nearby, ordered food, and ate slowly. At the same time, he listened to the neighboring tables chatting about local affairs. After filling his stomach, he directly returned to his accommodation in the inner city area. Through the boundary door, he returned to the hotel for rest in the zombie world. The next day, early in the morning, people in the hotel got up early. After breakfast, they cleaned the entire hotel and the 2 nearby shops, then reboarded the vehicles. The siblings from yesterday were sitting with Wu Heng in the middle passenger car. The 2 of them huddled in the back, looking rather restrained, as if they had been kidnapped. Everyone on board? Wu Heng asked through the walkie-talkie. Car 1, no problem. Car 2, no problem. Car 5, no problem. Confirming everyone was aboard, Wu Heng directly said, start the car. Li Ya-heng, contact the prison. We will arrive today. Tell them to prepare the goods. We will complete the trade outside. The military vehicle itself has a radio for communication, which can receive outside information and establish contact. Okay. The vehicle started. The whole fleet maintained yesterday's formation and began moving along the road. The further they went, the more desolate the road became. On both sides was a large wasteland, where an occasional zombie would rush out and be left far behind. Chapter 105. City South Prison. Bam bam bam. The heavy banging sound woke up the man in the room. He opened his eyes and grumbled, what's happening? Why the hell are you banging around? Brother Long, the chick from the auto repair shop messaged about the gun exchange. She said she could make it by noon today. The frantic voice came from outside the door. Brother Long was bare-chested, revealing a large expanse of tattoos. He opened the door, glanced at his underling, and asked, how many are they bringing? Don't know, she said we should do the trade outdoors and they wouldn't come straight here, the underling replied. Brother Long scratched his chin. He continued, she seems cautious. Have the guys meet her outside. Once she arrives, we'll take all her goods and people. If they comply, we take them back. The disobedient men will be killed, but don't kill the women. Understood. The underling was about to leave. Brother Long added, take more weapons with you, these people being willing to come here shows that they are not ordinary. Avoid any mishaps. Don't worry, Brother Long. No matter how good they are, can they be better than bullets? If things go south, I will simply shoot them. The underling patted the rifle hanging on his body. Brother Long nodded, go now, come back as early as possible after the robbery. Sure. On the road. The convoy sped along. The rest of the journey started going smoothly with few zombies appearing. A few that did were left far behind or directly crushed under the wheels. They continued at a rapid pace and were already near their target location. Zzzzz. I can see the designated trade location, came the voice of Li Ya-heng, leading from the first vehicle, on the radio. The trading spot was set at a building cluster beneath the prison. There was some distance between the prison and this location. Do you see anyone? Wu Heng picked up the radio and asked. No, but I can see some roadblocks that have been set up, it's possible there are people. Slow down, let's not go over just yet. The convoy began to slow down and moved forward bit by bit. Honk the horn, see if anyone comes out, Wu Heng continued. This area was clearly devoid of zombies, it was probable that the prison population had cleaned it up. But still, the absence of any visible people was disconcerting. The shrill sound of the car horn echoed through the area. That's when two men in prison officer uniforms came out from the opposite side and waved over from a distance. Someone came out and they are waving us over. Li Yaheng reported through the radio. Hold on. Wu Heng responded through the radio. The convoy halted, refraining from moving any closer. After a while, Xiao Xiao, who was sent out, flew back. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Hovering in the air, she said, "Uncle, there are a lot of people in the houses over there, they all look like bad people." "How many?" Xiao Xiao counted on her fingers. "A lot." Come back, let me see." Xiao Xiao returned inside Wu Heng, sharing the images she had captured. On both sides of the road were 2 rows of buildings. Apart from the 2 men standing outside, there were about 11 or 12 people inside the surrounding buildings. Some wore prison officer uniforms, others dressed in short sleeves, their tattooed arms exposed. Every single person was armed, their guns hanging off their necks. A large portion of them appeared raggedy, just as Xiao Xiao described. They didn't seem to be prison officers. Were they prisoners? Or were they accepting the survivors? But on second thoughts, it was the end of the world after all. Sourcing strong men from various shelters to form a defensive team seemed plausible. "They're still signaling us to head over. What do we do now?" Li Yaheng on the radio asked again. "Go there, maintain distance between the cars, and under no circumstances should any of you leave your cars," Wu Heng continued. The rest of the team sensed the gravity of his words. Plus, given the fact that the opposition had guns, made them take things even more seriously. Then the convoy continued forward, maintaining a mutual distance and entering the opposition's territory. Ahead, a man carrying a rifle walked forward. He first gave a formal salute, then gestured for the window to be rolled down. Li Yaheng slightly cracked open the window and asked, "Are you from City South Prison?" The car window was secured with iron reinforcement bars and the doors were reinforced with iron plates. As long as they stayed inside the car, the bullets probably couldn't penetrate the thick doors. "Yes, are you from the auto repair shop?" "Impressive, you drove all this way here." The man complimented, then continued, "We've prepared the guns for you. Please get out of the car to check them. You can take them once you've verified they're okay." Li Yaheng glanced at him and said, "Bring out the items for me to see." The man frowned. He glanced behind at the cars maintaining distance and said, "We can bring them out, but don't you need to see them? Do you know how to use them? We can show you how." "We know how to use them, just bring out the guns." Li Yaheng then closed the window a bit more. The man's eyes narrowed. Then he turned around and waved at the people behind. Clang! The doors on both sides opened, and several people holding rifles dashed out, surrounding the convoy with their guns aimed directly at the driver's seats. They shouted for everyone to get out of the vehicles or they would shoot. Someone tried to pull open the car doors, but they were locked in advance, so they were unsuccessful. Then, a voice came from the walkie-talkie, "The road behind us is blocked. We can't back up." The people in the convoy were taken aback. Only now did they realize the intent of their opponents. This wasn't about conducting a trade at all. They were just waiting for them to deliver their food supplies. Li Yaheng's face darkened as she asked, "What do you mean?" The man they had been talking to just now chuckled coldly, "No special meaning. We are short on manpower and resources. We kindly ask you to bring your supplies and move to our place to live." So, the trade was a hoax. Tisk. The man spit and kept talking, "When the fuck did we mention a trade? You all look like a bunch of idiots, bringing us supplies willingly. Get out now, or we'll make you." Li Yaheng lowered her head to keep it in line with the inside of the car, avoiding their gun barrels. She spoke into the walkie-talkie, "The trade is a hoax. They want to steal our cargo." Wu Heng could also see the men holding guns, cursing and pulling at the car doors with all their might. This felt like a trick. While others are hoarding food, I hoard guns. My neighbors are my granaries type of trick. In fact, he had anticipated this scenario. So he didn't panic. His goal was the guns, the rifles. Whether it was through a trade or theft didn't matter. The important thing was that they truly had guns. Wu Heng turned to the big head skeleton behind him and commanded, "Let the skeletons get out of the car and kill everyone outside." The soul fire in the eyes of the big head skeleton flickered. In the next second, The canvas at the back of the truck was pulled back, and a large group of skeletons jumped straight down from the truck cabin. With kitchen knives in hand, they immediately charged towards the people outside. The swearing men were momentarily stunned. What the fuck is that? Shit, it's a skeleton, a fucking living skeleton. They were transporting skeletons, not food. Fire. Bang. 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 The sound of gunfire rang out as a barrage of bullets rained down on the crowd of skeletons, passing through their hollow bones and hitting the truck behind them. The people inside the truck were startled and instinctively ducked down and covered their heads. Guns were a double-edged sword in the apocalypse. They weren't particularly efficient against zombies, as they attracted hordes of them and were just as ineffective against skeletons. But humans were terrified of firearms. Despite the barrage of gunfire, the skeletons brandished their kitchen knives and charged madly towards their enemies. Ah! Damn it, help, Run! Don't kill me, don't kill me! Painful screams echoed everywhere. The men from the prison were tackled by the skeletons and killed within a few quick blows. Those who had started to run were chased down by the skeletons and hacked into a bloody pulp. Soon, the sound of gunfire and screams subsided, and the entire place fell eerily silent again. Is anyone injured? Wu Heng asked through the walkie-talkie. No. Once he confirmed no one was injured, Wu Heng stepped out of the vehicle. The skeleton hauled the bodies over and dumped them not far away. Wu Heng first glanced at the corpses, then bent down to pick up the blood-stained rifles. They were classic locally made rifles. He checked the magazine. It still had some bullets inside. There were a total of 8 corpses, 5 rifles and 3 submachine guns. However, no spare magazines were found. Each gun only had the few remaining bullets in their chamber. He put all the guns into his space ring. Wu Heng looked around and called out, Li Ya-heng. Li Ya-heng ran over, asking, what's up? Have your men check the vehicles. Then come with me. Okay. After giving instructions, Li Ya-heng followed Wu Heng and the skeleton, who were carrying a corpse, toward a house some distance away. They let the skeleton drop the corpse on the ground. Wu Heng immediately cast Communicate with the Dead. Necromancy enveloped the corpse, and the next second, the body sat upright. His face was covered with knife marks, blood and raw flesh. What was your initial plan? Wu Heng asked directly. The man turned his head, answering, we plan to trick the people of the auto repair shop into coming, then detain all of their supplies and people. What do you need so many people for? If this wasn't a formal settlement, having an influx of people was a burden. After all, they all needed food, and food was now considered a scarce resource. The men are used as bait to attract zombies, and the women are kept for other uses. If not needed, they can also be used as bait. Upon hearing this, the color instantly drained from Li Ya-heng's face. Chapter 106. In a situation like this, talking about order and rules seems somewhat unrealistic. But under the guise of a gathering place, they tricked the survivors into coming. Using the men as bait, and keeping the women for their own use. Just the thought of it gives you the shivers. What kind of person could come up with such a plan? To cheat the hard-won survivors into coming, just to use them as zombie bait. And at the very beginning, their target was here. They were still retrofitting vehicles and gathering food at that time. Just thinking about it gives me the chills. If we had come, wouldn't we have ended up just like they described? Wu Heng continued to ask, who is in charge in the prison? Chen Jinlong. What's his status? A convicted criminal, and now the boss inside the prison. A convicted criminal? How could a convicted criminal become the boss? Even with the zombie outbreak, prisoners are usually kept in individual cells. How could this convicted criminal grab power? How did he become the boss? Wu Heng continued. I'm not sure, but I heard he is ruthless, commands respect, and has guns under his control. With that, the corpse lay back down, returning to its lifeless state. Wu Heng didn't say much, continuing to use the Communicate with the Dead ability. The second corpse sat up. Wu Heng directly asked, how did Chen Jinlong take control of the prison? The man's mouth has been slashed wide open by a vegetable knife, making his speech whistle. During the zombie outbreak, the prison evacuated non-infected prisoners, and he took the opportunity to grab some weapons and take over the prison. So he took advantage of the situation and seized control of the prison. For someone like Chen Jinlong, a serious criminal, this lawless environment was more suitable. while everyone else is struggling to survive and seeking official shelters. He starts exploiting some loopholes, attracting people to feed himself and supply him with manpower. Wu Heng thought for a moment, and continued asking, is Chen Jinlong tough? Everyone is afraid of him. Plus, he has consumed a corpse core and apparently developed some kind of superpower, the corpse calmly answered. This sentence surprised even Wu Heng. Someone actually developed superpowers by consuming a corpse core? What superpower? Don't know. Did you see him consume the corpse core? Yes, we killed a mutant police dog. He ate the corpse core and his body clearly beefed up a lot. He claimed that he had awakened a superpower, and everyone believed him. It seemed he indeed had consumed a corpse core. His physique and luck were top-notch. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. Wu Heng thought for a moment, then asked, how many guns are there in the prison in total? Roughly over 100. After speaking, this corpse also lay flat. Then, Wu Heng continued questioning 2 more corpses and had a preliminary understanding of the situation in the entire prison. The leader in the prison was this Chen Jinlong. Already a tough character, he controlled the guns and consumed a corpse core, giving him control in the prison. Aside from the prisoners, he would also select survivors with special skills, good physiques, and ruthless characters to join them. As for weapons, they not only have rifles, submachine guns, but also a machine gun on the guard towers of the wall. Unless a zombie horde was lured over, an ordinary group of zombies would have a hard time breaching this prison. When all the questions were answered, Wu Heng decided not to question the remaining corpses. What should we do now? Li Yaheng asked. Wu Heng considered this for a moment and responded, let's go back. The aim of this trip was to obtain rifles, and it was already accomplished. Wu Heng didn't like the way things were being done in the prison, but to truly take over would be a challenge. The 4 trucks could only carry a few hundred skeletons. They probably wouldn't even be able to get over the wall, let alone take it down. Moreover, there's no need to create a conflict with them now. All right. Hearing that they were going back, Li Yaheng fully agreed. Who would want to mess with a prison full of convicts armed with rifles and machine guns? It was better to keep a safe distance. The 2 of them walked back from behind the house, returning to their fleet. Meanwhile, another vehicle had been added to the front of the line. Qiangzi reversed the car into the middle of the fleet. He said, I found it over there, there are also some bullets inside. Bullets? Qiangzi got out of the car, carrying a bag. When he opened it, it was filled with bullets. Looking closely, they appeared to be rifle and submachine gun bullets. Wu Heng nodded, finding more bullets was a good thing. The other guys were sweating cold sweat. They really weren't planning on letting them through alive, blocking the way with so many bullets. Wu Heng took the bag from Qiangzi and asked, where's the brother who joined us yesterday? Qiangzi called out to a not too far away location, the brother of the new members from yesterday trotted over. Wu Heng asked, can you drive? Yes. Are you able to drive this car? No problem. Wu Heng nodded, let's get ready, everyone. We're heading back. Everyone got back in the vehicle and it began to turn around. They started to head back the way they came. Dusk. A transport vehicle slowly came to a halt near the entrance of the village. Chen Jinlong, with his bare arms, got out of the vehicle, followed by a group of subordinates carrying guns. He surveyed his surroundings. It was eerily quiet, without a single silhouette in sight. On the ground, there were some bullet casings visible. Proof that a clash had taken place here. Survey the area. Everyone dispersed to conduct the search. Brother Long, there's something over here. Chen Jinlong and his men quickly walked over and discovered several bodies in a building. Even though the bodies were unrecognizable, it was clear that these were his men. Chen Jinlong looked at the corpses, fury in his eyes. Little East Auto Repair, you dare to betray me. Without a doubt, this incident was linked to Little East Auto Repair. It had been a while since the zombie outbreak. This was the first time someone had dared to attack him near the prison. Brother Long, shall we chase after them? A follower asked. Chase my ass, it's getting dark. Going out there is just asking for death. Chen Jinlong cursed and then said, let's go back. When the opportunity presents itself, I'll make sure they pay. What about burying our deceased brothers? Bury my ass, let's go. Everyone got back in the vehicle and returned in the direction they came from. The night was hazy. The convoy returned to the residential area. The return journey was smoother than the outbound one. However, they spent some time collecting the bodies of the zombies they had killed the previous day along the way. "We'll head back first," Li Yaheng said. "All right, you've all worked hard, go home and rest." Just as they were about to leave, Li Yaheng recalled something and asked, "What if the prison contacts us? What should we say?" "Don't worry, they wouldn't dare bring up this matter if they wish to continue deceiving survivors into going there. They would be more afraid that we would bring it up," Wu Heng replied. After thinking about it, Li Yaheng felt there was merit to this. She then asked, "Shouldn't we expose them? After all, people who go there will likely end up dead." Wu Heng considered this and then said, "That depends on what you want to do. However, even if you did, it might not have much effect. Most people consider the prison safe, and they might not believe you." "Well, I still want to say it so that those who can still hold on wouldn't rush over there," Li Yaheng said. "All right, it wouldn't hurt to mention it." Wu Heng had no intention to stop her. "All right, then we'll head home first." As Li Yaheng and the others left, Wu Heng instructed Big Head Skeleton to lead the regular skeletons to move the bodies. Wu Heng then took out the obtained rifle and began to study it. He then passed it on to Basin and Bahudong to familiarize themselves with the usage of the rifle. When at a distance, they were to use the rifle to attack. In another world, even though everyone was a professional, they still wouldn't stand a chance against a hail of bullets. Wu Heng entered his room to rest when he felt it was about time. The next day, Wu Heng returned to Lundham City via the boundary door. After having breakfast at a nearby tavern with Basin and Bahudong, they headed to the Professionals Association together. He had 2 days to sort out the housing issue. Today he had to report. Upon arrival at the office for office holders, he received a response and entered the room. "Sir Gomez, I've come to report today," Wu Heng stated outright. The office holder, styling his hair, turned to look at Wu Heng and asked, "Oh, have you sorted out your housing situation?" "Yes, it's all taken care of." "In that case, starting today, your Squadron 12 is officially on duty." The office holder smoothed his hair, sat down at his desk, took out a folder and handed it over. "These are the team members assigned to you by the association. They should also be here today, you can meet them later." "Okay." Wu Heng took the folder and opened it to take a look. The first line. Name, Duke, race, Beastman. Well, they've assigned a Beastman to his team. You can get to know your new team member first. I'll see if there are any tasks for you, to help all of you familiarize yourselves with the environment, the office holder continued. "All right." Wu Heng nodded, directly exiting the room. On the way, he inquired a staff member about the location of the break room. Upon arriving at the break room of Squadron 12, he pushed the door open to find a green-skinned beastman sitting inside. He was tall and muscular, sporting an iron armor and a giant axe lay in front of him. Noticing someone entering, he looked up. "What's up?" he asked in a buzzing voice. "I'm the leader of Team 12. "Ah? Oh, hello, Captain." The beastman stood up, greeting him while scratching his head. Wu Heng looked up at him, estimating that the beastman had to be at least 2.5 meters tall. Chapter 107. Holy crap! Wu Heng looked up at him, and gasped in his heart. From where he'd been sitting earlier, he merely thought the beastman was bulky. Now that he stood up, he was like a small mountain standing in front of him. Only second to the carrion giant demon belonging to the Necromancer, Scapegoat 1. "Sit," said Wu Heng. "Oh." The beastman sat down again, laughed and said, "Captain, my name is Duke, I am a beast warrior." Wu Heng went around him and sat down. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. My name is Wu Heng, you can call me by my name or Captain either." "All right, Captain Wu Heng." The beastman glanced at the figures standing next to him, and asked, "Captain, are these two also members of our team?" He was talking about Basin and Bahudong who came in with him. Wu Heng replied, "My profession is a necromancer. These two are my undead attendants, you can consider them as members of the squad, but they don't occupy any member slots. Basin and Bahudong, both have souls. There isn't much difference compared to normal team members, and they are absolutely loyal. In the future, they will also follow the squad on assignments, so it's completely fine to call them members of the squad. Moreover, the first day he brought 4 skeletons over, and today he brought 2. No one in the entire association interferes or asks about the undead attendants. That is to say, Lundham City doesn't really pay any attention to necromancers, with no specific demands. On this point, he made the right choice. This also proves that Yust carefully picked this location for him. Captain is a mage, said the beastman, and then continued to ask, are we the only ones in the squad? For now, there's just the two of us. More will join in the future, till the team is completely filled. Wu Heng answered, took out Duke's file and gave it a glance. Duke, a beastman by race. His occupation is a level 5 beast warrior, and his preferred weapon is a battle axe. The reason for joining was that he had assisted in arresting bandits twice and had a decent combat talent. After being recommended by the vice executive, he joined. He lives in the lower town area and is a local. The information was pretty detailed, having this local person was good actually. In future missions, at least they would be able to find their way. How old are you? Wu Heng asked. 14. Wu Heng gave him another look, only to conclude the growth rate of beastmen is quite fast. After having acquainted with each other, their chat became more casual. Wu Heng asked about some local situations. The beastman, however, was more interested in the profession of being a necromancer. From time to time, he glanced at the two skeletons standing beside him. The round helm, and the strange weapon hanging in front of the skeletons. According to Duke, Lundham City is filled with all kinds, many of them are of special professions. But usually they are all quite low-key, he only heard about some of them and never got the chance to meet. After chatting for a while, a knock was heard on the door. Come in. The door opened, a staff member walked in, looked at the two and asked, which one of you is team leader Wu Heng? Lam. The executive requests your presence. Oh, okay. Wu Heng rose and followed him out. Finding himself in the executive's office again. The executive handed him a mission form and said, there's been a death at the Wind Drooping Grass Tavern in the outer city area. You guys go check it out and assist in the investigation. In the morning, it was mentioned that a task would be assigned to them to get them acclimated to this place. A task was assigned so quickly. All right. Wu Heng nodded, went back to the common room, called Duke and directly headed to the outer city area. The responsibilities of teams in Lundham City and Blackstone Town are somewhat different. There is no talk about assisting the guards in capturing criminals, the main duties are just twofold. One is to capture the wanted criminals issued by the association, they are criminals who committed crimes in their own city and fled here. No one cares if they are not on the wanted list. But once they are listed, they will be arrested and rewards and merits are given accordingly. The second is to ensure the safety of the guild members, as well as their rescue. This applies mostly to important members, and it depends on their status. Generally, it concerns individuals with identity, who are given special attention by the guild. The guild rarely bothers about most ordinary members, as it doesn't have that many resources. Wu Heng and Duke left the guild. They headed for the outer city area. The whole city is divided into 3 structures. The inner city area, the outer city area, and the area outside the city. The inner city area is the safest, inhabited by local tycoons and nobles, as well as organizational buildings such as the City Lord's Mansion, the Professionals Guild, and Snake Badge Consortium. The Iron Guard Knights, directly reporting to the City Lord, are responsible for order and security. Their job is to keep the city's security. The outer city area is home to many shops and entertainment industries, managed by various gangs. The area outside the city is a conglomeration of shops, factories, and residential areas. It's chaotic, crowded and is also managed by gangs. The entire city, although chaotic, still has its own unique rules. Wu Heng is not too familiar with this place, but Duke, being a local, took him directly to the tavern. At this time, the tavern is not yet open for business, and some people are cleaning it. Customers, we are not open yet. A green-skinned female beastman sways her waist and comes over. We are from the Professionals Guild. Did you request assistance from the guild? Wu Heng asked directly. The female beastman glanced at the two of them, lost the smile she usually had for customers, and said, "Show me your emblem." Wu Heng took out the team leader emblem, showed it to her, and after confirming that they were from the guild, she said, "We do need your help. Follow me." They went through the hall and entered a room that seemed to be underground. In a corner, 2 bodies were covered with a shroud. The female beastman looked very upset and said, "Someone posed as a guest, lured our girls out, and brutally killed them. We haven't been able to find out the identity of the killer. See if you can find any leads. A murder case? Do you have any clues? Given the situation here, as you should know, we have a huge influx of clientele, and it's a mess. There have been many deaths before, but this time only girls have been targeted, which is making everyone panic, says the female beastman. Wu Heng nodded and said, I need to communicate with the dead. Do you have any taboos? Hey! The female beastman was dumbfounded, not at all, as long as you can catch the murderer. Wu Heng nodded and cast communicate with the dead on one of the bodies. The body suddenly sat up, the shroud fell off, revealing a face as pale as if the blood had been drained from it. There was a wound on her neck where the flesh had turned inside out. Wu Heng asked directly, who killed you? It was a man. I didn't know him. Was there only one? Just one. What features did the murderer have? A human, quite thin, wore a brown leather armor, always carrying a yellow bag on his back. Wu Heng looked at the female beastman beside him, she shook her head, indicating she didn't remember anything like this. Wu Heng continued, what did he say to you? He said he would take me to an alley, promising me double the money. Did he kill you right away, or after the transaction was completed? He killed me right away. After finishing speaking, with a thud, she lay back on the ground. Wu Heng continued to communicate with the second corpse. There was also a wound on her neck. Her answers were not much different. It can be confirmed that it was a thin human man. His purpose was to kill, not to relax. After questioning the corpses, they didn't get any particularly useful information. The female beastman looked even more worried. Not only were the women here in danger, she also feared for her own safety. Moreover, the business here couldn't stop. What should we do next? Looking at the corpses on the ground, Wu Heng said, we will come back tonight and see if we can find the murderer. Chapter 108. The culprit was specifically targeting these women, so their professional level probably isn't too high. It is likely a deranged killer, or someone of a similarly twisted mentality. The female beastman nodded, saying, all right, I'll have people prepare. As soon as there is any discovery, we'll apprehend them immediately. Each shop has its own enforcers. In other words, the industries behind these shops are all backed by gangs. The main issue remains that the identity of the killer is unknown. Wu Heng just arrived and managed to find some leads. There might be hope if we continue the investigation. You can assign some people, but don't leak the information. Okay. After leaving the tavern, he returned to the association. Duke asked, Captain, what was that skill you used? How can it make the dead talk? It's a necromancer's skill. Oh, can I learn too? Each profession has its own characteristics. Concentrate on enhancing your own profession, our energy is limited. Back then, when he went around asking where to buy skill books, Truck had said something similar. Today, he can finally repeat it to Duke. Alright. Wu Heng continued to ask, so, how do I go about getting furniture for the house? You could get someone to make some, or you could buy ready-made ones. Isn't there a renovation team that can handle the entire decoration? Wu Heng asked further. There are indeed shops that sell furniture, but he didn't want to buy things piece by piece. Additionally, he knows nothing about interior layouts. In that case, you might as well put up a commission. Let the association supervise it, or else if the renovation is not done well, they will just run away. Wu Heng agreed with this approach and proceeded to the front desk to post a renovation commission. The sun had set and darkness gradually descended. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. A figure wrapped in a cloak appeared at the tavern's entrance, negotiating prices with a prostitute in hushed tones. Soon, she broke into a smile, playfully putting her arm around his and leading him into a nearby alley. As they entered further into the alley, the man began to cling tighter to the woman, with one hand reaching behind him for a hidden dagger. Wu Heng sat in the tavern, listening to the loud buzz, while drinking beer. At that moment, Xiao Xiao suddenly flew back and disappeared into his body. Wu Heng's eyes narrowed, and he abruptly stood up, grabbing Duke, and dashed outside. Meanwhile, the female beastman behind the counter also changed complexion, signaling for some burly beastmen to follow him. A wave of chaos ensued. All the patrons in the tavern were taken aback by the sudden commotion. In the dim alleyway, the man was above the woman, one hand around her neck while the other gripped the dagger, slowly stabbing towards her throat. Your terror pleases me. Excellent, I love the expression on your face. The man's face displayed a crazed fanaticism as he whispered. Her eyes were filled with terror. She struggled unsuccessfully to fend off the inevitable stab. Just when the dagger was about to strike open her throat. Suddenly, 4 rotating balls of light flew in, illuminating the alleyway. This was immediately followed by several deafening bangs. Bang bang bang. After the gunshots, the man looked down at his body in confusion. His armor had several perforations, with blood slowly seeping out. Hiss! The man, looking at the figure at the entrance of the alley, hissed like a venomous snake. With a leap, he soared 3 meters into the air. His cloak spread out like wings, swooping down from the sky towards the incoming figure. His fast and uncanny mode of attack did not seem like that of a low-level professional at all. Captain, be careful. Duke brandished his battle axe, intending to charge and engage. Wu Heng grabbed him, stay back. He then ordered those by his side, kill him. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Basin and Bahudong, holding their guns, fired torrentially at the figure swooping down from the sky. The diving figure faltered in the air. Under the onslaught of bullets, he fell from the sky. The gunfire continued, bullets showering into the alley. The black-robed man staggered to his feet. He looked at his body, his chest was virtually pulp. Blood gushed out. Damn it! The man cursed, stumbling down to his knees, no longer able to control his body. Wu Heng took aim and shot a bullet through his forehead. Experience plus 25. At this moment, the sound of heavy footsteps could be heard from behind. A crowd of beastmen squeezed into the alleyway. Looking at the dead body with a chest blasted to pulp, their faces registered surprise. A few seconds later, he turned the man into a sieve. Duke walked over to the corpse, removed his helmet to take a look, then scratched his head and said, Captain, it seems like he was a criminal wanted by the guild. A wanted criminal? Those were the guys that gave entire cities a hard time. Is the guild now adroit at hunting down wanted criminals? Faster than slaughtering chickens even. Drag him out. Duke dragged the body out and threw it under the oil lamp. Wu Heng and the female beastman from the tavern came over for a closer look. They weren't sure if he was a wanted criminal, but they knew for certain that he was the murderer of the tavern woman. The outfit and features all matched. It's him. It should be. Thank you all for your help, the female beastman from the tavern immediately expressed her gratitude. You're welcome. The beast woman thought for a bit, then looked at Wu Heng and the others, saying, the next time you come by the tavern, your drinks are on the house. Wu Heng nodded, not saying much. He asked Duke to carry the body, and they all headed back to the upper city. First, they went to the guild, told the member on duty what happened, and left the corpse in the morgue. Once night fell, after saying goodbye to Duke, everyone went home. They would return tomorrow to collect the bounty. Arriving back home, Wu Heng returned to the zombie land. Skeletons filled the neighborhood, the ones with souls were training non-stop. Out from the hallway came a dwarf alchemist, of shorter stature. In his withered hand, he carried a white plastic box. He quickly came over to Wu Heng, slightly bowed in greeting, and handed over the plastic box in his hand. Wu Heng took it and opened it to find healing potions, spirit potions, and a bottle of detoxifying potion. Ever since the used incident, Wu Heng hadn't consumed any corpse cores for a while. Partly because the second-level core he had consumed before had caused some problems, the pain and symptoms were different from before. He thought he would take some time to ease the pressure on his body. Now the dwarf skeleton could regularly produce customized antidote potion. He could proceed with consumption again. Keep producing antidotes for the first-level corpse cores, let's stock up. Wu Heng took the potions and continued speaking. The skeleton dwarf bowed again, then retreated. Wu Heng returned to his room, taking out all the customized antidote potion from his space ring. Between what he had not used before, and what the dwarf skeleton produced today, there were a total of 3 bottles. He took out 3 first-level corpse cores, consecutively consumed them and used the antidote. Agility +1. Agility +1. Strength +1. With the prompts appearing, his attribute values increased. However, the increased attributes had diminished. Previously, consuming 1 would increase 2 attribute points, but now it became 1. This appeared to be due to the increased physical attribute. After reaching a certain value, improvement began to slow. Name, Wu Heng. Occupation, Necromancer. Level, 5, 9622/14000. Attributes, Strength 23, Agility 24, Constitution 25, Intelligence 25, Perception 15, Charisma 18. Expertise, Spear Specialization, Beginner, Arcane Training. Ability, Enhance Will. Skills, Bone Manipulation Skill, Corpse Manipulation Skill, Dancing Light Skill, Acid Splash, Grease Skill, Decay Ray, Corpse Preservation, Communicate with the Dead, Evil Explosion Skill, Fireball Technique. After reviewing his attributes, he went to bed to rest. In the morning, at the butler's office, Butler Gomez looked at the information in his hand, then at Wu Heng. You killed a wanted criminal. He had just received the autopsy report this morning. After identifying the corpse, it was confirmed to be a criminal wanted at level 9 or above. Seeing their small numbers and that they were a recently established team, assigning them a simple task, they went and killed a wanted criminal, all in a day's work. Before Wu Heng said anything, the butler continued, "Fine, you did well this time. Go to the front desk to register for your bounty." "Oh, okay." After coming out from the butler's office, Wu Heng directly went to the front desk to hand in the task and collect the bounty. Back when he was a regular member, Truck did all these things. Now that he was a team captain, he realized there was such a process. After collecting the bounty, Wu Heng returned to the lounge. Duke, the beastman, was sitting in a chair waiting for him. He gave him half of the split bounty. Duke scratched his head out of modesty and said, "Captain, I really should take less. I didn't really help with anything, and even got a free meal. I feel a bit embarrassed." Wu Heng laughed, then threw the bag of money directly to him. "We are a team, any achievement is a collective honor. Captain, you sure are cultured." Chapter 109. Duke, holding his money, had a face full of joy. It was his first mission, and he directly captured a wanted criminal. And with so much bounty, it was absolutely something to be happy about. "Captain, you were quite impressive yesterday. I didn't even get a chance to react and you guys killed that guy," Duke said loudly as he pocketed his money. "Well, that's quite straightforward for a beastman to praise," Wu Heng replied. "The tools we used are confidential. They are our team's secret weapons." "Understood, I won't tell anyone." Duke thumped his chest with a bang and then asked again, "So do we have any tasks today?" "Tasks are not available every day, and getting a task is not always a good thing. There might be dangers involved," Wu Heng explained. Wu Heng's optimistic view was quite different from Duke's. He didn't even go to the guild in Blackstone Town. Just arrived here, and being the captain, it wasn't ideal to abstain. In fact, he also thought about how to take fewer tasks and slack off like he did in Blackstone Town, so he could have time to level up in the zombie world. "Oh, right." Duke nodded, indicating his understanding. The two people chatted in the lounge for a while. The door was once again knocked, and Wu Heng's heart jumped. Could it be another task? "Come in." A staff member pushed the door open and asked, "Is Captain Wu Heng here?" "Yes, what can I do for you?" "The renovation commission you posted in the guild, the construction team have arrived. They would like to confirm the plans with you," the staff member said directly. "Oh right. Yesterday, he posted a renovation commission on the guild platform. Such matters needed to be discussed, unlike alchemy, where one could simply publish a commission and operate without any interaction with the other party. Let them come to the lounge." "Okay." The worker left and soon returned with a middle-aged man. The man held a large roll of construction drawings, looking quite professional. He glanced at the people in the room. His eyes fell on Wu Heng, as he said with a smile, "Captain, we are fully capable of fulfilling your commission. The living habits and furniture specifications of humans and beastmen are quite different. Beastmen's furniture is somewhat larger and much heavier, while humans is a bit smaller." So, once the middle-aged man came in, he could conclude that Wu Heng was the commissioner. Although Basin and Bahudong were human-sized, their postures and seating positions didn't suggest they were the ones who commissioned the order. Explain your plan to me," Wu Heng said directly. That house was almost good to go. Renovation wasn't necessarily needed to be that probing. Ultimately, if a good living environment was desired, one could simply conquer a villa in the zombie world. Okay. The middle-aged man spread out the blueprints and began to describe the building layout and the materials for the furniture. Renovation in this world differed from the modern world. There is no need for wire trenching or latex paint. The ground would be covered in wooden boards, and the walls would be covered with a material similar to wallpapers. Then there would be the regular tables and chairs. Unless it was a large building like the professional guild or city hall. Otherwise, it would be just the process of furniture coming in, not complicated at all. After deciding on the color of wall covering and the type of furniture, Wu Heng asked, "How long will it take?" "We can finish it in 3 days at most. We only work during the day, so we won't disturb your rest at night." Wu Heng nodded, "Let's go. I'll take you guys to see it, so we can start today." Okay. Wu Heng, along with the middle-aged man and Duke, left the guild and walked towards the residence. He explained the situation of construction to Jianyi and Jian'er, who stayed behind so as to prevent any misunderstanding that could lead to loss of life. After confirming, he handed it over to them so they could start working immediately. Leaving the residence, Duke asked, "Captain, where are we going next?" Wu Heng looked at him curiously. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. "Don't I have any say in this? Wherever I go, you follow." He pondered for a while and then asked, "Do you know where to get good armor?" "Indeed, the Beastman leather armor shop in the city is pretty good," Duke replied immediately. Beastman, hey. Can humans fit into Beastman armor?" "A lot of the armory shop's customers are humans, they offer all kinds of styles. Lundham City serves as a transit station between two countries and also resembles a wholesale market to a large extent. The cloth and spices of the humans and the leather and ores of Beastman are all transported to cities across through here. Therefore, the Beastman armor shop also makes armor for humans, and human stores make armor for Beastman as well. But there are many similar kinds of stores, and hence, there is considerable competition." "Then take me there to have a look." "As you wish, Captain." Duke took Wu Heng to the outer city area and entered a shop named Moliao Armor. The logo of the shop was a pair of tusks. It had a typical Beastman style to it. Upon entering the shop, they were greeted with the pungent smell of leather. The shop was filled with all sorts, styles, and sizes of leather armor hanging on the walls. At the counter, a robust Beastman was wiping a leather cuirass. He was about to attend to the customers but paused when he saw that it was Duke. He returned behind the counter and asked, "Duke, you didn't go to the association today?" "Glask, this is my captain. We're here to check out some armor," Duke answered straightforwardly. Hearing there was a customer, he immediately put on a smile and asked, "Captain, what type are you interested in?" Wu Heng looked around the shop. The leather armor indeed came in 2 sizes, one for the human form and one for the Beastman, which was larger and thicker. Moving towards the middle, he stopped in front of a display rack housing a hefty metal breastplate and asked, "How much is this breastplate?" The armor was huge, clearly meant for a Beastman body. With its shiny silver surface and leather interior, it appeared to be extraordinarily heavy and sturdy. A single piece would cost you 125 silver coins. If you need a helmet, arm guards, and leg guards, the total cost would be 350 silver coins. Wu Heng nodded and continued to inquire, "Do you have any leather armor of a human size that is a single piece combining a breastplate with a lower body skirt?" "Yes, such an armor offers better overall protection but is a bit troublesome to wear." "Are you thinking of wearing it yourself?" The Beastman came out from behind the counter to ask. Bring it for me to have a look." The Beastman went inside, and when he came out again, he was holding a piece of leather armor. The piece was made for a human body. The armor for the upper body and skirt were connected. Wu Heng nodded, "How much?" "As you are Captain Duke, what money are you talking about?" "Consider it a gift," the Beastman shopkeeper generously offered. "It seems Duke does have some influence here." Hee. Duke scratched his head and snickered a bit. Wu Heng glanced at him and continued, "I am also giving it as a gift, so tell me the price." "Ah, a gift, hey. In that case, it would be 25 silver coins. If you need a helmet, arm guards, and boots, it would be an additional 18 silver coins." The price wasn't high. The leather armor, which sounded like plain leather, also depended on the craftsmanship and materials used. If he were to buy it in the Blackstone town, a similar set would cost more. Wu Heng found the price acceptable and asked, "How many sets do you have?" "You want to buy more? How many do you have in stock?" In the storehouse, we have over 100. I'll take them all, and I'll also take the set of metal armor. The shopkeeper's eyes widened in surprise as he inquired further into Duke's intentions. He seemed stunned at the customer's extravagant behavior. Duke said, "Captain, are you planning to resell it? Many merchants are doing this kind of business, but it's not easy to make money nowadays. Go away, go away." The shopkeeper pushed him aside and continued, "In the warehouse, we have a total of around 110 sets. Counting 100 sets for you, and including this set of iron armor, the total is 4.650 silver coins." Wu Heng nodded and was about to agree, but suddenly inquired, "Purchasing this much armor wouldn't be a problem in the inner city area, right? You live in the inner city area?" The beastman shopkeeper immediately said, "We can deliver it to you in batches. If it's just over 100 sets, it will not be an issue. If there were more, it would be better to rent a warehouse in the outer city area." "Sounds good. Deliver the goods, and I will pay you." "All right." Having Duke as a bridge, both parties had a good understanding. After taking stock of the items, they all went together to the inner city area. Chapter 110. The armors were delivered to the residence. Wu Heng casually let the skeletons move bags of silver coins out of a room and handed them over to the other party in exchange. The beastman boss was very pleased. After receiving the silver coins, he immediately said, "Captain, if you need more armor in the future, just let Duke know, I can arrange for direct delivery to you. If the price could be a bit more favorable, I think we'll have a chance to cooperate again next time." Although he could afford to pay this money, it almost depleted the savings of Used and the money Basin and others had deposited in the Snake Badge Consortium. To buy more things, he would have to touch the gold in the jewelry store next. So, he wanted to negotiate the price down a little. The beastman boss showed some difficulties and said, "Captain, the price I gave you is not high at all, the next time you buy, I can give you a little discount." Wu Heng nodded. "All right, then I'll leave first." The beastman boss left with his delivery men. Wu Heng glanced at Duke, who helped with the delivery, and said, "Duke, you can go home if you don't have anything else to do." "Okay, see you, Captain." Duke caught up with the others from the armor shop and left together. The residence was being refurbished with wall cleaning and wallpapering. Wu Heng instructed Jianyi and Jian'er to keep an eye on the armor, then he strolled back to the Union Lounge. Sitting in the lounge for a while, he asked the staff to bring him some writing paper and envelopes, planning to write letters to his friends in this world. He had made it here rather smoothly, so it would be appropriate to keep them updated by letter. First up was Yuli. Even though they were teammates only for a short time, their relationship could be considered the best. Though Yuli's goal was obviously to skim snacks, he had also gained a lot of information from her. Plus, the girl looked cute and wasn't too bright. Perfect friend material. He thought it over and wrote straight away. "I have arrived at Lundham City and accepted a captain position. The journey away from the Yeko Kingdom border wasn't smooth sailing. I stumbled upon a temple along the way. There were scantily dressed nuns inside trying to seduce me. Luckily, my integrity allowed me to see through them. None of them were human. Everything's fine here, just missing the time we spent together sometimes. If you have time to visit, I'll take you for some tasty food and stay for a few days." In the age of telephone communication, few people were using letters for information transfer. This was Wu Heng's first time writing a letter as well. He intended to write a lot, but when it came to putting words on paper, he didn't know what exactly to write. In the end, he scribbled down some passages. Hopefully, Yuli would be able to understand it. The second and third letters were written to Captain Atruk and Kavina. The main content was about how things were going here, assuring them not to worry. He promised to invite them over when he gets the chance, or visit them back in their place. After finishing the 3 letters, he put them in envelopes, sealed them with wax, and handed them to the Union's front desk. The Union had a designated department dedicated to delivering letters for members, as many were assigned to other places and needed to keep in contact with their families. After you hand over the letters to them, they would deliver them to the Union in the corresponding place. And thanks to the train, the delivery wasn't slow at all. After he finished writing the letters, Wu Heng stayed in the Union until dusk. Then he clocked out with other workers. Upon returning to the residence, the decoration team was about to leave. The contractor accompanied Wu Heng for a walk around the house. The wallpapers were almost done, and a layer of flooring had been laid on one of the floors. It feels pretty good overall. We're making good progress. We'll finish laying the floor by tomorrow. The final touch-up will be done the next day. The work will be completed by then, said the contractor. Wu Heng didn't really mind, he didn't have high expectations for the results anyway. You've worked hard. No problem, we're going to leave now. Alright, off you go. The workers left right away and Wu Heng instructed Jianyi to move the armor into the building. With the door closed, he opened up the boundary door. Called over the skeletons, and transferred the armor to another world. Zombie world. More than 100 sets, it doesn't sound like a lot. But it's enough to cover an open space. Wu Heng called for Big Head Skeleton and directly ordered, call over the skeleton warriors above level 5 to put on the leather armors. Clatter. The skeletons training with spears in the surroundings began to gather here. They bent down to pick up the leather armors from the ground and started putting them on. Big Head Skeleton goes out every day to hunt zombies. Besides increasing Wu Heng's experience, the level of the skeletons is also rising. The number of level 5 skeletons has reached nearly 200. We have passed the initial phase of constant death and have entered the continuous level upgrading phase. After a while, they all wore leather armors. Brown leather armor, leather helmets, leather armguards, and boots. The entire body was wrapped in leather armor, only the skeleton face was exposed, along with the eerie blue ghost fire in their eye sockets. Holding a spear in their hands, standing neatly in front of them, they looked more like warriors from the underworld. At this moment, Big Guy who was nearly 3 meters tall also walked over. Wu Heng directly said, "Put on this body armor." Big Guy picked up the iron armor, examined it, knocked on the iron armor, and then began to put it on. There was only bones left on his entire body, so wearing it was very convenient. He put it directly on his body. Then, he successively put on a helmet, gloves, and iron boots. With the iron armor on, he looked even more ferocious. After all the soldiers were fully armored, he let all the skeletons go about their business. He himself walked out of the residential area, stood at the crossroads, opened a walkie-talkie, and contacted Li Yaheng. In no time, Li Yaheng came running from a distance. It seemed that she had just finished eating, she was still munching on something in her mouth. "Are there any news from the prison?" asked Wu Heng. "We told the survivors about the prison's deception over the radio, but they didn't admit it," sighed Li Yaheng. "It's hard to say how many people will believe us. I guess not many. Keep an eye on any information about the mutated zombies." "Okay." Roof of the auto repair shop. Zhangzi was looking at the distant street when he suddenly stood up. He yelled back at those behind him, "Fuck! Come and see, those skeleton soldiers have evolved. They've got equipment on now. City South Prison. Damn it, the damn woman dares to cause trouble here. Fuck, woman." Chen Jinlong cursed angrily while gritting his teeth. Today, the auto repair shop started discussing the situation at the prison over the radio frequency depicting how they deceived the survivors to come to the prison. Of course, the prison won't admit to it. But their details were too precise, including Chen Jinlong's identity as a serious criminal, the number of his subordinates, and the number of guns they had. The more detailed their description, the harder it was for the prison to explain. They couldn't respond for a long while. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Chen Jinlong and the others were so angry they kept smacking their thighs. "This woman, I will kill her sooner or later. As long as we know her location, even if there are zombies, we have to get her." The men kept cursing. At this moment, the door of the room behind them opened again. A man holding a rifle walked in, dragging another man behind him. He immediately said, "Brother Long, this guy came today. He says he knows the location of the auto repair shop." Chen Jinlong's eyes narrowed, his eyes coldly stared at the man being dragged in, and he asked, "Where are you from?" "From the north, Workers' Stadium." "Do you know the location of the Little East auto repair shop?" The man's legs were shaking, he stammered as he spoke. "I know the general location. Their refuge is not far from us." Chen Jinlong hoisted him up, slammed a map down on the table. "Where?" Chapter 111. They had exhausted all their wit and resources to seek refuge here, yet it was entirely different from what they had imagined. There was no official rescue team as they had hoped for. What ruled this place was a bunch of bandits. Vehicles and food were seized as soon as they arrived. People were thrown into prison. Here, they saw other survivors pale, thin, and lifeless. They didn't seem any better than they were during their escape. A man stumbled forward, looking at the map in front of him tremblingly. He pointed at the approximate location, here. Chen Jinlong watched him and narrowed his eyes. With a boom, he punched the man in the stomach. The man curled up like a prawn, groaning in pain. You're lying to me, aren't you? Did the garage send you to deceive me? Chen Jinlong stared at him coldly. The man writhed in pain and gritted his teeth. No. I don't even know those people from the garage, how could I deceive you? Hey, you could come this far? What, zombies are your relatives and they're not attacking you? Chen Jinlong continued. I'm not lying. There were no zombies along the way at all, you can send someone to check. The man continued. Chen Jinlong stared at him, feeling that he didn't appear to be lying. There wasn't any need for him to lie. A hand grabbed him, lifting him. With a renewed smile on his face, he said, Brother, misunderstanding. Now, tell me about the situation near the garage, can our people go there? The man's face was filled with pain, but with a bunch of burly prisoners surrounding him, he didn't dare to object. He could only continue, I only know that there are hardly any zombies near the garage, but there is another type of skeleton monster. We fled here fearing the skeletons might spread and attack us. Some of the people nearby recalled the information. A while ago, indeed there were rumors of skeletons battling zombies. At that time, they had even asked the people in the garage if they saw anything. So it was these people. Upon hearing this, Chen Jinlong believed him a bit more and asked, Are you saying there weren't many zombies on the way here? No, barely any. Chen Jinlong nodded, Fourth brother. Big brother, a man stepped forward. Take him and check the route, don't go too far. If he's lying, throw him to the zombies, if not, bring him back. Understood, big brother. The fourth brother took the man, who was clutching his abdomen, and left the room. The next day, Wu Heng got up early and bought some beastman's pancakes on the side of the road, eating while walking into the association. Entering the resting room, he saw Duke sitting there. Good morning, team leader, Duke said. Wu Heng looked at him, Do you come this early every day? It's not particularly early, Duke smiled, Team leader, do we have any tasks for today? No. Oh, then team leader, what are we planning to do today? Duke continued to ask. Wu Heng was somewhat speechless. It felt like going to work. I plan to go to the training room. When there's no task, you don't have to come to the association. I'll go to the training room too. On the way to the training room, Duke continued to say, Team leader, Glask asked me to ask you. Who? The boss who sold us the armor yesterday n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Oh, what about him? Wu Heng really could not remember the names of the people in this world, especially the ones with 4 or 5 characters. He could remember familiar people. But with some names, he only heard once or twice, it was hard to remember them. He wanted me to ask if you still need that kind of leather armor. If you need it, he'll arrange for people to make it, Duke said. Price, did he say he could give a discount? Yes, he said he would charge you 35 silver coins per set. Normally, a set costs 43 silver coins, a substantial discount indeed. Okay, then let him continue making it. When the quantity reaches 2 sets, I'll go pick it up, said Wu Heng. Since his own team member introduced him, the price does seem reasonable, he can continue to cooperate. Alright, Glask also promised to make a new set of plate armor for me. Just because you brought me there yesterday. He said it's a gift for me joining the association, but I think it's because you bought his goods yesterday, Duke scratched his head. That's good, this boss sure knows how to do business. The two of them chatted as they entered the training room. Wu Heng drew his iron sword and began practicing. He was able to maintain daily practice for some time, but he had been slacking lately. Since there's nothing to do at the association, and there's a training field, he could have a good training session. Seeing Wu Heng start to train, Duke also picked up his battle axe and began to hack at the wooden stake in front of him. The entire training field echoed with the boom-boom sounds of chopping. After about an hour of training, Wu Heng wiped his sweat and glanced over at Duke, who was still swinging his axe in the distance. Young beastman is indeed tough. To be able to train for such a long time with that kind of battle axe. If it were a human warrior, they would probably be exhausted by now. Duke. Duke. Captain, what's the issue? Duke asked, walking over with his battle axe. Wu Heng replied, there doesn't seem to be anything urgent at the guild. You should head home. If there are any tasks, I'll have someone notify you. Ah? Are you sure that's a good idea? No worries. If anyone asks, just tell them I said so. You're free to do as you wish if there are no tasks. Just come back to the guild when there is one. So, I can go home now. Go ahead, if there's anything, come find me at my place. Understood, Captain. Duke, with his battle axe over his shoulder, left the training room and headed straight home. Wu Heng returned to the resting room for a drink of water before heading out with Basin and Bahudong. There were 12 squads in Lundham City. Their team shouldn't be short-staffed by 2 people. They left the guild. Wu Heng went straight to the Snake Badge Consortium across the street. The building of the Snake Badge Consortium was entirely different from the black market of Blackstone Town. The construction was tall and lavishly decorated. The entirety of it was a castle grey, with the walls made of engraved paneling, adorned with bronze lamps and hanging paintings. The building also housed many people. Unlike in the black market of Blackstone Town, where people wore cloaks and masked faces, everyone here stood openly, looking at the notice board or conducting some business. Wu Heng stood in front of the notice board for a quick glance. It was full of commissions to collect precious materials and rewards for assassinations. One of the postings was for the collection of a ghost hag's eyeballs. Wu Heng remembered there was a ghost hag's corpse left at the temple that he had buried. He wondered if the eyeballs were still intact. Upon reaching the counter, the teller smiled, "Sir, how may I assist you?" Wu Heng showed his Snake Badge Consortium insignia to the teller. She immediately understood, gestured with her hand and said, "This way, sir." She led him into a room on the first floor and asked, "Sir, are you here to post a commission?" Wu Heng glanced at Basin beside him. Basin placed a leather pouch on the table. Wu Heng said, "We want to exchange these for silver coins." The teller knelt down, opened the pouch, revealing a pile of gleaming gold pieces, bracelets, necklaces, earrings, even golden teeth. It took the teller quite a while to regain composure. "Please wait a moment, sir. I will call the store manager." "Sure." The teller quickly left the room. Wu Heng sat on the couch waiting. This gold wasn't obtained from a gold shop, but looted from the corpses of defeated zombies. He had been saving it for quite some time now and had quite a significant amount. Before long, the door to the room opened up again, and a voluptuous woman walked in. Her eyes glanced at Wu Heng and the 2 skeleton men before revealing a smile. "Good afternoon, sir." "Good afternoon, let's not waste time. I want to exchange these for silver coins." "Certainly, sir." The woman nodded, starting to inspect the gold. She set the gold and silver apart. There were 2 gold necklaces and a ring, which she placed separately. "Sir, altogether we have 275 grams of gold and 15 grams of silver." "More than 200 grams? It was less than what Wu Heng had estimated. Yet, she did all the counting right in front of him, so there was no chance for scamming. "I plan to exchange all of it for silver coins. Considering the amount, would you not consider converting part of it into gold coins and the rest into silver coins?" "No, I want all of them in silver coins." If it had not been for his space ring, he may have opted for gold coins due to their convenience. Now with the space ring, he doesn't have to worry about it being burdensome. Under normal circumstances, silver coins were more convenient than gold coins in the market. "All right. Some pieces are in better condition, so we'll buy those back at the rate of jewelry. The rest will be bought at standard gold rates, totaling 9,366 silver coins." Wu Heng quickly calculated in his mind. The numbers seemed to tally up. "Sounds good. Please wait, sir. We need some time to prepare the coins." "Sure." The woman gave a command outside, and someone immediately went to prepare the coins. Meanwhile, a maid brought in an assortment of dried fruit pastries and set them on the table. Instead of leaving, the woman took a seat opposite him, her skirt spread out, revealing her bare fair thighs. She asked softly, "Sir, have you just arrived in Lundham City?" She was familiar with all the dignitaries in town. The young man before her was definitely not one of them. Exchanging such a large amount of silver coins, he must be here to do business. "Yes," Wu Heng nodded. "Business?" Wu Heng gave her a glance and gave a noncommittal smile without answering her question. You're certainly a young man with promise. The woman gave a compliment, leaning forward in her chair, her loose collar hanging low. Chapter 112. Wu Heng looked at her, and was reminded of one Slither one from Blackstone Town. Both women were mature beauties, yet they had their differences. He had written a letter to Slither just yesterday. Sir, you just arrived here. If you wish to recruit some guards or release commissions, you can do it here. We'll give you a fair price, the woman said. Now that you mention it, I would like you guys to collect something for me. What do you need? We are confident in acquiring rare items. Wu Heng said, necromancy skill books and construction materials for a structure called burial ground, I need both of these. The woman softly furrowed her brows and gave the three figures another look. She must have formed some guesses. She sat up straighter but remained smiling. Of course, these are no challenge for the snake badge. We can get them from neighboring cities, but once they arrive, how should we contact you? No need for that. I have settled down in town. I will regularly check in. That's ideal. But according to our process, you need to pay a deposit first, the woman continued. How much? Just pay 300 silver coins, and make the remaining payment after the transaction is complete. Okay. After they chatted for a while, the door swung open again. A row of people came in. They placed bag after bag of silver coins on the table, forming a pile. Wu Heng counted the coins and, after confirming the amount, handed over 300 silver coins as the deposit. This is the deposit, collect the items I need. All right, sir. The woman filled out the commission form, stamped it with the badge, and thus the commission was completed. Wu Heng smiled and said, Can I stay here alone for a while? Sure, she left the room after agreeing. Wu Heng put all the bags of money into his spatial ring. Then he stepped out of the room. He bid the woman at the door farewell and left the consortium building. Next, Wu Heng went to the materials shop to buy some ingredients for potions. He also visited a nearby weapons shop and armor shop. The busiest place was the lower town area, where the main street was lined with merchant caravans, and there were lots of people bustling about. He hadn't even left the street when he saw 2 or 3 groups of people fighting in public. Then, a bunch of ruffians broke up the fights to maintain order. Even if he didn't buy anything, this place was still an excellent spot for sightseeing. After strolling around for a while, he had dinner outside and then returned to his residence. The foreman greeted Wu Heng as soon as he returned. You're just in time for the finished work on the floor and wall coverings. Take a look and tell me if there's any problem. If not, I'll bring in the furniture tomorrow, the foreman said with a broad grin. Okay. The foreman started showing him around the renovated house. The floor had been laid with a wooden surface, and the walls were covered with fabric. The ambience had improved enormously, and it didn't feel like a storage room anymore. After a thorough inspection, Wu Heng thought it was quite decent. It looks great. Continue with the work tomorrow, he said. Okay. The foreman left. Wu Heng locked the door, moved the potion materials to the zombie world, and returned to continue practicing his swordsmanship. Early the next morning. As soon as Wu Heng arrived at the guild, a staff member walked over to him. Team leader Wu Heng, the steward asked you to meet him right away. Okay, he replied, heading towards the steward's office. He was wondering if he had received another task. His team only had 2 people. They shouldn't be assigning tasks this frequently. When he arrived at the steward's office, he knocked on the door and walked in. In addition to the old steward with a full beard, there was another human standing in the office. Dressed in leather armor, the man had short, brown hair. His eyes were narrow and elongated, and his face was gaunt. There was a long sword hanging from his waist. He looked at Wu Heng when he entered but then immediately turned away. Steward, did you ask for me? Wu Heng asked. The steward, Gomez, nodded. This is the team leader of Team 8, Fisher. And Fisher, this is the new team leader of Team 12, Wu Heng. How about you two get to know each other? After the introductions, Fisher turned to size Wu Heng up with a critical eye. Team leader Fisher, it's nice to meet you. Becoming a team leader at such a young age, impressive, he said, although his face remained indifferent. It was as if he owed Fisher money. My thanks. The butler interjected their conversation, continuing, there's a member missing in the lower town area. Go and investigate it together. All right. Okay, then go. Be safe. The two nodded, exiting the room immediately. In the hallway, Fisher looked at him and said, "We're going to the Lower Town East Road district first to gather clues. Are you going there alone, or are you coming with us?" "We will go with you." "How could I go alone when I have no clue about the mission?" "All right, assemble outside the door promptly. We will depart first if you take too long." Having said this, he left without looking back. Wu Heng didn't mind much and returned to the lounge. Upon opening the door, he saw Duke and said, "Let's go. We have a mission." "For real?" Duke picked up his battle axe and followed him out. They arrived together at the guild's gate. The 8-member squad was already assembled. There were 5 in total, the usual team setup. The distinct members being a beastman axe-wielder, a human swordsman, and a ranger with a bird on his shoulder. Wu Heng walked out with Duke. Fisher frowned. "How many are there in your squad?" "2. "Where are the others, then?" "You could think of them as private attendants," Wu Heng replied. "Humph! A boy of privilege," someone suddenly exclaimed from Squad 8. Fisher also laughed. "All right, let's go." The team entered the lower town area, knocking lightly on the door of a residence. Soon, the door cracked open, and a human woman peeked out, asking, "Who are you looking for?" Fisher said directly, "We are from the professional guild, what seems to be the problem here?" The woman anxiously said, "My husband went out with the mercenaries. Normally they would return within 2 days, but this time he hasn't come back. Something must have happened." Fisher nodded and asked again, "Do you know where he went? Or where he might have gone missing?" "At Chaos Stone Bridge." "Do you know why your husband went out?" "I'm not sure. It looks like he was collecting some materials." The woman shook her head. "Okay, you should stay at home. We will go over there and see." Together, they left the residential area, returned to the guild for horses, and headed straight for the Chaos Stone Bridge outside town. They rode on horseback for 3 to 4 hours. Finally, they arrived at their destination. Chaos Stone Bridge, a bridge built of broken stones. The middle of it was broken, and beneath was a dried river bed. Looking around, it seemed very few people had passed by here for a long time. All dismounted. "Search the surrounding area for some traces." Fisher ordered again. The team members of Squad 8 began to act. The ranger released a bird, while the close combat professionals started to search the area. Some clues they found were whispered into the team captain's ears. They didn't seem to care about Wu Heng and his group at all. "Captain, I think they might be against us." Duke bent over and whispered in Wu Heng's ear. "Let them be busy. After all, when we return, we'll also get a share of the bounty." Right." The two looked like onlookers, standing at the periphery and watching Squad 8 bustling about. At this moment, a member of Squad 8 signaled everyone from a distance. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. When they approached, they could see bloodstains on the grass and ground. It seemed there had been a battle here. "Go, follow the trace." They all crossed the Chaos Stone Bridge and continued along the trace. They went deeper and deeper into the forest. Suddenly, the team came to a sudden halt. They all had serious looks on their faces, surveying the situation around them. The jungle was thick, and the tree crowns covered the sky like umbrellas. Under the tree crowns, human-shaped cocoons dangled. Along the path, this sight extended further into the depth. "What the hell is this?" Chapter 113. A gentle breeze blew, causing the hanging cocoons to sway slightly. They looked like white lanterns hanging aloft. The members of Squad 8 frowned, their faces becoming more and more serious. This didn't seem like a mere ambush. "Check it out!" Fisher commanded. The thief sprinted forward, leaped into the air, and with a swift movement of his dagger, severed the white threads connecting the cocoon. With a thump, the cocoon fell from mid-air. The thief crouched down, cutting a slit in the cocoon with his dagger, then tore a hole at one end. A purple-faced beastman corpse was revealed from within. The faces of everyone present became increasingly grim. Were all these cocoons filled with corpses? In that case, the prospects of their rescue mission were looking grim. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, the sound of frantic running approached from the front. The ranger's face changed, and he warned, "It's a spider, a huge spider is nearing us." At the same time, a black spider, nearly the size of a brown bear, quickly came into everyone's view. It had 6 eyes and sharp feet, along with prickly hairs all over its body just like steel needles. Just one? Swish, swish, swish. Multiple eyes opened up on the back of the large spider. An overwhelming number of small black spiders, each the size of a human head, were piled upon the back of the large spider, like a rolling mass of ink. You could only see them if you looked closely. Damn it, they had trespassed into the spider's territory. Typically, such creatures would not leave their territory willingly, and anyone who intrudes will be attacked. Don't provoke it. Fisher quickly signaled everyone to stay still. He then glanced at the ranger next to him and continued, "Bull, can you communicate with it? We're just here to find someone. We'll leave once we find him." The ranger raised his single hand, casting a faint light connecting him and the spider. It wasn't an attack, more like a state. The spell was called animal speech, allowing the caster to communicate with beasts around them. "We won't hurt you, we are just here to find somebody. He was brought here 2 days ago. We will leave immediately once we find him." The ranger spoke rapidly. The language used towards beasts or demonic beasts needed to be as simple as possible due to their limited intelligence. The 6 eyes of the huge spider stared down at the men. The steel-like hairs on its body trembled, making a rustling sound, while the countless small spiders on its back began to stir restlessly. No, we're not with them, we just need to take him away and we can compensate you. But if he dies here, then there will be nothing." The ranger continued speaking, but the hand held behind his back made a dismissive gesture. It meant that they could not reach an agreement. "Retreat," Fisher quietly ordered. The squad members began to step back little by little. But after only 2 steps, the giant spider's eyes turned vicious, it opened its menacing maw, and let out a skyward roar. Whoosh! The next second, the spiders hanging on its back dispersed like spreading ink, creating a dense and dark wave. A multitude of spiders chased after the squad members. Thump, thump, thump. The squad members sprinted away. But the sounds behind them were getting closer and closer. From a few meters away, a spider dropped down from the canopy and lunged at them. Counterattack. Seeing that escape was hopeless, Fisher issued another order. All of them turned around and swung their weapons towards the swarm of spiders. Splat, splat, splat. The long sword cut through the spiders' bodies, and their stinking fluids splattered everywhere. However, more and more spiders from the rear pressed forward. Find an opportunity to kill the mother. Nov. L. B //JNN. Understood. Elsewhere. Within a forest overgrown with weeds. Duke was walking in front, wielding his battle axe to hack away at the thorns and branches obstructing their path. Looking back, he questioned, "Captain, there's no path here, why are we heading this way?" "The path they took is not safe," Wu Heng replied. Squad 8 did not inform them about their movements, and Wu Heng had no intentions of following them either. More people make it harder to move without attracting attention. Moreover, before entering the forest, Wu Heng had Xiao Xiao secretly monitor their clues and findings. It's not so much about stealing the credit, instead, they fear the other's secret intentions. After all, Yuzd, the one who invited him to the association, had baited him into a trap. He had narrowly escaped death. So he could trust these people even less. Once he learned they had to enter the dense forest, he instructed Xiao Xiao to scope the area out in advance. Looking down from the sky, the entire tree canopy appeared shrouded in a spider web. Moreover, deep within it, numerous spiders lurked. Squad 8 walked straight into the spider's territory following the tracks. Wu Heng, along with Duke, made a detour and took a different path. "Captain, are we going the right way? Everything looks the same around here. We might get lost." The forest was eerily silent. It was as if the whole space has been paused, not a single chirp or buzz to be heard. Duke kept mumbling as he led the way. Boom! An explosion and sounds of fighting broke out from behind while they were talking. Wu Heng looked back, but dense foliage obstructed his view, he couldn't see anything. "Keep moving, a bit quicker." "Okay." Upon being reprimanded, Duke shut up and picked up his pace. After walking for a while, Wu Heng said again, "Head right, go straight through." "Okay." After crossing through several sections of the forest, they were met with tree after tree draped in thick spider webs, like layers of gauze hanging amid the forest. A few chops of the axe shredded the spider webs. They walked straight into the interior. Deep within the web-covered area, a massive tree stood tall and proud, its branches suspending human-shaped cocoons, some of which twitched slightly. Next to the huge tree was a wooden cabin, also encased in white spider silk. Only a weather-beaten, moss-covered door was visible. Captain, what is this?" Duke asked. Wu Heng replied directly, "Go and bring down those cocoons. Let's see if any of the deceased are still alive." "Okay." "Hey." Duke was taken aback. "Deceased, but alive? Did he want them dead or alive?" Duke didn't think too hard about it and quickly went over to cut down the cocoons. Wu Heng, accompanied by Basin and Bahudong, walked straight into the wooden cabin. The inside of the cabin was also wrapped in spider silk. The wooden furniture was somewhat rotten, and there were even some insect secretions left behind. A quick scan around didn't reveal anything worth looting. They left again. This must have been a temporary hut for a hunter, long abandoned now. The spiders had made it their home. "Captain, someone's alive!" Duke shouted from outside. Wu Heng looked over and saw that Duke had already cut open the cocoons, revealing the heads of the people inside. "How many are alive?" "3, but they don't look too good. They might not last much longer. See if you can wake them." Expressing some sympathy, Duke nevertheless took out a potion and poured it into one person's mouth. As the person slowly came around, he looked around frantically. Seeing the massive amount of spider webs around him, his face turned as white as a sheet. Wu Heng worried he might faint again and asked, "Are you from the mercenary group?" The man nodded. "Who is a Budu?" "Me. Are you here to rescue me?" Just like that? The first person he asked was the one they were looking for. "Your wife put out a rescue call in the association. We're here to help. As long as you're him, that's enough." Thank you. Alright, now that we've confirmed it's you, let's get you." Before he could finish, a rustling noise came from behind. Then they saw a giant spider, followed by a horde of smaller spiders, rushing towards them along the path. Chapter 114. The giant spider was also in a rough state. Its body was full of wounds and arrows stuck in its abdomen, with thick green fluid oozing out of the cuts. Its ferocious mouthparts relentlessly chewing on something. "This teammate is not competent. How did we let it come over here? The spider's circular web should have an alarm function. We didn't make any significant moves on our side, they shouldn't have noticed us. Team leader, what should we do?" Duke, gripping an axe in both hands, stood up. "You take them and go first, I'll hold off these spiders," Wu Heng said. Boom boom boom. At the same time, Basin and Bahudong began to pull the triggers. Orange bullets shot out, sweeping the rushing spider swarm. "Who? Me?" Duke swung his axe. "Team leader, you are the mage, you should go first." "Am I the team leader, or are you?" "Listen to me, you take them and go first, wait for me at the Chaos Stone Bridge." "Hurry up," Wu Heng said urgently. Duke glanced at the rapidly approaching spiders, then back at Wu Heng. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay." Shouldering one person, the rest dragging the tail of the spider cocoon, they plunged into the nearby jungle. "Shoot the giant spider," Wu Heng said, before running towards the door behind him. Opening the boundary door, skeletons started to march out in long strides. "Attack!" Wu Heng immediately ordered. Clattering. The skeleton squad charged bravely, holding kitchen knives, and slashing at the spiders in front of them. In an instant, the skeletons and spiders smashed into each other, fighting each other fiercely. The skeletons were armed, but the spider swarm's body size and their ability to climb trees were still extremely tricky. As spiders fell dead, skeletons were also being scattered into bones. "Bahudong, go kill those big ones," Wu Heng said directly. Bahudong took off his armor, revealing his iron-grey skeleton, leaped up and lunged at the giant spider. Each punch resonated, striking the spider's bloated abdomen. Already bearing significant injuries, green thick fluid squirted out with each punch. Seizing the opportunity, Bahudong smashed his fist into the spider's cavity, and the shock wave exploded in its chest. The whole spider fell down softly. Meanwhile, the remaining battling small spiders scattered quickly, disappearing into the forest. "Is it over?" The little spiders ran away just like that? At this moment, Xiao Xiao flew back from afar and said, "Uncle, the people from Team 8 have left, they didn't wait for you." At the start of the battle, Wu Heng had Xiao Xiao watch Team 8. It seemed that by luring the swarm of spiders away, they were given an opportunity to escape. That's good too. If all the members of Team 8 died here while nothing happened to us, it would be hard to explain. Well, Xiao Xiao is really great. Nov. L. B /JNN. Xiao Xiao crossed her arms and said, "I'm not a child, your flattery won't work on me." Xiao Xiao is so smart, even picked up on that. Indeed. Have Xiao Xiao continue to scout the surroundings, in case the people from Team 8 return. Wu Heng continues to order the skeletons, put down those cocoons, carry all the bodies back. The skeletons started moving again. They took down the cocoons hanging on the trees along the road, and all the spider bodies scattered on the ground, and carried everything back through the boundary door. Whether they could be used or not, they should be brought back. We'll decide later if they have any use. After dealing with the matters on site and making sure no one else had arrived or could find them, they started moving towards the direction of Chaos Stone Bridge. "Captain, over here," Duke said, standing up with a look of joy on his face, waving his hand. The three people they had rescued next to Duke had all regained consciousness, with ashen faces and cracked lips. They didn't know whether they were poisoned, or if it was the result of not being found for 2 days. "Stop shouting, you'll attract some beasts," Wu Heng said as he, Basin, and Bahudong approached. Duke leaned in and said, "Captain, are you okay?" "I'm fine, as long as you guys managed to escape, then I can too." "Captain, you're really amazing." Wu Heng looked at the 3 rescued people and asked, "Are you all okay?" The one named Abuda quickly said, "Thank you, Captain, for rescuing us. It's just our duty, let's go back first so you guys can start recovering." Wu Heng glanced around and frowned, saying, "Damn it, where's our carriage?" "I checked the tracks, it should have been the 8th team who took it away, Captain, they went too far, they ran away and then took our carriage," Duke said with some anger. Wu Heng also felt annoyed. He could put up with what had happened earlier, but what the hell was up with them taking the carriage? "I'm sorry, we had prepared a carriage, but someone took it away while we were busy," Wu Heng turned and said to the 3 weakened men. "Ah! There's nothing we can do," the middle-aged man said. "Let's go, we have no choice but to walk. Maybe we'll run into a convoy on the way and they can give us a lift for a part of the journey." With each other's support, they started walking out. In the Chief Steward's office, Chief Steward Gomez looked at the members of the 8th team who had suddenly burst in, his brow furrowed. The men were in complete disarray, all of them wounded, particularly the beastman warrior who had lost half of his arm. Although they had already dressed the wound, blood was still seeping through the gauze. This was a severe injury. Bone fractures and internal injuries could be treated, but a severed limb made things particularly complicated, especially in Lundham City where it couldn't be directly restored. The steward lightly pulled a cord, ringing a bell outside the door. An employee walked in. "Prepare some medicine, we need to treat the injured," the steward ordered. Soon, a rescue team came in and began to tend to their injuries. So the mission failed? The steward asked the captain of the 8th team. "Steward, the mission failed. The location of the rescue target contained a vicious swarm of giant spiders. We couldn't rescue the target," Fisher sighed. "You did your best. Just give me the location and information, and I'll send someone else to take a look," the steward said. "Okay. Take your team members to get treated. The association will cover your medical expenses," the steward continued. Fisher nodded, but didn't leave right away, continuing to speak. "Steward, I want to talk about the 12th team." "Oh, where are they?" "Steward, the 12th team didn't participate in the investigation on the way. When facing the spider swarm, they directly abandoned us and escaped. This caused heavy losses in our team. If they had stayed and fought, it wouldn't have ended up like this." At these words, the steward's brow furrowed more deeply. Escaping from the battlefield and abandoning their companions. In this world, that's considered the biggest taboo. Even some private groups and small organizations wouldn't allow this to happen. Especially for an organization like the Association, which had evolved from adventure teams. When teams go on the same mission, they aren't separate teams any longer, they're a single unit. Leaving their companions to survive was inexcusable, no matter the reason. "Steward," cried Fisher, putting both hands on the desk. Abandoning teammates in the midst of battle, this is a great taboo. I hope the association will remove his captain status in the team, and, in addition to attempted murder charges, issue a wanted notice. Chapter 115. The other members sat in the back. Receiving medical treatment, none of them spoke. Steward, we need an explanation for this situation. We can't set a precedent of desertion in our ranks. Fisher gritted his teeth and continued speaking. If we let this slide, who would dare to act as a team in the future? They'll all run away at the first sight of danger. Hearing this, the steward's eyebrows furrowed tighter. Although Wu Heng had recently arrived in Lundham City, he did not strike people as someone who feared death or trouble. Having gained 2 level 3 merits within a month of employment and capturing a level 9 wanted criminal on his second day at work, he certainly wasn't a coward. But Team 8 was an old local team, they had no reason to lie. After a thought, he said, let's wait till Wu Heng returns, and hear his side before rushing to judgment. After all, he was appointed directly by headquarters, he can't be dismissed that easily. Fisher's eyebrows furrowed, and he continued, I fear he might have fled after knowing there was a problem. Tales of guild members running away after causing trouble were quite common all over. The steward took a seat, remaining silent. Steward, look at what he did to us. He was initially brought in by you. Fisher continued to speak. Team 8 looked really desolate. They would have to rest for a considerable amount of time after getting into this shape. With a thought, he says, issuing a warrant is off the table for now. Let's temporarily halt all duties of Team 12, until the matter. Thump, thump, thump. Before he could finish speaking, there was a knock at the door. Then, the door was pushed open. Wu Heng, together with Bahudong and Basin, breezily walked in. After glancing at the injured, he let out a hiss and said, look at you all. Did you fall? This should count as a workplace injury. Everyone in the room was taken aback. No one had expected that the person we were just talking about would return on his own. With a cold stare at Wu Heng, Fisher asked, you had the audacity to abandon your team in the middle of battle. Team leader Fisher, be careful what you say. Who deserted? Me, the leader of Team 12? Would I run away? Wu Heng refuted without yielding. Where were your men at that time? I wanted to ask you the same thing. I was leading my people to look for clues at the Chaos Stone Bridge. When I looked up, you guys were gone. So where did you go after? Fisher continued to question. Do I need to report it to you? You are the leader of Team 8, not our Team 12. You? Fisher's eyes flashed fiercely and he reached for his sword. Bahudong was one step ahead. He kicked Fisher's abdomen, pushing him back 2 steps. Crash! Immediately after, Wu Heng drew his gun and Basin pulled out his blade and all the members of Team 8 stood up. Enough! The steward suddenly stood up and roared. If 2 teams started fighting in a study room, it would be a laughingstock if word got out. Seeing the members of Team 8 sit back down, Wu Heng also returned his gun to its cover. The steward continued to ask, Wu Heng, Fisher said you disappeared during the fight. Can you explain? Steward, I was investigating when I ended up in a fight with the spider swarm. At that time, I didn't see anyone from Team 8. I came back only to find my horses gone too. If I had fled first, how did they manage to bring back the horses before me? If we hadn't caught a ride, we wouldn't even have made it before the city gates closed, replied Wu Heng. Things have escalated to this point. There was no need to save face any longer. Actually, him being tattled on to the steward by Team 8 was a bit unexpected. It was like primary school students having a squabble and then turning around to tell the teacher. Fisher immediately rebutted, you're lying. We fought the giant spiders and we didn't see any sign of your team. That's why we took the horses back. And yet, look at my injured men. If you fought too, how come you came back so intact? Wu Heng could understand Fisher's point of view too. Team 8's severe losses coupled with a failed mission made them divert their anger onto Wu Heng's team. Someone had to take the blame, and a new team of just 2 members seemed the perfect scapegoat. But this was no one else's fault. They had refused to share information or provide clues along the way. But when they got beaten up, they blamed the others for not sticking together. n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. Of course, both teams knew the truth, but no one would mention it. It came down to who could offer the most persuasive excuse. There were no voice recordings or videos in this world. It all depended on how convincingly one could spin the story. Wu Heng, offer us an explanation. If you can't, I will report this to the headquarters and request to have you stripped of your leadership, the steward finally spoke. It seemed he was more inclined to believe Team 8's version. The casualties lay before him, especially one person who had lost an arm. Who would have their arm broken just to slander someone else? I have evidence, Wu Heng simply stated. Fisher watched him, a scoff in his heart. You just became a team leader not too long ago. From what I remember, it was just the two teams present at that time. What kind of evidence could you possibly present? Then present it. I want to see what else you have to justify yourself. Steward, I want to call forth a witness. All right, make it quick. Don't beat around the bush, the steward urged. Wu Heng nodded, opened the door, and called out, Mr. Abudu, our steward would like you to come in. The door opened, and a middle-aged man who had considerably regained his color walked in. Seeing all the wounded in the room, he slightly furrowed his eyebrows. Then turned his gaze to the steward sitting in the main seat. Steward Gomez, thank you very much. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to return, the man said gratefully. This man was the rescuee that Wu Heng had extracted from the cocoon and the primary objective of this rescue mission. Gomez's eyebrows furrowed, immediately understanding the implications. We only did our duty, Gomez continued to ask, what dangers did you meet? The man immediately replied, we took a commission to collect materials, but were then unexpectedly attacked by a swarm of giant spiders. Luckily you arrived just in time. Ahem. Who was it that saved you? The man was taken aback. It was team leader Wu Heng. What's the matter? Wasn't it arranged by the guild? No, we just wanted to confirm. As long as you got back safely, it's fine. You should go and rest now. Be careful the next time you go out. Okay. Thank you, steward, and thank you, team leader Wu Heng. As soon as we've taken care of our fellows' afterlife affairs, we'll come to express our gratitude, the man said. No need for formalities, they replied. The man expressed gratitude repeatedly, then exited the room. The study room fell silent. Team 8 was also dumbfounded. They knew exactly what had happened at the scene. Did the other party really rescue the person? How was that possible? Wu Heng spoke directly, Deacon, Captain Fisher, what other evidence do you need? You. The deacon, with a loud bang, slapped the table. He said directly, enough, no more embarrassments. Squad number 8, halt your duties, go back and reflect, and wait for the next task allocation. All the rewards for this mission belong to Squad No 12. Deacon, he's lying, Fisher still didn't give up. Despite his protests, it seemed that he was also a little startled. Given the strength of the giant spider swarm, even if he could not fight them, Squad number 12 would also certainly lose. How could they possibly bring people out safely? Enough, just like that, and you're not allowed to bother Squad No 12, the deacon said brusquely. Fisher was glaring at Wu Heng, gritting his teeth. Did you hear that? The deacon asked again. Yes. Deacon, aren't you revoking his captaincy? Accusing a squad member falsely is not a small matter, right? Wu Heng asked him back. The deacon took a look at him and said, Fisher has made significant contributions to Lundham City. We're putting this matter on record for now. If something similar happens again, we'll revoke his captaincy. Fine, I will follow your orders, Deacon. Wu Heng did not insist anymore. It was clear there was favoritism towards Squad number 8. For his own mistakes, he would have lost his captaincy, they were only suspended from taking missions. How was this different from a paid holiday? However, the deacon had a significant power in this place, so it was better not to stir up too much trouble. Coming out strong in this confrontation was enough. All right, everyone go back and rest now, the deacon waved his hand again. The two left the study. Members of Squad number 8 coldly stared at him. What? Is there anything more? Wu Heng looked at them. You rescued the people while we led the giant spiders away, Fisher seemed to have figured it out by this point. With just a few members of Squad number 12, it would be very hard for them to fight off those giant spiders. To put it bluntly, while Fisher was entangled with the giant spider swarm, they used some method to stealthily rescue the people. What you think is your own business. You're both badly injured, so it would be better to rest early. Just you wait and see, we'll be here for a while. Fisher glared at him. Wu Heng glanced at him, pushed the door open, and said, Deacon, Fisher threatened me, he wants to kill me. Shut up, Fisher. The deacon's voice sounded from inside the study. Fisher's team left with gloomy faces. Wu Heng also made his way to the lounge. He returned to the lounge. Duke was wiping down his battle axe. For 2 missions in row, he hadn't even had a chance to fight. He felt like he was a tour guide, escorting people to a location, then not getting involved in the battle. The door opened, and Wu Heng walked in. Captain, what did the deacon say? Duke asked. Wu Heng told him about how squad number 8 went to the deacon to complain about them. These people are too bad. Fortunately, we rescued those people, otherwise we really would have been framed by them, Duke said angrily. Yes, although we proved that we did not run away, we did cause a conflict with squad number 8. Be careful if you meet them in the future. I'm not afraid of them at all. At worst, I'll just have a fight, Duke patted his battle axe. Try to have as little conflict with them as possible. I understand, Captain. Wu Heng distributed the reward for this rescue mission to him. It was a small gain, after all. All right, it's done here at the guild. Let's go home and rest. Okay, Captain. The 2 of them left the guild. When they returned to their residential area, the construction workers had called it a day. Only the foreman was waiting at the door. Seeing Wu Heng returning, he came forward with a big smile on his face. He said, Captain, all the work is done. You can check it out. Okay. They went into the building together. They took a look from the first floor to the 3rd floor. The overall layout consisted of a living room, dining room, kitchen, and a bedroom on the 1st floor. The 2nd floor had 2 large bedrooms, 2 small bedrooms, while the 3rd floor was Wu Heng's private area with a master bedroom, a study room, and a single bathroom. As they entered the 3rd floor, there was a study room before them. There was a furry round rug under their feet, dark wooden bookshelves and tables and chairs. On the other side of the wall, there was a landscape oil painting hung. Although it couldn't compare with the deacon's study, it did have a touch of a cultural person's vibe. In the future, sitting here reading a book, who would dare to say he didn't seem like a mage? After seeing the study, Wu Heng continued checking the bedroom and the bathroom. Overall, everything was good. Of course, it couldn't be compared with a modern environment, but it was definitely several times better than the cramped housing he was renting in a congested area. Overall, he was pretty satisfied. It's not bad, tomorrow we can go to the guild to complete the commission, Wu Heng said directly. They had collaborated through the guild platform, so the final payment would be settled through the guild as well. This arrangement actually worked well for both parties. It avoided a lot of trouble in the process. Thank you, Captain, the foreman thanked him. Wu Heng nodded, if there's nothing else, you can go. Okay. All the workers left. Wu Heng put several skill books from his space ring on the shelves. Skeletons with souls could also learn skills from necromancy. Moreover, the 4 ghost hags under his command also belonged to the magic faction. He could let them study whenever they had time. He took out all his living supplies and put them into the wardrobe. After everything was settled, he headed directly to the zombie world. As he exited the building, the first thing he saw was a pile of giant spider corpses. Chapter 116. In front of the staircase, a not-so-short mound of bodies was piled up again. At the very top were the giant spiders and a large number of small spiders that were killed today. Here, the small ones were just smaller compared to the giant spiders, their sizes were actually as big as a basketball or a wash basin. In addition to the spider corpses, there were also zombies killed nearby by the big head skeleton and bodies from the insect cocoons. Wu Heng's gaze fell on the body of the giant spider. Just as he was about to release the bone manipulation skill, his hand suddenly froze in mid-air. Remembering something, he took out the Book of Necromancy from his space ring and quickly flipped through it. It seemed that when he was reading the Book of Necromancy before, he saw some descriptions about spider transformations. He flipped through a few pages and found the introduction. It even came with illustrations. 2 types were listed in the book. One was spiders, including giant spiders, wolf spiders, and poisonous spiders that still maintained their spider forms. These spiders, with their invertebrate bodies, could not be transformed into a skeleton troop. So, the bone manipulation skill could not be used on them. Even if it was used, the body would dissolve completely and could not be properly transformed into a soldier. This type could only be transformed into carrion. The second type of spiders were half Spider-Man and Spider Transformation Elf, two races that could transform their bodies between human and spider forms. The Spider Transformation Elf had a human upper body and a spider lower body. The body structure of these two was not that of spiders, they had skeletons inside, and could undergo transformation through the bone manipulation skill. The book even included dissection diagrams of their internal structure. Of course, they were all hand-drawn. As for the second category, Wu Heng only roughly looked at it. Those strange and bizarre races were not something he would come in contact with. The main ones were the spiders in front of him. Spiders contain no bones? He was not aware of that. Drag that spider out, Wu Heng pointed to a spider. Basin grabbed a leg and dragged it out, throwing it aside. Wu Heng cast the bone manipulation skill. The necromancy magic engulfed the corpse. The flesh began to peel off, and under his gaze, the whole body gradually dissolved and disappeared. Only 8 shell-like legs were left standing on the ground. The transformation was not completed. Damn, it really doesn't work. It seemed that these spiders could only be transformed into carrion. Both carrion and skeletons belong to the category of necromancy servants, but their practical effects were actually somewhat different. Wu Heng, in fact, was not very willing to transform them into carrion. Having a group of decaying bodies nearby would also have an impact on the environment and his mood. It could even give rise to diseases. He himself was still human after all. But without being able to transform them into skeletons, there was no other way. They couldn't just be thrown away, so he decided to transform them first to see what would happen. He ordered the skeletons to drag all the spiders out. Wu Heng cast the corpse manipulation skill on the giant spider, the necromancy magic engulfed the body. The summoned entity exceeds the caster's capabilities, instability factors increasing. The unstable prompt appeared, proving that the level of the corpse was above level 5. Given how it had fought against the 8th squad, its level couldn't possibly be low. Soon, changes started happening to the corpse. The deadly wounds began to scab over, but there were still many outwardly turned wounds. Then, the body wobbled as it stood up, and the 6 eyes on its head opened wide at once, looking around. Carrion Giant Spider Mother, Level 11. Level 11, not too low. He continued to check the attributes. Level 11. Attributes: Constitution 26, Strength 24, Agility 29, Intelligence 8, Perception 15, Charm 5. Properties: Decayed Servant, Intermediate Soul, Spider Web Sensing, Spider Walking. Abilities: Biting, Movements like a Sharp Sword, Spider Webs, Web Making. Spider Web Sensing: When in contact with a spider web, the spider can accurately locate the target's position. Spider Walking: This unit can climb on difficult terrains, including vertical walls and hanging from ceilings. Spider Web Movement: It can move normally on a spider web, ignoring the restrictive effects of the web. Biting: It inflicts damage on the target by biting and adds venom. Movements like a sharp sword: Its step feet are covered in sturdy armor, causing piercing damage to the target. Spraying spider webs: It attacks a single target at a maximum distance of 150, causing a spider web bind and restricting movement. Web Making: It creates spider silk and weaves a huge trap within a certain range. After turning into a carrion, it seems that most of its abilities have been retained. The characteristic of spider web sensing is probably the reason they were found. It can find enemies through the touch of a spider web. This is a good defensive method. Among the abilities, biting and movements like a sharp sword are innate attack methods. Spraying spider webs should be a kind of remote control. The sprayed out spider web wraps up the enemy and affects their movement. Web making produces spider silk and weaves a trap with it. There's no problem with a spider having this ability. But the transformation into the carrion indicates that the spider itself is already dead. It's just a false life created by necromancy that controls the body. So how is the spider silk produced? n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. I don't understand. From now on, you will be called Spider Mother, Wu Heng said. Then, Wu Heng used his skill to transform all the other spider corpses into carrion. A dense layer, there were probably more than 200 of them. The attributes of the smaller spiders were somewhat lower. Carrion Giant Spider, Level 3. Attributes: Constitution 12, Strength 14, Agility 16, Intelligence 2, Perception 11, Charisma 2. Properties: Decayed Servant, Basic Soul, Spider Walking. Abilities: Biting, Web Making. After the small spiders stood up, they quickly gathered around the spider mother and all settled on its back. When the eyes were closed, it was pitch black and hard to tell the number. "Stand by to the side," Wu Heng said. The spider mother, carrying a large number of small spiders, moved to a flower bed on the side. The body crouched down and started moving quickly. More than half of its body was half buried in the soil. Surrounded by untrimmed weeds, it camouflaged quite well. After dealing with the spider business, Wu Heng ordered the skeletons to open all the cocoons on the side. After the cocoons were cut open, there were human corpses and beastmen within them. It was a bit like opening a mystery box. He triggered Dead Bones Battlefield, and the zombies and dead bodies in the cocoons transformed into skeletons and stood up. Among them, a few were beastmen warriors. They were tall, but their levels were not high. They were all between level 3 and 4, without even a basic soul. But the basic attributes of strength and constitution were higher than those of human skeletons. That's a racial characteristic, I suppose. After transforming the corpses, Wu Heng left the neighborhood and contacted Li Yaheng via the intercom. Soon, Li Yaheng came out of the auto repair shop. "Any news recently?" Wu Heng asked. Without being able to stay in this world for a long time, he could only get some information through Li Yaheng. "There's no news from the radio, the prison side has also stopped responding and has started to keep silent." Li Yaheng thought for a moment then continued, "Oh yes, there's news about a mutated zombie, a level 2 mutated zombie." Chapter 117. A second-level mutated zombie? In a world with such a dense population, second-level mutated zombies are quite rare. In the long time that has passed, Wu Heng has only managed to kill the big guy and big head skeleton, 2 types of second-level mutated zombies. But the broadcast, it announced more than just 2 types. A lot of strange and peculiar mutated zombies. At least over 5 types. These were all summarized after being discovered and reported in various regions. But encountering them is somewhat tough. "Where is it?" Wu Heng asked. "At the Leaning River community near the dam. Also spotted by survivors." Wu Heng continued to ask. They said they saw it moving from a distance, guessing it's a mutated zombie." Li Yaheng answered. "Is the type clarified?" "No mention of it, I'll ask when I go back." Wu Heng thought for a moment, shaking his head and saying, "No need to ask, regardless of the type, we'll need to go over there. Let's check it out together tomorrow." "Okay." After a brief conversation, Li Yaheng went back to the auto repair shop, Wu Heng went back to the community. After issuing a few orders to the skeleton, he returned to his dwelling in Lundham City. Through the boundary door, he returned to his newly decorated dwelling. Wu Heng felt quite satisfied with this place. Even before the zombie outbreak, he hadn't possessed a 3-story detached house like this. The boundary door still glowing. Other than Basin and Bahudong, 4 skeleton ghost hags also returned with him. Curved at the waist, they walked out of the boundary door behind him. Leading the skeleton ghost hags into the study, he picked up several magical books from the bookshelf and handed them to the ghost hags. He said, "You all stay here and study the magic books tonight, ignore everything else." The ghost hags have a shared casting attribute. With more than 4 ghost hags in a certain area, they can share skills. That's to say, the 4 of them can learn different skills. In combat, they share their skills with each other. If used well, it can create special effects. Upon receiving the order, the 4 skeletons sat in the corners of the study, either squatting or standing, and immediately started flipping through the books. They entered a state of study. Wu Heng stood at the door for a glance. Finding no issues, he closed the door to avoid distracting them while studying. He left the study, went straight down the stairs. After resting for a while in the first-floor living room, he began practicing Greyhawk swordsmanship in the open area. The practice partner changed from Basin to Bahudong. Besides, owning the entire building himself, he didn't have to worry about disturbing anyone else. Time slowly passed. With practice, Wu Heng's body began to be covered in sweat. Simultaneously, a system prompt also sounded. Proficiency unlocked, one-handed sword expertise, novice level. The sudden prompt left Wu Heng in a daze during his practice, a joyful expression then appeared on his face. He gestured for Bahudong to pause the training. He sat aside and rested. He had been practicing swordsmanship for quite some time, and unlocking proficiency meant achieving some results. Although it was just the novice level, it indicated that his previous efforts bore fruit. But for this Greyhawk swordsmanship, there has been no unlock prompt for it. He debates whether he should continue practicing it. After resting a while, he cast a dance light spell on the ceiling light. Then he resumed practicing with Bahudong. He practiced until late into the night, drank a bottle of happy water, and then went upstairs to rest. The next morning, Wu Heng, Li Ya-heng, and a large number of skeletons headed to their destination. Since the distance was not too far, and they would pass the community along the way, they didn't take a car and walked instead. Nov. L. B /JNN. Li Ya-heng said, I confirmed with them yesterday, they said it should be a tank, also known as a giant zombie. As she spoke, she also glanced at the big guy shrouded in iron armor. She had seen Wu Heng transform the zombies into skeletons. Even without Wu Heng saying it, she guessed that this big guy should be the transformed version of the giant zombie. Giant zombies are okay. Wu Heng responded. The type of mutated zombies is quite important. If it's the big guy type of giant zombie, it's relatively easier to deal with. This type of zombie falls under the category of close confrontation. If it's a big head zombie, it could be a bit troublesome. Not because their method of controlling zombies is particularly powerful, but because they monitor the situation. If they find themselves at a disadvantage or in a losing position, they will turn around and flee. They then rally more zombies, and come back for revenge. That's troublesome. So, if it's a big head zombie, one has to be more careful and adopt the decapitating assassination method. With the giant zombies, you just need to engage in a head-on fight. They won't escape right at the beginning. The expedition marched for about half an hour. The surrounding zombies gradually started to multiply. While passing by a community, the howls of the zombies succeeded one after another, rapidly spreading in the distance. Subsequently, many zombies started gushing out from the streets and alleys, charging towards the skeletons. All in all, there were at least a few hundred of them. Let the spear skeletons step forward, prepare to meet the enemy. Wu Heng immediately ordered. Whirl! A skeleton clad in leather armor, holding a long spear, swiftly moved to the front. Its spear pointing forward, forming a wall of spears directly aimed at the horde of corpses. As the level of the skeletons advanced, the number of welded spears increased. The entire number of spear-wielding skeletons reached over 700. And thus, a true spear forest was formed. Wu Heng lifted his magic wand and fired a witchcraft arrow. It hit its target at the front, shuddering to a halt on the ground. It was trampled into a pile of flesh by the zombies behind it. Continuing to cast the grease skill, he slathered the ground before him with oil. More zombies, stumbling into the oil-covered area, fell backward, causing a large number of zombies to tumble. Since the number was not large, Wu Heng did not ignite the oil. After all, burning corpses with fire would also lead to a significant loss of skeletons. Thud, thud, thud. Hordes of dense corpses swarmed in, gnashing their teeth and swirling into the spear array. Their already decayed bodies were pierced through, rotten flesh scattering as they jostled and pushed each other. The spear-wielding skeletons began making stabbing motions. Stabbing all the incoming zombies into honeycombs, they fell down in swathes. Having equipped the skeletons with armor significantly impacted the battle. Instead of inflicting damage to each other as before, they formed a wall that kept the zombies outside. Occasionally, there would be one or two casualties. Quite quickly, the zombies suffered heavy losses in the charge, and few remained. Advance! Wu Heng continued to deliver orders. Crash bang! The defensive formation set off. Holding their spears, they advanced little by little, like a meat grinder, pushing the zombies backward. The spears were strung with dead bodies. Boom, boom, boom. A few undead bodies, hacked into minced meat by the kitchen knife skeletons behind the spears. The sound of chopping meat echoed around. The battle ended quickly. Bodies littered the road, and the smell of blood permeated the entire street. Clean the battlefield, move the bodies aside. The skeletons continued to mobilize, moving the bodies to either side. During the course of cleaning the battlefield, Xiao Xiao floated back from a distance. Pointing to the community in the distance, she said, "Uncle, I found it. It's a big monster, the same size as Big Guy." The Big Guy, wrapped in an iron shell, looked at her, his soul fire of bluish flame shimmered slightly. Only a giant zombie. Just the one, sitting at the flower bed, surrounded by lots of bodies. Xiao Xiao continued. Wu Heng had Xiao Xiao return to his body, and verified it for himself. It indeed was a giant zombie-like big guy. About 3 meters tall, with dark red skin, muscles exaggerated like tumors. Especially, the muscles on the shoulders looked like 2 small heads protruding on either side, exuding a sense of strength. Fall in. The skeletons around reassembled into formation. Advance. Crash bang. The sound of bones rubbing against each other rang out as the team continued to push forward. In one of the residential buildings. On an iron ladder spanning the rooftops of 2 buildings. A fully armed man with a backpack was carefully moving towards the other side. A 6-meter gap caused every small step forward to produce intense shaking. Below were aimlessly wandering zombies. The man cautiously advanced a few meters, bit by bit passing over the iron ladder, standing on the rooftop on the other side. Upon reaching the other side, he immediately supported the rooftop iron ladder, allowing the remaining 3 people to successively pass through. After all had managed to pass, the 4 of them leaned on the edge of the rooftop, lit cigarettes, and slowly exhaled smoke rings. On the radio, someone's actually looking for mutated zombies. One of them said. They probably want to awake their superpower, after all the broadcasting station is always sharing stuff about superpowers. Another one opened his mouth to say. Humph, so easy to awaken? That monster is as sturdy as the green giant, who could beat it unless they brought a tank? Nothing to do with us, either way. If they can kill it, good for us, and if they can't, it's not our fault. True that. The men put out their cigarettes, putting the remains back in their cigarette case. They continued, same as usual, search from top to bottom. If we can open a door, search for supplies. If we can't open it, make sure it doesn't block our retreat. Understood. They rearranged their weapons and equipment, took a deep breath, and were just about to open the door to the staircase. Roar. Suddenly, all the zombies within the whole housing complex let out a roar in unison. It spread instantaneously to all surrounding areas. The roar was ear-piercing. Their faces changed, and they immediately lay flat on the rooftop. Then they slowly crawled towards the edge. They looked in the direction where the horde of corpses was swarming. When their gaze fell on the formation far away, blocking the road horizontally, clad in leather armor, with a forest of spears. All of them widened their eyes at the same moment. Holy crap! Chapter 118. The formation was adjusted. Wu Heng let the skeleton dog run around the neighborhood up ahead. Skeletons can't make any sound, but as they kept running, one zombie after another roared, instantly forming a continuous wall of sound. An even larger number of zombies surged out of the neighborhood on both sides. N/O/vel/B/JN.C//O/M. They converged on the main road, forming a larger horde, as dense as a flood from a dam break. Closely packed, pushing and shoving each other. The number of zombies here was not a few, having come together, there were perhaps over 1,000 of them. Li Yaheng was a bit nervous, seeing the tide of zombies, her feet involuntarily stepped back 2 steps. Seeing Wu Heng stand still, she again steadied her pace. Wu Heng waited for the right moment and directly released his grease skill combined with fireball technique. The scorching flames exploded at the same time, igniting the grease on the ground. With a whoosh, a fierce fire burst into flames. The zombies did not stop at all, charging straight into the fire. The first batch of zombies to enter the flames. They could only see struggling figures, then they slowly fell to the ground. Much more zombies from behind drove through the flames, entering the ranks of the spear-wielding soldiers with their bodies on fire. The fight began in an instant. Zombies roared and clutched. Skeletons silently thrust their spears. Like waves hitting the bank, causing a visually shocking impact. Wu Heng gave 2 more orders, allowing the kitchen knife skeleton to weave into the middle of the spear soldiers, and kill the zombies that were squirming in. Thump thump thump. In the chaotic battle, heavy footsteps came from the distance. The giant zombie that Xiao Xiao saw emerged from the neighborhood with great strides. Its gaze fell on the group of skeletons up ahead. The already gruesome face revealed an excited and fanatic expression. Boom boom. It jumped twice in place. Then casually picked up 2 shared bikes from the roadside and threw them forcefully. Boom clang. The shared bikes crashed into the skeleton array, knocking over many skeleton soldiers. The giant zombie immediately roared and with heavy steps, charged, knocking over the approaching horde of zombies, and began to rush forward. Unstoppable, it was like a runaway truck. Looking like it's about to crash into the skeleton camp. Wu Heng said, "Big guy, stop it." Thump thump thump. Dressed in full plate armor, Big guy also began to run with big strides. Boom. A violent collision sound resonated. The two roughly equal in size monsters collided at the junction of the two forces. The massive impact made their bodies slightly falter and retreat 2 steps. Then, they launched another attack, quickly closed in, with giant fists swinging, pounding towards the other's body. Thump thump thump, boom boom boom. There were no combat techniques, just a direct physical confrontation. Wu Heng continued to observe the surroundings, confirming no other danger existed. He continued, "Bahudong, kill it. Let's settle this quickly." Bahudong stripped off his armor, revealing his iron-grey skeleton. With a kick, he leapt out a few meters, quickly approaching the target. The giant zombie, seeing a skinny opponent get close, revealed a humiliated anger in its eyes. Taking a punch from Big Guy, then tightened its giant fist and struck at the incoming grey skeleton. Bahudong sidestepped to avoid, hooked his right fist and smashed against the zombie's elbow. The blast wave exploded. The tumorous muscle collapsed, bones cracking. The giant zombie took a step back, while Big Guy quickly followed up, his fists striking at the target with abandon. Bahudong also swiftly closing in, using various angles to weave around the giant zombie's body, continuously striking the zombie's ribs, joints. The giant zombie, frantically warding off blows. As its movements grew more disoriented, it took more and more hits. Bahudong waited for the right moment, sweeping the leg. The giant zombie's body immediately lost balance, toppling to one side. Big Guy, with fists combined, hammered down. The giant zombie jerked its body, forcefully enduring a punch, then quickly tried to get up. Bahudong approached again, his fists continuously swinging, an unending chain of blows, striking faster and faster. Amid the waves of blasting air, muscles began to burst, pus and blood splattering everywhere. He swept out with another leg. Boom! A heavy thud resonated, striking directly on the zombie's head. The giant zombie's head bent down 180 degrees, its neck limply dropping the head onto its back. The giant zombie's body struggled to get up. After a few steps forward, it fell to its knees with a thud, its body falling over. Wu Heng stood on top of a car, watching the giant zombie fall. He quickly gave an order, "Attack, advance." Splash! The group of skeletons began to advance, attacking the zombies in response. In the distance, a rooftop. A few people watched the battle below in horror. Isn't it too coincidental that we asked about mutated zombies yesterday? Could it have something to do with these skeletons? Stop talking, let's go back first, no search today. Okay. The few people reset the iron ladder, planning to return the way they came. Even if the zombies below were all lured away, they didn't dare go downstairs with all pomp and show. They climbed 2 buildings back the same way, halfway up the third, when below, on the open space, a woman in a worksuit wearing labor protection gloves walked in, escorted by a few skeletons. She looked up at them. Bang! The man climbing the iron ladder slipped, almost falling. He clung desperately to the ladder, motionless. Li Yaheng frowned at him, unsure why he had stopped halfway. She looked up and asked, "Are you survivors?" "Damn, you're human." Li Yaheng rolled her eyes, "Come down, let's have a chat." We can chat here. We're survivors from nearby. You can come with us, or stay here. If you come with us, you'll have work to do, but you'll get food and protection, Li Yaheng said indifferently. Upon meeting survivors, these are the basic things to say. Any more would be unnecessary. Survivors? The few men exchanged glances. One of them asked, "What about these skeletons? What's going on? Ever heard of the superpowered?" "I can't explain too much to you," Li Yaheng said. She, too, believes it's about superpowers. Though, many things couldn't be explained by superpowers. Are you really survivors? Given the current situation, do I need to lie to you? Aren't you from the auto repair shop? I've had my car repaired at your place. One of the men said. I am from the auto repairing shop. Enough about that, what's your decision? Li Yaheng cut to the chase. We need to discuss. Li Yaheng nodded, said, I'll give you 20 minutes, I'll wait at the door. If I don't see you, I'll assume you've decided to stay. She walked away without waiting for their response. 20 minutes later. Wu Heng commanded the skeletons to clean up the battlefield. The skeletons carried away the bodies, while the big guy dragged off the giant zombie, ready to head back. At this moment, Li Yaheng came back and said softly, they didn't come. They probably didn't want to come with us. During the combat, Xiao Xiao discovered the survivors. He told Li Yaheng to go talk to them. Apparently, due to some considerations, they didn't want to go with him. It didn't matter. He intended to help the survivors, but it depended on their will. All right, let's go. Wu Heng turned his head, and the group started to head back the way they came. But they hadn't walked far when they heard the sound of an approaching car from behind. The skeletons sprang into action immediately. Holding up their kitchen knives and spears, they charged at the car. Wait, don't attack, it's us. The people in the car were scared and immediately shouted out. They were afraid that if they were too late, the skeletons would hack them to pieces. All the zombies here were cleaned up by the skeletons, let alone them. Make the skeletons stand by. The attacking skeletons halted. They surrounded the minivan, forming several layers. Wu Heng glanced at Li Yaheng. The latter understood and went over to ask, do you want to come with us? A man held his hands up like in a cop movie and said, we have packed our stuff, but it just took some time. Li Yaheng looked inside the van and saw that it was filled with a mess of items. And several people. How many of you are there? 8. Some of us are family, and the rest are fellow survivors from the nearby building. The car window opened, revealing children, women, but fewer men. No wonder they wanted to come with us. These people were all burdens. If they stayed here scavenging for food, the day would come when they would run out. Li Yaheng straightforwardly said, be certain about this once we get there, all of you will need to obey our rules. Even the women will have to contribute with labor. You all know what time it is, no one's going to be freeloading. Understood. We've all discussed it. As long as you can provide us a safe place. Fine. Li Yaheng looked ahead and said, the road's blocked over there. Your van won't make it. Get out and walk. Carry whatever you need. Oh, okay, thank you. Everyone got out of the van, carrying their belongings with them. They gave a wary glance at the dense crowd of skeletons, cautiously following behind as they continued forward. When they reached the crossroads, Wu Heng pulled Li Yaheng aside and whispered, with more people coming, watch out for your own followers. We don't want any trouble. Li Yaheng understood his meaning. Women were physically disadvantaged in strength and stamina. Over time, some people might have other ideas. Maintaining their own positions was equally important. Wu Heng was very satisfied with Li Yaheng. She played by the rules and accomplished all the tasks she was given. He also wanted to continue their collaboration. Of course, Wu Heng had thought about providing her with a pistol or something. Yet he was afraid that if something happened one day, it could become a weapon pointed at him. I understand. I'll be cautious, Li Yaheng said with a slight smile. She was somewhat touched. At least he recognized her abilities. It wasn't just about anybody who could manufacture spears. Okay, off you go. In a couple of days, I'll arrange for a few skeletons to protect you, he said. No need, it's not that dangerous. After a short chat, they went their separate ways. Wu Heng had the skeletons pile up the corpses. Li Yaheng, leading the survivors and carrying rice, flour, and toilet paper, headed towards the car repair shop. From afar, Qiangzi and his team ran out. They welcomed them into the workshop. Blackstone Town. The Professionals Association Hall. The bustling hall was full of professionals coming to accept commissions. The steward, Slither, decked out in leather armor, walked into the hall with his team and the money cat. Steward, there's a letter here addressed to the money cat but there's no recipient written down, a staff member shouted. Give it to me. Slither reached out and took it. The only person who could send a letter to the money cat through the association was her. He took the letter and returned to the steward's office. Chapter 119. Slither held onto the letter as she returned to her study. She reclined behind her desk, releasing a slow sigh. Blackstone Town had been tranquil these past few days. There were no significant events, nor were there any felons or cultists flocking to this remote town. The matters she dealt with were also just some local peacekeeping issues. It was as if, after that lad left, the entire city and its surroundings had calmed down. Of course, this was a good thing. It was good for her as the steward and also for the city residents. She glanced at the letter on the side. N/O/vel/b//jn.c//om. She carefully broke the wax seal and opened the envelope. What ugly handwriting! She took the letter out, all scrawled with some characters. Just by seeing the first line, she knew who had written the letter to her. Arrived at Lundham City, appointed as the captain. The only person who went to Lundham City to become a captain would be Wu Heng. He even wrote a letter to her. The letter was not long. It occupied only half a page. Slither leaned back in her chair, her long legs crossed on the desk edge. Her short boots dangled off her toes as she was engrossed in deciphering the handwriting. Then, she saw about the ghost hag who disguised herself as a nun to seduce tradesmen and the pervert who enjoyed torturing and murdering women. They were all defeated by his brave prowess. Regarding this first point, Slither did not disagree. Even though Wu Heng had been a professional for a short amount of time, he genuinely possessed some abilities that ordinary people did not. She did not expect that he had just been gone for a few days but already bumped into so many incidents. As she continued reading, Slither's brow furrowed slightly. Something felt wrong. If the content above was about a subordinate reporting to a former leader, the words following it were somewhat off. Nostalgic about their past times, being mindful of safety, visiting here often to spend a few days. Slither, a mature woman who managed an entertainment place like Money Cat, was not unfamiliar with matters regarding men and women. He's grown a little too bold, Slither muttered to herself. However, her face still felt a little hot. She hastily fanned her face. She folded the letter back into the envelope, placed it in the drawer, took out a new sheet of paper and envelope, and began to write, deep in thought. After finishing, Slither nodded satisfactorily. Thud. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Yuli, leaning by the door, asked, "Auntie, let's go to the black market tonight." Slither was startled, and the hand holding the pen trembled slightly. "Auntie is writing a letter, who are you writing to?" Yuli asked, leaning further in. "An old friend." Slither quickly folded the letter and tucked it into the envelope, continuing, "You young lady, what do you always want to do in the black market? You should go there less." "All right, Auntie, the city is too boring. We have nothing to do at night anyway, let's go take a walk," Yuli pleaded. Slither glared at her, "Wait at the door. We will have dinner together before going." "Okay," Yuli said obediently as she quietly closed the door. Slither sealed the envelope with wax, held it in her hand, put on her shoes, and went out. Yuli approached immediately and held her hand. As they walked past the lobby, she passed the letter to the front desk. They walked out, arm in arm with Yuli. They returned to their neighborhood. Wu Heng immediately had the skeleton drag the giant zombie's corpse before him. The bone manipulation skill was released, necromancy wrapped the corpse entirely. The next second, a towering skeleton stood up. With robust, thick bones, it was nearly 3 meters tall, with arms that were longer than its legs. Skeleton Warrior, level 11. The level was the same as the big guys, but all the attributes had increased by 3 to 5 points. "From now on, you are called Second Chunk. Go stand aside," Wu Heng told the giant skeleton. The massive skeleton walked to one side and stood with the big guy. They could distinguish some differences when the two stood together. Second Chunk was a bit taller, and his skeletal structure was more robust. Seeing this, Wu Heng couldn't help but suspect that zombies were becoming stronger over time. Whether by feeding or some other means, they were gaining strength. The skeleton walked out, and Wu Heng squatted down to search through the shredded flesh. He found a level 2 corpse core. This was what he needed the most. "Call the alchemist skeleton over." Soon, the dwarf skeleton walked out of the corridor. Wu Heng handed the corpse core to it and said, "Research this. Does the previous formula still work?" The dwarf skeleton respectfully accepted and returned to the corridor with the corpse core. With his skeleton that knew alchemy, there was no need to release a commission anymore. Not only was this convenient for him, but it also helped him guard some secrets better. After giving the orders about the corpse core, Wu Heng looked around to assess the situation. He continued to stand in front of the pile of corpses, releasing Dead Bones battlefield, where a large number of skeletons stood up from the ground, their hollow eye sockets looking around. "Stand over there," Wu Heng commanded. The skeletons slowly walked into the skeleton lineup. Wu Heng sat down and rested in the original place, drank 2 more bottles of spirit potion, continued to release the skill, and converted the skeletons. The harvest this time was significant. Aside from the level 11 skeleton, the number of ordinary skeletons was at least over 1,000. And the overall number of skeletons was approaching 10,000. It can be said that the number of skeletons indeed looked like an army now. He continued to convert skeletons until late at night. He had converted every corpse. Wu Heng reopened the boundary door and went back to rest. The next morning, after quickly eating some instant noodles, Wu Heng directly headed to the association. Upon entering the team's resting room, he saw the beastman Duke sitting there, gnawing on something that seemed like sweet potatoes. Chapter 120. Seeing Wu Heng walk in, he immediately said, "Captain, why didn't you come yesterday?" Wu Heng frowned at him. "Does beastman not have a home? Why is he here every time I come?" From an outside errand runner, he had managed to become a dedicated clerk, always on time. "What's up? Did someone look for me yesterday?" Wu Heng walked in. "No one," Duke said. "Didn't the steward assign any tasks?" "No, there was hardly anyone yesterday. It's probably due to some unpleasantness with the 8th squad. So no new tasks were assigned." "Captain, do we have a task today?" Duke continued to ask. Wu Heng sat in the chair and thought, feeling this wasn't quite right. It was too time-consuming to report to the association every day. But as a captain, he couldn't appear to be too lazy. He said, "Duke, yesterday I made a task plan for our squad." "Hey? What's that?" Duke stuffed all the food into his mouth and asked. "What we are doing now is completing tasks distributed by the association. These tasks aren't fixed and the rewards are limited." Wu Heng glanced at him and continued, "We should focus on the bounty rewards. The bounties are high and it's easier to earn merits." "Yeah, you're right, Captain, but it's not easy to find these wanted criminals. We'll investigate, develop some informants. As long as we have information and leads, it won't be hard to catch them," Wu Heng said. He had some experience in hunting down fugitives. The key aspect was information. As long as he could locate the target, it wasn't hard to catch them. "Seems not that easy though. Take it slow, it's a long-term goal. The main thing is to focus our efforts on investigating the fugitives rather than sitting in the association waiting for tasks." "Yeah, you're right, Captain." Duke understood and agreed. "So, you don't need to come here directly tomorrow. Go around, gather information about suspicious people or any special circumstances, remember them." Duke nodded. "Okay, I'm familiar with the lower town area, I'll go there and ask around." Wu Heng approved with a nod. His members are obedient and highly enthusiastic. The two of them talked about the fugitives for a while. Wu Heng's mind drifted back to the fight between the skeleton and the zombies from yesterday. He continued to ask, "Duke, aside from using crossbows, what other ranged attacks do you have in close combat? For example, when the enemy is charging straight at you and hasn't reached you yet, how would you attack them?" "Oh, I know this one." Duke moved a bit closer and said earnestly, "I like to use throwing axes. If it hits, it can kill the enemy instantly. Throwing axes and throwing daggers are similar, but axes have greater lethality and require more strength. However, it seemed like throwing axes wasn't a good fit for skeletons. Nov. L.B//JNN. Anything else?" Duke scratched his head. "There are also javelins. Humans like to use javelins. I heard some mercenary groups specialize in these weapons, they're very useful when hunting beasts." "Javelins?" This seemed like it could be used in the skeleton squad. "Is this it?" Wu Heng pulled out his own short spear and showed it to Duke. "Pretty much, but it should be a bit longer." Wu Heng nodded. The short spear he used was the shortest type. The places where previous battles took place were all corridors and it could not be fully utilized if it was too long. It seemed like he could let the skeletons practice throwing spears, to add a ranged attack to their abilities. The two chatted a while and then went together to the training room to practice. Wu Heng practiced the Greyhawk swordsmanship while Duke picked up his battle axe and began spinning it around like a windmill. They practiced into the afternoon and then ate lunch at a nearby tavern. Duke wiped his mouth and asked, "Captain, are we going back to the training room this afternoon?" No, let's go and check out that armor store. Wu Heng said. Oh, okay. The two of them got up, left the tavern, and walked towards the Malayo armor shop in the outer city area. When they got close to the shop, they saw several carriages parked outside, with goods being loaded onto them. The beastman boss stood in the doorway, holding an invoice and checking the quantity of the goods. It seems like the business here is thriving. Seeing the two approaching, he flashes a smile. Captain, Duke, you guys are here. Business looks good. Wu Heng greeted with laughter. They're all small deals with little profit. The beastman boss gestured them to enter and continued, the leather armor is still under production. I'll have it delivered to you once it's ready. The quantity ordered by Wu Heng wasn't actually much. But, there weren't many who could pay the full amount in silver coins up front during a trade. There's no rush. Wu Heng entered the store, approached the iron armor, and asked, do you have this iron armor in stock? This iron armor was what Big Guy was equipped with. Having just killed another giant mutated zombie yesterday, Wu Heng thought of buying another set. After all, level 10 and above skeletons were the elites within the team and were in need of quality equipment. We do, how many do you need? The boss asked. Just one. The shopkeeper immediately commanded his staff to prepare it and served fruit tea to them. Then sat down to chat for a while. Wu Heng then asked, what requirements are needed to open a shop here? The boss looked somewhat confused. Are you thinking about opening a shop? I have some business back at my hometown and I wanted to see if I could have a sell here. The boss stroked his chin. Actually, there are no special requirements to open a shop here, besides choosing the location. The most important thing is to maintain a good relationship with the faction in charge of the area's safety, it will save a lot of trouble. Wu Heng nodded in understanding and asked further, how much is the rent? Different locations have different prices. A shop like mine requires about 1,200 silver coins per year, shops at better streets would be even more expensive. This was not a cheap price. A common family would struggle to afford this amount of money in years. But when you're in business, you can't calculate it as a normal family would. While they were talking, the shop assistant delivered the iron armor. Wu Heng asked Basin to carry it and they left the shop. Captain, where do we go next? Duke continued to ask. Wu Heng replied, the day is almost done, let's skip going back to the guild. Our following task is to gather information on wanted criminals. Be covered, we wouldn't want to put ourselves in danger before we even caught the criminals. Understood, Captain. I know many people here, I'm sure I can find some leads. Be careful. After bidding Duke farewell, Wu Heng didn't return to the guild either. These past 2 days, no tasks were assigned to them by the deacons, they had some free time. Wu Heng was also trying to find a way to avoid being assigned tasks. Had dinner in the tavern. Then, he returned directly to his residence, asked Jianyi and Jian'er to sweep the entrance, and went straight up to the 3rd floor. Entered the study room. The 4 skeleton ghost hags were still reading in the room. Other than changes in the pages of the book, their postures did not change much. They also haven't unlocked any skills. Normal spell learning is not an easy task, it requires a lot of studying and attempts before mastery could be achieved. The fact that Wu Heng could unlock a skill by reading once was something against the heavens. It's also for this reason that Yuzd abandoned his original plan and insisted on taking over Wu Heng's body. After arriving at Lundham City, Wu Heng stopped showcasing his learning ability. To avoid any problems. As for the ghost hags, their intelligence showed on the panel wasn't outstanding, so it would take some time to learn new skills. He closed the door to the study again. In the bedroom, he opened the boundary door and went straight to the zombie world. As soon as he walked out of the corridor, Wu Heng's brows furrowed tightly. There were a few corpses piled up on the open ground of the district. They were not zombies, but normal human bodies. The blood was red, and some were dressed in sportswear, leather jackets, and blue uniforms. Did they kill the survivors? Just as Wu Heng was about to approach for a closer look. Sizzle. A sound of current came from the walkie-talkie, followed by Li Yaheng's voice. Boss, are you there? Chapter 121. Outside the residential complex. Li Yaheng and the others were all waiting outside. On the flatbed cart, a girl with a face pale from blood loss lay. It was the sister from the sibling pair they had rescued from the hotel last time. According to Li Yaheng, her brother was named Jia Zheng and her sister was called Jia Yingying. When they were children, Jia Yingying had injured her spine in a car accident. Their family didn't have the money for treatment at the time, and they missed the window for her to recover. Since then, she had been unable to stand. With their current medical conditions, this type of injury was a death sentence. Wang Ke was only a trainee nurse. She could handle basic wound dressing, but a gunshot wound that had pierced the body was beyond her. If she botched it, it would only hasten the girl's death. Please save my sister. She has always been dealt a bad hand in life. If you save her, I will be forever in your debt, pleaded Jia Zheng, kneeling and bowing repeatedly as Wu Heng emerged. Everyone knew that they couldn't save the girl. All hopes for her survival rested on Wu Heng now. Wu Heng glanced at them and ordered, "You all stay here. Li Yaheng, push the cart and follow me. Whether we can save her depends on her luck now." Although he didn't want to watch a person die, he had no guarantees he could save her. Li Yaheng pushed the cart and followed him into the residential complex. Behind them, Jia Zheng's voice echoed, "Thank you, thank you." Entering the residential complex, the girl was carried into a room by the skeleton. It was filled with bottles, jars, various tools, and ground medicinal herbs. "Can you save her?" asked Wu Heng to the dwarf skeleton. The dwarf skeleton knelt down, unwrapped the bandage. Blood gushed out from the wound, quickly staining the floor. After examining the wound quickly, the skeleton grabbed a scalpel from the side, and started cutting around the wound. Its desiccated fingers reached into the wound without hesitation, pulling out the bullet lodged inside. Then it picked up a bottle of finely ground red powder from a shelf, sprinkled it over the wound, and began stitching it up. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//om. Wu Heng recognized that medicinal plant. It was the leaf of the demon red flower, a common ingredient for medicinal concoctions. After stitching up the wound, a medicine was administered to the girl. The girl's face immediately looked better, a clear improvement from her previous ghostly pallor. "It's your job now." Wu Heng patted the dwarf's shoulder and walked out. The alchemist was apparently even more professional than he had imagined. At the very least, it knew how to stitch up a wound. As he exited the building, Li Yaheng was waiting at the entrance. "How is she?" "She's stabilized. She might need some time to recover, let's keep her here for now." Wu Heng continued, "Now, tell me what happened." Li Yaheng recounted, "At noon, an armored vehicle came barreling in, they started shooting as soon as they stormed our base. They injured several of us, but Jia Yingying was directly hit. Then the gunshots attracted the patrolling skeletons. They shot at the skeletons and ended up being killed by them. The patrolling skeletons all have basic souls and are at level 5. Wu Heng had given them an explicit order not to attack humans. This was mainly to protect Li Yaheng and her group, as well as to prevent innocent survivors from getting caught in the crossfire. However, this only applied if they didn't attack the skeletons first. If they attacked the skeletons, they would be identified as enemies and retaliated against accordingly. Those fellows were probably startled by the skeletons and attacked them out of panic. As a result, they were encircled and killed by a group of skeletons. Given the numbers and strength of the skeletons, even if they had managed to get back in their vehicle, they would not have been able to escape. Unless they had a tank. Were they from the prison? They should be. The prison hasn't been responding for the past 2 days to the messages about the scam to deceive survivors. They must have been planning this attack, intending to kill us all." As Li Yaheng spoke, her face turned pale. Even though the attackers were all dead in the end, it still left her with a lingering fear. Like facing off against someone online, lashing out with arguments till they had no comeback, feeling confident about having the upper hand. But then, the person on the other side just buys a train ticket and shows up at your doorstep. The sensation of being confronted in person wasn't pleasant at all. Even in a dangerous environment like this, they were willing to pursue and kill. Such audacity and ferociousness was not something average criminals would possess. How did the inmates of the prison find out about this place? Wu Heng continued. Unclear. Li Yaheng thought for a while, then added, "The few people who joined us yesterday have been separated and locked up. We don't know if they have anything to do with this." It seemed they were suspicious of the 8 people who joined yesterday. But there was no reason for them to divulge the information. Unless, they had been in contact with the prison before joining. "Let's go and ask them," Wu Heng proposed. The 2 of them walked up to the corpses. Wu Heng cast Communicate with the Dead, and a corpse sat up abruptly. Its empty gaze fixed on them. Wu Heng asked directly, Where did you come from? The corpse answered, City South Prison. As Li Yaheng had guessed, they were indeed the inmates seeking revenge from the prison. How did you find out about the auto repair shop? We've met a group of new survivors at the prison who had passed through here. They provided a rough idea of the location, and we recognized the shop's sign when we arrived. Wu Heng glanced at Li Yaheng, who frowned in thought. It wasn't the information leaked by the 8 people who joined yesterday. Their position was exposed due to their own sign instead. Wu Heng continued with his inquiries. How many of you came? 12 people. What was your original plan? To go to the auto repair shop, capture the woman who had made contact, and kill everyone else, the corpse replied. After some thought, Wu Heng asked again, which route did you take to get here? From the north, passing by Sunlight Hotel. With the 5th question answered, the corpse fell back motionless. The situation was already very clear now. Some survivors in the area knew the location of the auto repair shop and had informed the City South Prison. The ones who came here were a bunch of desperados who drove over for a killing spree. Do you have any ideas? Wu Heng asked Li Yaheng. Li Yaheng stood still for a moment, thinking before she quietly said, either we deal with them, or we move elsewhere. Wu Heng nodded, check the vehicles, we leave for City South Prison tomorrow. All right. Continuing, Wu Heng asked, what about the guns they brought? We have them. Earlier, while you were away, I worried that they had others, so I had someone keep them, Li Yaheng explained. Bring them all here, it's more dangerous with you guys holding onto the guns. Okay, I'll bring them when I go back. Li Yaheng left and Wu Heng looked over at the little girl again. She was still unconscious, but her complexion seemed slightly better. The wound had clotted under the effect of the medicinal powder and no longer bled. The medicine from the world of magic had significant effects indeed. It was fortunate that he had a dwarf alchemist, else they could only wait for a slow death. Before long, Li Yaheng returned with rifles and submachine guns, as well as some blue, anti-stab vests. Wu Heng said, you all keep those vests, make sure to wear them when we leave tomorrow. Oh, all right. Li Yaheng took the vests and left again. Next, Wu Heng equipped second chunk with armor. He and Big Guy looked at each other, each checking the other out. Wu Heng converted all the corpses on the ground then went back to his lodging. The next day, early in the morning, there were several trucks parked in the middle of the road. In addition to last time's 4, there were 3 more large trucks, welded with iron plates and steel bars. There are no problems with the cars, right? Wu Heng asked. Li Yaheng nodded, no problem, we checked them overnight. We should leave now. Don't delay any more. All right. The drivers got in the vehicles and Wu Heng also instructed the skeletons to climb up onto the trucks. Swarms of skeletons came out from the residential block and climbed into the lorries. Wu Heng still sat in the van, along with Big Head, Basin, Bahudong and numerous skeletons of slightly higher levels. After everything was ready, he picked up the radio and said, depart. All the vehicles started and formed a long line, driving towards the front. The journey was indeed smooth. The occasional solitary zombies that appeared on the road did not need to be concerned about. City South Prison. A few shirtless strongmen were gathered around playing cards. Nearby, women dressed in revealing clothes and bearing whip marks on their skin, were carefully filling up the men's wine glasses and cleaning the ashtrays filled with cigarette butts. They were cautiously serving the men on the sidelines. Brother Long, the 6th brother didn't come back yesterday. Do you think something happened? A man with a cigarette in his mouth pulled the woman pouring wine next to him and began groping her body. Chen Jinlong threw his cards on the table and said, he should have been back by now. Couldn't anything have happened, right? We grabbed quite a few guns from the repair shop yesterday. Those bumpkins wouldn't know how to use a gun even if they had one. It's another thing if they could shoot, the 6th brother is good with guns. Even if they don't know how to use, holding it and blindly shooting could hit someone. Someone else refuted. Chen Jinlong didn't say anything. Without any news for a whole day, there might be really something wrong. Tell the brothers to be cautious tonight. We'll take some people there to check tomorrow. Chen Jinlong ordered. Brother Long, are you afraid of the people from the repair shop coming here? Isn't that worrying too much? Our walls are high, unless they can fly, they can only come to get beaten. Someone commented. Chen Jinlong nodded, being cautious is never wrong. See that my orders are passed down. All right. Talking about it killed the mood for cards. Dropping their cards onto the table, they exited the room to prepare as per the instructions. It was deep into the night. The convoy progressed in the dark, entering the village beneath the prison. Earlier, they had traded rifles here. There weren't any zombies, nor were there any checkpoints set up by the prison. Everyone got out of the vehicles. A swarm of skeletons jumped out of the vehicles, the sound of bones shifting echoing in the surroundings. "Qiangzi, you guys stay here and watch the cars," Wu Heng instructed. "All right. Boss, let me come with you. I need to avenge my sister," Jia Zheng straight out said. "Your sister isn't even dead, what revenge are you talking about? Follow my instructions. Watch the radio, come to get us if there's danger," Wu Heng directly countered. Jia Zheng wanted to say something, but realized his presence was rather useless. His fighting ability was even less than that of a skeleton. He could only nod and agree to do his part. After confirming with everyone, Wu Heng proceeded to say, "Let's go." With a loud noise, the skeleton army, under the cover of night, quickly advanced forward. After traveling a distance, they could see the prison lit up with searchlights from afar. Searchlights? They still had electricity to power such equipment here. Though it was surprising that the prison had lighting, the situation on the walls could be seen clearly. The walls were approximately 6 meters high, with a ring of barbed wire at the top. There were surveillance tactics on all 4 towers. In addition to the patrolling men with rifles, they could also see 2 machine guns. The team stopped their advance and hid in the darkness. Li Yaheng came over and whispered, "What do we do? It looks hard to break in. Wait until it's dark, I refuse to believe that they won't be tired." Chapter 122. If it were a flat ground battle, even if the opponent had guns, the difficulty wouldn't be high. With the current number of skeletons, they could directly charge and flatten the opponent's position. But the situation in front is more akin to a small-scale siege. The 6-meter-plus wall seems not high, but climbing up is not easy, especially after the opponents have stationed in the prison for so long, certainly taking preparatory measures against the undead. If not careful, all of their preparations against the undead might be deployed against the skeletons. At that time, even if they managed to break through, the losses would be severe. The decision to fight under the veil of darkness. Apart from waiting for the enemy at their most tired and weakest, it was also because the skeletons do not rely on visual sight, making fighting living beings at night an advantage for them. All of the skeletons, lowering their bodies, hid in the darkness. Skeletons themselves are very quiet, unlike the living, who belch, fart, and make other sounds. When in standby, the whole area fell into complete silence. Only from the distance, some bug sounds could be heard. "Rest a while, wait until it gets even darker," Wu Heng said. Li Yaheng understood and nodded her head, shrunk into a ball and started to rest with her eyes closed. From time to time, she reached out with her hand to swat away the mosquitoes approaching her. Deep into the night, it had become so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Wu Heng opened his eyes and looked towards the prison. The floodlights were still bright, but the people patrolling the wall had started to decrease. The people in the towers were leaning against the wall, it seemed like they were also dozing off. The people on the wall were not regular soldiers. They were all convicts or survivors forcibly recruited as heavies. To be able to properly patrol some distance with a floodlight was already good enough. Asking them to stay awake all night, fulfilling a regular patrol routine, was definitely unrealistic. At a glance, the top of the wall was empty. Wu Heng nudged Li Yaheng, who was beside him, embracing his thigh in a daze. She woke up and her face turned a little red. "What's the situation?" Wu Heng gave her a hush sign and said to the big head skeleton behind him, "Let the skeletons advance, slow down and approach." In the dim surroundings, a large number of figures suddenly stood up. Started to slowly approach. Despite this, the footstep and bone-rubbing sounds were still clear in the still night. They walked right into the range of the floodlights, and their skeletal army became ghastly pale under the light. There was still no one looking down from the wall. The skeletons continued to advance, stepping more slowly now, trying their best to lighten their footsteps. When they were still about 500 meters away, suddenly, a figure stood up from the top of the wall, yawned, loosened his belt, and started to urinate. The skeletons instantly stopped, as unmoving as terracotta soldiers. Wu Heng and Li Yaheng were also wide-eyed at this scene. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Of all times to pee, he chooses now. But one thing was certain, the iron net on top of the wall was likely not electrified or perhaps was not wired at all. Otherwise, this urine stream would have been his demise. The skeleton army stood still, keeping silent. The man, while peeing, casually looked down and then furrowed his brows. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. The flow of urine abruptly stopped as he slapped himself twice. The pain on his face woke him up even more, and upon confirming that there were masses of skeletons under the floodlights, his heart almost stopped beating. In fear, he yelled, "Ghosts! Ghosts outside, god damn! Damn!" From the distance, Wu Heng cursed as well. He immediately gave an order: attack, scale the wall, kill all weapon-holding individuals. Whoosh! The piercing crashing sounds were deafening. All the skeletons wielding their kitchen knives rushed up, hurriedly heading towards the wall. All the people on the wall woke up in the shouts. They started yelling at each other, sounding the alarm. Everyone, in a panic, lifted their guns, pointing them downwards along the wall. They hastily triggered their guns but fired no bullets. With trembling hands, they tried to unlock their safeties and then started shooting downwards. Bang bang! Bang bang! Bang! Dense bullets started pouring downward. In the dim night, it was like a giant orange web was slowly falling onto the skeletons. Bullets were striking the soil. The skeletons maintained some distance with each other as they sprinted. Even though the skeletons were not afraid of bullets, there were still a vast number of them that had their bones shattered by the dense shower of bullets, scattering into piles of bones. The power of firearms was still massive. Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Soon after, the machine guns on the wall began to spray bullets. The bullets were even denser and quicker, like a beast's gaping mouth, emitting blinding flashes of light. A whole row of skeletons were swept into fragments, scattering all over the ground. Wu Heng and Li Yaheng were somewhat surprised as they watched this. The people on the wall were just a group of ragtag troops, yet they displayed such tremendous firepower. They were just skeletons, and the spots where bullets could hit were limited. If humans tried to attack, probably all would have perished under such scrutiny. The convicts in prison actually found themselves a really excellent stronghold. Let the riflemen come out and provide support. Wu Heng continued. From the darkness below, another group of figures dressed in leather armor quickly ran out, carrying rifles and submachine guns, and began to sweep fire towards the wall top. The bullets shot up at the wall, forcing the brazen gunmen to retreat back down. Among the skeleton ranks, only Yi 1 and Yi 2 possess the talent for aiming. But in the current situation, precise aiming isn't necessarily needed, it's already difficult shooting upwards. The main purpose is to suppress the enemy's attack and induce some deterrence. The effect was quite significant. The rate of gunfire clearly decreased. The skeleton army had already reached the bottom of the wall. They crowded together forming a ladder of white bones, stepping on each other's ribs, climbing upwards. In just a minute or two, they had already climbed halfway, nearing the iron fence. Just when they were about to climb over the wall, one after another, iron barrels were brought to the edge. The barrels were tilted, and the liquid inside poured down the bone ladder. At the same time, a strong gasoline smell instantly spread across the entire area. Then, the ignition materials were thrown down. Whoosh! A large fire instantly ignited, engulfing the whole pile of climbing skeletons. The flames, dozens of meters high, turned the entire night sky orange. Dodge the big fire! Wu Heng continued to give orders. With a swoosh, the gathered skeletons scattered instantly, avoiding the position of the fire. They continued to gather at other locations. Meanwhile, those on top of the wall were observing below, carrying iron barrels and constantly changing their location. At the rear, Wu Heng and Li Yaheng watched the entire battlefield. Big Head Skeleton could control the skeleton warriors, achieving quite a good effect. Especially dodging the fire, continuously dispersing and gathering, the results achieved were even more uniform than an army. The defense displayed by the prison was also surprising. Not to mention the bullets shooting down from above, even the reserved gasoline is enough to resist a certain amount of zombie attacks. This was also why Wu Heng was reluctant to engage with them. Zombies have a few attack methods, most of which are animal instincts. But humans were different, they would use various tools and traps to gain the advantage. Just like gasoline. Wu Heng had previously used gasoline to deal with the zombie swarm, and not all people in the prison are fools, they also thought of this. Now, they used it on the skeletons. Why don't we retreat, encircle them for a few days, and force them out for a decisive battle? Li Yaheng suggested. The current situation clearly puts the skeletons at a disadvantage. Even if they won by numbers, a considerable portion of the skeleton numbers would be lost. It's like damaging oneself 1000, harming the enemy 800. Moreover, there are only about 100 people in the prison. Wu Heng shook his head, without saying much. Besieging was also a method. But for him, he didn't have that much time to spend here. He never underestimated these criminals. Being heavy criminals, they may be a lot stronger than him in many ways. Moreover, having begun the attack, there's no turning back. The prison must be captured today. Wu Heng continued to give orders to the big head skeleton. Let the skeletons scatter and attack, let the spider mother start to move. On top of the prison wall, Chen Jinlong loudly cursed, urging people to transport gasoline and ammunition, continuing to attack the skeletons. Listening to the alarm earlier, he also had a big shock. He hurriedly ran over. After the initial chaos, it was clear that the situation had improved significantly. Below the wall, there were fire seas everywhere. The places where the skeletons were able to attack were limited. The rifles and machine guns only had to focus fire on the vacant positions. Looking at it now, there were quite a number of skeletons, their appearance was frightening, but their destructive power was just that. They couldn't even climb the wall, let alone threaten his safety. Also, there was an adequate reserve of gasoline in the prison, no matter how they attacked it was very difficult for them to break through the wall. Once confirming that there was no danger to himself, he relaxed a bit, his gaze began to seek in the distant night. The origins of the skeletons weren't hard to analyze. The people who gave them information about the auto repair shop last time already mentioned there were a lot of skeleton monsters. They came to the prison out of fear of skeleton attacks. Now it seemed that these skeletons had a direct connection with the auto repair shop. Damn it, that woman does have some tricks up her sleeve. Chen Jinlong cursed. He said to others, bring the loudspeaker here. A loudspeaker was brought over. Chen Jinlong took a look at the distance and shouted, girl from the auto repair shop, I know these skeletons are your doing. You think these things can scare us? You dream. Wait for me to burn your monsters clean, then I'll catch you, and make you a slave to everyone. I'll torture you to death. All kinds of obscene language were broadcasted to the rear through the loudspeaker. If he was on the radio, Chen Jinlong would win an argument with the auto repair shop with this kind of language. Now, he didn't care, he cursed non-stop. Li Yaheng's face turned red with anger. Wu Heng didn't say anything, only continuing to issue orders to the skeletons. On the other side of the prison, searchlights constantly scanned below. Armed guards watched, faces stern. There were no abnormalities on this side. But the concentrated gunfire and sky-high flames on the other side made them extremely tense. As if they feared something in the darkness was rapidly approaching. Da da da. Suddenly, a sound like high heels stepping on tiles rang out. It became more frequent, and closer. Chapter 123. The clear sound of landing was getting closer and closer. The already tense guards immediately become even more anxious. The searchlight was continuously sweeping over the darkness below. Rifles were being raised, also in search of the source of the noise. But despite the searchlight covering every bit of the area below, not a single figure could be spotted. The mosquitoes and moths that usually hovered around the searchlight were also nowhere to be found today. It was eerily empty. Still, the tap-tap-tap knocking sound persisted, getting closer and clearer. The less they could see, the more everyone became anxious. With grave expressions, cold sweat was streaming down their faces. Just as everyone was peering down below. Ah, save me. Suddenly, from the tower next to them, a cry of agony rang out. Everyone was startled, immediately lifting their heads to look. A gigantic spider was climbing up the tower. Its limb, sharp as a blade, pierced through a man's chest. Its fierce jaws were wide open, and under everyone's gaze, bit off half of a head. The body hanging from its limb immediately sagged down. No signs of life remaining. Everyone had their eyes wide open, looking disbelievingly at the scene before them. How was this possible? How could there be a spider that large? Shoot, don't fucking stand there, someone shouted. The crowd frantically disengaged the safety and began to aim at the monster above them. With one bite, the spider crushed the searchlight atop the tower. Instantly, an area was plunged into darkness. And in that darkness, on the back of the enormous spider, a large patch of black was spreading like melting ink. It swarmed up the tower and the exterior wall. Bang bang bang! Gunshots were fired, the bullets directed at the approaching black torrent. Plop plop plop! Sounds of bullets piercing echoed. The spiders in the front row were shot to pieces. It's spiders, bullets can kill them, someone shouted. But the next second, bang, the fallen spiders suddenly burst, a dense yellow smoke instantly spreading. The nearby guards covered their mouths and noses, coughing loudly, and fell to the ground. Soon after, they were swallowed up by the swarm of spiders, disappearing out of sight. Ah! It's spiders, damn it, it's spiders! Run, these things are poisonous when killed. Keep shooting, anyone who dares to run, I'll kill him myself. Fucking hell, you stay and wait for death then. The situation on the surrounding wall became chaotic. Dense smoke began to spread, the people left behind were swallowed up by the spiders one by one. More people began to flee, tangling with those blocking the way behind. They began to fire at each other, shooting each other down. This infighting amongst the guards hastened the spiders' advance. The black swarm of spiders, like a flood, killed all the guards along the perimeter wall and continued rushing towards the nearby wall. The spider mother followed behind, its ferocious giant jaw spewing out a human head. She spat spider silk at the crowd running in the distance. Binding them in place, she quickly climbed over, spun a web, and hung it on the wall. Panic quickly spread throughout the prison. Even if people didn't know what was happening, they started glancing around, no longer wanting to keep fighting. They tried to escape, or find somewhere to take cover. The entire prison was in chaos. Supply and transportation instantly came to a halt. There were no people left to carry the bullets and gasoline to the top of the wall, they were all running around with the crowd instead. The front wall was still holding off the attack. But everyone was becoming terrified and uneasy, constantly looking at the restless crowd behind them. They wanted to figure out what exactly was going on. Chen Jinlong's face was also turning ugly. Damn useless bunch, they can't even guard a wall. They could hold off such a dense crowd of skeleton monsters in front, but they couldn't defend the wall behind them. Nov. L. B //JNN. They were all just a pack of useless good-for-nothings. Bang bang! Chen Jinlong fired 2 bullets at a man who tried to get off the wall and yelled, "Keep shooting, anyone who dares to run, I'll kill him first." In the prison, Chen Jinlong held enough deterrence. With one fierce scolding, everyone returned to their posts, continuing to fire their guns. However, amidst the increasing chaos at the rear, the constant sounds of crawling close to their ears added heavy pressure. Thud thud! At the foot of the wall, a group of towering skeletons arrived at the gates. They were holding fire axes in their hands, beginning to hack at the iron gate, creating a loud hammering sound. "Quick, get the gasoline, burn these monsters," someone shouted. But there was no response from behind. Quickly turning around, they discovered that most of the people had run away, even Chen Jinlong was nowhere to be found. Looking around again, a large number of spiders were rapidly spreading towards them. "Shit!" A man cursed, firing a few quick shots at the spiders nearby, then stumbled and ran towards the bottom of the building. In the blink of an eye, the top of the wall was empty, only filled with a large number of black spiders. The iron gate below was not yet opened. The skeleton group had already climbed up the wall and opened the iron gate from the inside. A large number of skeletons flooded into the prison. Behind the wall, there was still a large section of metal wire fence. But this stuff, facing a large number of skeleton groups, was simply knocked to the ground. The skeleton group directly slaughtered the humans scampering inside. Taking over the walls came with some difficulties. However, being in an open area, the skeletons had the upper hand. At least they were dealing with fleeing humans. Soon, the sounds of battle from the prison ceased. A dense assembly of skeletons filled up the open ground, surrounding a few buildings completely. Outside the prison, Xiao Xiao returned from afar and reported, "Uncle, all the bad guys have hidden in the buildings, and the skeletons have surrounded them." "Are they all inside?" Wu Heng was still a bit worried. After all, bullets could be deadly. Being shot dead from some unknown corner would surely be the end of him. "Yes, they've all hidden inside." "Let me see." Wu Heng allowed Xiao Xiao to merge into his body, sharing Xiao Xiao's recent vision. He saw the situation inside the prison. The entire prison had been entirely overrun by skeletons. Not many of the living humans Xiao Xiao had referred to were left. The skeletons likely killed them in the chaos. Wu Heng carefully scanned twice. After confirming that there shouldn't be any danger, he led Li Yaheng and the skeletons, including Basin and Bahudong, straight into the prison within the enclosure. The ground was littered with corpses. Wu Heng's order had been to kill the humans bearing weapons. Those who had died outside were presumably Chen Jinlong's men. The prison was even more spacious than he had imagined. There was a basketball court, vast empty spaces, and several buildings. Unless you knew it was a prison, you would have thought it was a factory area. The interior was eerily quiet. No sounds could be heard. Xiao Xiao, find that person who was insultingly shouting from the wall, Wu Heng instructed. Chen Jinlong was probably still alive. They hadn't seen his body along the way. Okay. Xiao Xiao flew out straight away. Soon, she flew back. Pointing at a distant building, she reported, that bad guy is in a room on the 4th floor of that building. How many people? 4 people. In addition to him, there are 3 women, Xiao Xiao replied. Wu Heng nodded and gave an instruction, avoid the windows, let's head over there. On the 4th floor, at the doorway. The skeleton troops were crowded in the hallway. From the other side, a man's voice could be heard, you guys from the auto repair shop, I know it's you. We are all survivors. Why are we trying to wipe each other out? Wu Heng glanced at Li Yaheng who responded directly, you were the first to try and wipe us out. We're just fighting back. Don't talk like that. I was wrong this time. I apologize to you all. Please give me a chance to live, the voice from the room continued. Your apology is a bit too late, Li Yaheng retorted. Wu Heng gestured to Basin, who leaned forward and pulled out a wire to pick the lock on the door. He had a bronze key. But considering the current situation, he didn't plan to use it. We are all survivors. There are few of us left alive. If you spare my life, I'll be indebted to you, the man inside the room continued to plead. After Basin failed to open the lock, he returned and reported his failure. Wu Heng lost his patience and ordered Big Guy and Second Chunk, break the door down. The 2 giant skeletons donned armor themselves, lowering their body, ready to rush forward. Then they suddenly sprang into action. With a bang, they collided with the steel door. The strong steel door instantly caved in. Second Chunk continued to charge forward. Another loud bang resulted in further dents on the door. Damn, you guys are coming after me hard, hey? I've rigged the whole building with explosives. If need be, we'll all go down together. The man in the room continued to curse. Li Yaheng looked at Wu Heng in terror. He shook his head in response. He had already instructed Xiao Xiao to examine the room. Apart from Chen Jinlong, there were 3 women inside. There definitely were no explosives, and the sudden nature of their attack didn't afford the enemy time to plant explosives. Boom, boom, boom. Big Guy and Second Chunk alternately struck the anti-theft door. This massive force caused the entire building to shake continuously. The marks on the door grew larger and the door grew more fragile. Boom. The anti-theft door was violently flung open and Big Guy charged into the room. Bang bang. 2 gunshots were fired. Chen Jinlong was carrying a shotgun and fired 2 shots. The bullets hit the steel armor on Big Guy, leaving a honeycomb-shaped dent. The power of the shotgun forced Big Guy to retreat a few steps, falling to the ground. But Big Guy stood up quickly. Inside the room, Chen Jinlong glanced at the crowd of skeletons blocking the outer hallway. Damn, I'll kill you all sooner or later, he swore. He grabbed a woman who was crouching in the corner and held her by the neck before jumping out of the window. The woman's face was filled with terror. In mid-air, Chen Jinlong's body began to change. His skin turned red and veins popped out. Excess fat seemed to burn away, revealing sharp muscle lines. Bang! Chen Jinlong coiled his body and landed on the woman. Then he staggered up and limped away. He really did awaken a superpower. Wu Heng was a bit surprised. Chapter 124. Previously, during their interrogation of corpses in prison, one of the corpses mentioned that Chen Jinlong might have awakened his superpower. At that time, Wu Heng still doubted the reliability of this information. After all, he had ingested the corpse core himself. The effects weren't noticeable, but the side effects were quite significant. Without the detoxifying potion, the chances of being infected by the virus were extremely high. On the other hand, awakening superpowers was entirely a matter of luck. But the abilities shown by Chen Jinlong were clearly those of an awakened superpower. His luck and ruthlessness were indeed more suitable for this post-apocalyptic world. Kill him! Seeing Chen Jinlong jumping out of the window, Wu Heng immediately ordered. Bahu Dong took a step forward and followed him, jumping down. Meanwhile, Big Head controlled the skeleton warriors outside to start converging towards Chen Jinlong's location. They had no intention of letting him go in the first place, and now it was even less likely to let him escape. A huge number of skeletons started closing in from all sides. Chen Jinlong's face looked even worse. He changed his location, attempting to escape towards an area where fewer skeletons were present. But just after he had run a few steps, the horde of skeletons blocked his path as if they knew what he was planning. More and more skeletons wielding kitchen knives, slowly advanced forward. They surrounded him and gradually tightened the circle. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? Chen Jinlong continued to curse. Bang bang! The shotgun slung on his back was swung forward and he fired 2 rounds, instantly shattering 2 skeletons. The sound of gunfire acted like a signal. All of the skeletons began to charge. The sound of rattling bones could be heard. Shit! Chen Jinlong cursed again and smashed a skeleton with his gun. He kicked off the ground. Like a swift cheetah, he quickly rushed into a weak spot in the group of skeletons. His fists continuously struck out, knocking down several skeletons. It could be seen that Chen Jinlong did have a certain foundation in combat, and his fighting consciousness was a notch stronger than most. In the brief exchange, he managed to knock down all of the surrounding skeletons. Something any regular person could do. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger rose from his heart. Chen Jinlong instinctively ducked and shifted half a step to the right. An iron-grey skeleton fist brushed past his ear. The strong wind whistled past him. High-level opponent. Bang! Just as this thought crossed Chen Jinlong's mind, a second punch landed on his abdomen. Pug! Blood and bile gushed out from his mouth. His body was sent flying backward, knocking down a crowd of skeletons behind him. Seeing an array of kitchen knives descending towards him, he quickly rolled to dodge. The iron-grey skeleton was approaching him again. Chen Jinlong gritted his teeth and rushed into the middle of the kitchen knife skeletons at his rear. He intended to forcefully break out. Bang bang! Just then, Wu Heng and his men arrived. Seeing Chen Jinlong trying to break out, he fired 2 shots into the crowd of skeletons. The bullets passed through the hollow skeletons and hit Chen Jinlong. Blood splattered, and 2 bullet holes appeared in his chest. Chen Jinlong glared at him fiercely, the red veins on his body became denser, the muscles around the bullet holes squirmed, slowing the bleeding. Kill him! Wu Heng continued. Thud thud thud! Big Guy and second chunk directly charged up. The crowd of skeletons in the front instantly cleared a path. With a thud, Big Guy sent Chen Jinlong flying and crashing to the ground. Immediately afterward, Big Guy and second chunk followed. Without waiting for him to get up, their fists, wearing iron gloves, directly pounded down on him. Like a pile driver, they rained down blows on him. We can. Cough, talk. It was my fault. I surrender, give me, one chance. Chen Jinlong still kept shouting, trying to communicate with Wu Heng's side. But there was no response. He never managed to stand up again. Soon, the notification of gained experience appeared. It confirmed the death of Chen Jinlong. Wu Heng ordered Big Guy and second chunk to stop. If they continued, they would turn the body into mush and not even a skeleton could be summoned. Let the skeletons clean the battlefield. Kill everyone wielding a weapon. Wu Heng ordered directly. Rattle rattle. The surrounding skeletons were once again dispersed, spreading over the entire prison area. They began to move the bodies and collect scattered guns and ammunition. Chen Jinlong was dead, the entire prison was now under their control. The few who had hidden would be found by the skeletons sooner or later. As soon as a sound of a fight arose, they would be besieged by the skeletons. The skeletons dispersed. Wu Heng once again headed towards the building where Chen Jinlong had been previously. From a distance, he saw Li Yaheng standing on the lower floor. In front of her was a woman lying on the ground. Is there any hope for her? Li Yaheng asked. This woman was used by Chen Jinlong as a cushion when he jumped from the 4th floor. Her chest had caved in, and fresh blood was constantly gushing out from her mouth and nose. It seemed like he wouldn't make it. He looked to be in his 20s, quite young. Whip marks of a dark red color were still visible on his exposed skin. He must have suffered a lot while he was alive. He kept vomiting fresh blood, laying on the ground, looking at the two of them. He didn't fear the skeletons around him, his eyes reflected helplessness, confusion, and a sense of liberation. There were many emotions contained in his gaze, silent, complex. Wu Heng walked over, gently touched the collapsed chest. The injuries were too serious. It seemed like his ribs had even pierced his organs. Even in the modern world, it would be difficult for him to survive. Wu Heng sighed, took out a healing potion, and said, "Drink this potion, whether you can live or not is up to you." He pried open her mouth and poured the potion in. The woman was vomiting fresh blood and swallowing hard at the same time. It seemed like she didn't want to die. "Find her a room, let's see if she can manage to survive till daybreak," Wu Heng said. Li Yaheng nodded, let the skeletons carry her and settled her into a room on the ground floor. The sky gradually brightened. The skeleton, clad in leather armor and holding a spear, took its place by the wall, standing still like a statue with its hollow eye sockets facing forward. The entire prison still remained silent. During the battlefield cleanup, a few gunshots rang out at some places, but they quickly subsided. The bodies, along with their weapons, were dragged here. The cement floor was littered with piles of bodies, filling the air with a heavy smell of blood. Wu Heng's gaze first fell on Chen Jinlong's body. He immediately activated the bone manipulation skill. The necromancy wrapped around the body, the flesh fell off, revealing a grisly white skeleton. Skeleton Warrior, Level 7. Level 7. Attributes: Constitution 17, Strength 16, Agility 14, Intelligence 12, Perception 11, Charm 5. Features: Hollow Skeleton, Basic Soul. Expertise: Combat Specialization, Basic, Weapon Specialization, Basic. Ability: Potential Outburst. Potential Outburst temporarily enhances the body, improves physical state, and reduces pain and other negative effects. Chen Jinlong's attributes looked rather ordinary. He was at the same level as Basin. The attribute panel was much simpler. Apart from higher attribute values, there was nothing special. But it also conformed to the characteristics of the people in this world. The potential outburst ability should be his superpower that allowed him to suddenly exhibit strong combat abilities. This ability seemed to be able to temporarily increase combat power. It seemed quite useful. "You are still called Chen Jinlong, go stand over there," Wu Heng said. The Chen Jinlong who had become a skeleton walked out of the rotting flesh and stood aside. Wu Heng pulled out an iron rod and searched in the fallen chunky flesh, but there was no corpse core. It seemed that upon death of superpowered men, there was no drop like a corpse core. It was no big deal. If there were corpse core drops from superpowered men, that would be truly terrifying. After converting Chen Jinlong, Wu Heng continued to use Dead Bones Battlefield to convert all other bodies into skeletons. There weren't many bodies, less than 100 in total, all converted in one go. And through Communicate with the Dead, it seemed that there were just over 100 people in the prison. Probably not many were left after this. Inside a room that looked like an office, Wu Heng found a layout map of the prison. The entire prison could be divided into 3 areas: the prisoner area, guard area, and the functional area. In the prisoner area, there were cell buildings, isolation rooms, a dining hall, medical room, library, recreational room, and labor reform rooms. The guard area consisted of offices, dormitories, as well as an armory and ammunition storage. The functional area comprised buildings like garages, warehouses, generator rooms, changing rooms, boiler rooms, pumping rooms, etc. Seeing this layout plan, Wu Heng was quite surprised. The environment inside this prison seemed to be better than where he used to live. Was everything so complete? It even had separate generator rooms, pump rooms, and so on. It was like a self-contained small city. No wonder the spotlights here were still on. Wu Heng took a look, marked the location of the armory, and led the skeletons there. The ammunition store had been tampered with, and the door was locked with an old lock. After instructing the skeleton to break it open with a fire axe, he entered the room. Opening the weapons cabinet, Wu Heng's eyes gradually widened. There were over 200 rifles and submachine guns left in the weapons cabinet. Adding up those collected from outside made it more than 500 in total. Seems like this trip wasn't for nothing. Packing up all the arms, he continued to lead the skeletons towards the ammunition storage. Similarly, they broke open the lock and entered the room. Boxes of ammunition were stacked up against the wall, piled half a person high. As Wu Heng opened one box after another, his face lit up with barely concealed joy. This would be enough for a while. Chapter 125. After emptying 2 rooms, Wu Heng returned to the dorm room. As soon as he had returned, he saw Li Yaheng waiting for him at the door. She said, "I have found 27 survivors, 22 women and 5 men. Those were all the survivors left in the prison. Most of the men must have been killed off last night, leaving only women who hadn't participated in the battle. Among these people, are there any subordinates of Chen Jinlong? Still not sure. Let the women who were rescued from that room yesterday identify them. If they're criminals and they've hurt people before, kill them, to prevent any issues," said Wu Heng directly. "Okay. No one wants to have some unstable elements in their team." Wu Heng nodded and continued to speak. "I plan to use this place as a base, what do you think?" Li Yaheng wasn't too surprised. She had just done a tour around the prison. The facility was fully equipped, and water and electricity could be supplied. In this post-apocalyptic world, it was a treasure land. Only Chen Jinlong and his group hadn't managed it well. They had turned it into a den of thieves. "I think it's okay, but it's a bit far from the residential area, scavenging resources will take some time," continued Li Yaheng. The place was a bit far from the residential area. Unlike before, they couldn't just walk around the nearby houses to scavenge resources. Of course, it was safer here, and the possibility of facing a horde of zombies was less. Even if there were any dangers, the surrounding walls and machine guns would provide better defense. "We can drive to scavenge resources, that's not a problem." I have no objections, I'll listen to you," continued Li Yaheng, appearing to be ready to follow Wu Heng's arrangements. "Then it's settled, start moving the resources from the auto repair shop here gradually." Li Yaheng nodded, indicating she understood. At this moment, Qiang's voice came through the walkie-talkie, saying that the convoy had arrived at the prison gate. "Go and let them in, then you guys tally up the resources in the prison." "Okay." Li Yaheng left and ran toward the main gate. Soon, the gate opened, and the convoy drove straight in. Then, Qiangzi, Jiazheng and a few others got off the vehicle, looking around in surprise.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. It was already light outside, but the searchlight was still on. They were amazed that this facility could be powered, which was much better than their little generator. They were all saying something in astonishment. Meanwhile, Wu Heng went into a room and let a few skeletons guard it. He used the bronze key to open the door and entered Lundham City. He had breakfast at a tavern at the door. Wu Heng then headed directly to the association. Upon entering the lounge, he again saw Beastman Duke sitting there. "Captain, you're here." Wu Heng nodded, "Was anyone looking for me?" "The steward came to assign a task yesterday, but as you weren't here, and it was just me, he left," said Duke. "Oh? They came to assign a task again?" "Lundham City sure was busy." "I wasn't there, did the steward say anything?" Wu Heng asked, sitting down beside him. "I told him you had gone to investigate the criminals, and then he left." After saying this, Duke asked, "Captain, have we got any leads on the criminals?" "No, did you get any clues?" Wu Heng asked back. Duke scratched his head and said, "I heard something, but it's not exactly a clue, everyone else knows about it." "Everyone knows about the clue? What clue?" asked Wu Heng. "Ayo, there's a gang of robbers on the trade route who always wander around it, hijacking merchant teams and people. The leaders and key members of this gang are criminals with a bounty on their heads that increases every year. All merchant teams hate them to death," said Duke. Actually, according to Wu Heng's thinking, gangs or mercenaries didn't differ much from robbers. Some of the robbers they encountered outside were mercenaries. It just depended on whether anyone found out and provided valid evidence. Those who were directly listed in the wanted list and robbing people in a fixed area. They were acting like kings of the mountain, doing it outright. Has no one tried to eliminate them? I heard some people tried, but the gang is quite strong. They never really got them. Wu Heng nodded and continued, "Well, we have a target in mind, let's keep gathering information to see if there are any other clues. Okay. Duke nodded in agreement. The two talked for a while. Then they left the guild again. Duke went to investigate the wanted criminals while Wu Heng went straight to the Snake Badge Consortium opposite. Upon entering the consortium hall and showing his badge, he was led to a private room. Soon, the door opened. The enchanting female manager who had previously received him walked in. Good afternoon, sir. The woman greeted him with a bright smile. She wore a low-cut, long dress that revealed a large swath of her fair, plump skin. Good afternoon. Wu Heng nodded and cut to the chase. Has there been any news about the commission I placed last time? Let me check for you. The woman took his badge and sent someone to verify the commission information. Soon, someone came in with a wooden box and the badge. There seems to be a result. The woman glanced at the commission paper and continued, you've collected 2 necromancy skill books from the commission you posted. There are still no results for the construction of rune buildings in the burial ground. Wu Heng was pleased, the efficiency here was really high. They had already collected 2 books. You guys are quite efficient. He received the 2 skill books. Life Extension Technique Disease Radiation. Neither of which he had ever studied. But disease radiation had appeared in the skills of the skeleton ghost hag he had transformed. It should not be considered advanced magic. Life Extension Technique. Description: touch a dying creature to temporarily stabilize its injuries. This spell is ineffective on undead creatures, mechanical life forms, and deceased organisms. Hey? Wu Heng glanced at the skill description, his forehead furrowing. Whoever said that necromancers only know how to research magic from the underworld? This seemed like some positive energy. The type could be considered a supporting spell too. When a teammate or another creature is critically wounded, it can temporarily stall their injuries, buying time for treatment. This point could play a crucial role at any time. However, stabilization is only temporary, and treatment is still necessary. If effective treatment could not be provided, death would still occur after the spell ends. Disease radiation. Description: fires a black energy beam, resulting in poison status for the target and a chance of triggering lingering diseases. The second skill returned to the characteristic of necromancy once again. A skill to poison people and possibly trigger lingering diseases. This skill isn't noted for its damaging power but more so for its annoyance. During a battle, one use of this skill can make someone sick to the stomach, reducing their combat capacity by more than half. The unpleasant sight at the scene would also affect morale. How does it feel, sir? The woman sat down, her dress revealing her fair legs. Not bad. For these 2 skill books, the price for life extension technique is 45 silver coins, and disease radiation is 77 silver coins. The price can be deducted from your previous deposit. The woman continued. No need, I will pay you directly, keep the deposit and continue to help me collect the relevant skill books. Very well, sir. The woman smiled and nodded. Following that, the woman called in a staff member, and they began to fill out a new commission form. Meanwhile, she continued to chat with Wu Heng. My name is Leziah, how should I address you, sir? She shifted her sitting position, revealing her long legs. Wu Heng. Nice to meet you, Mr. Wu Heng. Same here. Given the identity of a guild leader, it wouldn't be a secret for long. Hiding it would only seem like he didn't trust them. Furthermore, given the capability of the Snake Badge Consortium, they might already know his identity. It was only a matter of who spoke it out. Does your consortium have avenues to purchase shops in the lower town area? Wu Heng, suddenly thinking of this, asked. The woman raised her eyebrows curiously. Giving him an inquisitive look. She answered, of course, we control some of the shops. Are you thinking of opening a store? Chapter 126. Upon hearing that the Snake Badge Consortium also ran retail businesses, Wu Heng wasn't surprised. Real estate is an important investment in any city. And there was no way that the Snake Badge Consortium could have had a legitimate presence in the city without getting involved. He himself had indeed been considering opening a business. However, it seemed excessively troublesome to maintain connections with local merchants and to meddle with local gangs. Collaboration with an organization like the consortium could avoid many complications. The cost might be slightly higher than dealing privately. But not by much, because in business, an excessive price wouldn't make sense. Where are the locations? Wu Heng asked further. One moment. The woman turned around to give instructions to the employees outside. Shortly, a map was brought to them. The woman leaned forward, spread the map on the coffee table, highlighted a few spots on the map with her white fingertips, and said, "These are the locations of our shops. You can see which one suits you." The map was of Lundham City, including both the inner and outer city areas. The outer city was divided into 4 regions: East, South, West, and North. Each area had their shops. The number of shops wasn't large, but there were plenty for him to choose from. Wu Heng glanced over the map and asked, "How is the rent calculated?" Shops located on the main streets range from 2,300 to 3,500 silver coins, while those on the fringe streets are slightly cheaper, ranging from 1,700 to 2,000 coins. Wu Heng nodded. The price was only slightly higher than his expectation by a couple hundred silver coins. But it was still within an acceptable range. How will guild-related issues be dealt with? Wu Heng glanced at the map once again. You don't have to worry about that at all. Your shop will still belong to the consortium. We have our own agreement with the local guild. No matter how chaotic it gets, they will not interfere with your normal operations, the woman continued to explain. Wu Heng nodded, satisfied with her explanation. Moreover, this would be the fastest way to open a shop. On second thoughts, he found this amusing. Despite being a guild captain, he felt it was easier to deal with the consortium. As long as there was money, most problems weren't problems at all. Seeing his satisfaction, the woman directly said, "If you have made your decision now, we can start arranging for the cleanup of the shop." Wu Heng shook his head, "Not at the moment, we'll see in a few days." "That's fine, when you're ready, I'll help you choose an appropriate shop." Shortly, a clerk had completed the new acquisition order for skill books. The emblem was returned to Wu Heng. After a brief chat with the woman, he left the consortium and headed towards his residence. Back at home, he quickly had some instant noodles and snacks, and went straight into his study. 4 skeleton ghost hags were browsing through skill books. Wu Heng picked up a book held by one of the hags and glanced at it. It was the one he had been reading before. Was it really that difficult? 2 or 3 days had passed, and they hadn't unlocked any skills yet. Could it be that they simply couldn't learn it at all? He was starting to have doubts. According to the Book of Necromancy, summoned beings could learn necromancy spells. There should have been some effect. Could it be that the intelligence of the hags was too low and would require more time? Unable to figure it out, he was helpless. For now, they could continue with their study, it wasn't as if they could be of any use right now anyway. He returned the skill book to the hag, sat down at the desk, and took out the 2 skill books he had received today. He started browsing through them, too. Disease Radiation was a traditional necromancy spell, its principle being somewhat similar to the Decay Ray spell that he had previously studied. It utilized necromancy to affect the physical condition of the target. According to the game's mechanics, this would place a negative buff on the opponent, reducing their physical attributes. He quickly skimmed through the book, and as he turned over the last page, a system notification immediately appeared. Skill unlocked, Disease Radiation. He sure was fast. If he progressed as slowly as the hags, taking several days to learn just one skill, he would probably have given up and focused on increasing the number of skeletons instead. He continued with the second book. Life extension technique was very rare in necromancy. At least the Book of Necromancy had no record of this skill. Necromagic drifted towards undead attendant and disease. That is to say, it was more like a summoner in the game, who would summon skeletons or carrions for direct combat while the mage would cast spells with negative effects from behind. The life extension technique seemed more like a support/healthcare skill. Necromancers were constantly in contact with corpses and spirits, and were accustomed to the end of life. They seldom paid attention to the life and death of others. Researching such an evidently aid-oriented skill was indeed rare. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Skill unlocked, Life extension technique. All the skills from the obtained skill books were unlocked. Unlocking skills isn't that hard. Wu Heng placed the 2 skill books on the shelf behind him. He continued to instruct the skeleton ghost hag, after learning the skill, pick another skill book from the shelf and learn from it. After saying that, he left the study and used the boundary door in the bedroom to head directly to the zombie world. His vision returned. Wu Heng had already found himself in a cell within the prison. According to the layout, this was the warden's room, which was quite spacious with a bedroom and living room. It looks more like a small suite in a hotel. Wu Heng led the skeleton out of the room and went straight downstairs. Leaving the corridor, he saw Li Yaheng standing nearby, gesturing and discussing something with Qiangzi and others. Wu Heng walked over. How is it going? After Qiangzi and the others greeted him, they went off to their tasks. Li Yaheng said directly, nothing to report, the survivors newly added to the prison have settled down. During the day, Qiangzi and the others fixed up the iron door and damaged wire mesh, so there are no problems. Wu Heng was quite satisfied with Li Yaheng's efficiency. She was the type who, upon receiving a task today, would immediately get to work, showing results quickly. Wu Heng nodded. I charged the iPad, there are some movies inside, you can show them to Xiao Xiao, she always wanted to watch TV, Li Yaheng said directly. Having spent enough time together, they were less fearful of each other now. Sometimes, women are more exquisite, remembering things Xiao Xiao always talked about. Where did you find it? In the room where Chen Jinlong kept women, there are also a few mobile phones. They have power here, so they can play some built-in games. Okay, I'll thank you on behalf of Xiao Xiao, Wu Heng said, taking over the iPad. No need to thank me, everything here belongs to you. We'll have to rely on your protection in the future, Li Yaheng said, and then, I'll take you on a tour. Let's go. Li Yaheng took him for a tour around the prison. This place was indeed a good location, with a wide area and well-equipped facilities. Especially the labor reform workshop which housed hundreds of sewing machines. What is this place used for? Wu Heng asked. I heard that when the prison was operating, it had the prisoners working, making clothes. Now it's become a warehouse, Li Yaheng explained. The whole workshop was filled with odds and ends. Given the current situation, there was no need to manufacture clothes. The main essentials were food and supplies. If they needed clothes, they could simply scavenge from the shops. After touring around, they returned back to the front of the building. Wu Heng continued, fill up all the vehicles with gas, we'll go back in a few days, and bring the remaining people and equipment over. Okay. It wasn't until late into the night that Wu Heng returned to his living quarters. He set up a movie for Xiao Xiao, while he continued to practice his swordsmanship in the living room. The next day, in the morning, Wu Heng made a trip to the association. On his way to the lounge, a staff member shouted, Captain Wu Heng, there's mail for you. Thank you, Wu Heng received the 2 letters. Without saying, he knew it was the letters from Blackstone Town that had arrived. But, he had sent out 3, he had no idea who didn't reply. He went straight to the lounge, there was no one inside, even Duke wasn't there. Wu Heng sat down and held up letters in his hand. He picked up the first letter alone, the weight felt somewhat off. He cracked open the seal, turned it over in his hand, and a gold coin fell out. Wu Heng frowned. What was going on? They even sent money? Such a large sum. He immediately picked up the letter and began to read it. The handwriting was intricate and neat, it was done with a light touch. It's a woman's handwriting, with a strong background in penmanship. Who could this be? Could I know someone who writes this well? He continued reading. Captain Wu Heng. We have received your letter, congratulations on your successful appointment as captain. Blackstone Town is all fine. The city's security has begun to stabilize, and the workload isn't as heavy as before. Wu Heng frowned, who was this speaking using official jargon? Did they send it to the wrong person? He kept reading. Not too long after you left, I personally visited the crowded area twice. There are 2 new security kiosks, so it isn't as chaotic as before. The residents of the crowded area all believe that you have changed this place. It is said that they are collecting money to build a statue of you. 4th Squad, reassembled its team members. Captain Atruk led them to capture a few misbehaving mercenaries. Earning some bounty was not difficult, but earning merits was a bit of a challenge. Yuli often misses you, write her a letter next time, she should be very happy. Everything here is fine, don't worry. In a few days, once things are more stable, I'll bring Yuli over to see you. Take care. Wu Heng, with wide eyes, was somewhat in disbelief. Having seen the end, he'd guessed who had written him back. Blackstone Town official Slither, a mature woman as attractive as a ripe peach. Seemingly, he didn't write to her. Why is it written in reply though? Wu Heng furrowed his brows and thought for a moment, quickly realizing that the letter he wrote to Yuli probably ended up in Slither's hands. Then, Wu Heng glanced at the gold coin that came in the envelope. What was the deal with this money? What does she mean by take care? Chapter 127. Wu Heng picked up the letter and glanced at its contents again. The first half introduced the situation in Blackstone Town, while the latter half appeared to probe a bit more personally. Damn, Slither isn't trying to test me, is he? Then again, if it was Slither on the other end, it probably wouldn't be too bad for me. He carefully folded the letter and set it aside. Then he continued to the second letter. The handwriting of the second letter was much cruder. Clearly, Captain Atruk had written it. It mainly talked about events happening in the town. And he also confirmed the romantic relationship with Tulisa, the second team captain. In reality, everyone already knew about it, only Atruk still believed he had kept it a secret. He also specifically mentioned it to Wu Heng. Wu Heng pulled out fresh letter paper from the drawer. This time, apart from replying to Slither and Atruk, he added an extra letter for Yuli. He retold his accomplishments of killing the ghost hag and the bloodthirsty pervert to Yuli, as well as some delicious local food. If she ever had a chance to visit, he promised to treat her with delectable meals every day, ensuring no repetition of the same dishes. And his second letter was to reply to Atruk, congratulating him on finding love and requesting him to inform him when he plans to marry so that he could send his blessings. And his response to Slither, the content of the third letter, was even bolder. He casually padded it out with recent events, saying he was looking forward to seeing Slither soon and hoped that he could move up his plans to drop by. As for the previous letter to Kavina, she had just been transferred to another town, and might not have settled down yet. A delay in her reply was normal. He packed the 3 letters in envelopes, this time indicating the recipients correctly to avoid any mix-ups. After sealing the envelopes with wax, he took them straight to the reception. Elsewhere, in a dim room in the outer city area, the door opened, and a figure cloaked in a mantle walked in. Covered from head to toe, only a pair of narrow, elongated eyes were visible on his face. He slowly walked in and sat down at the table. This person, who sat in the shadows across the table, after surveying him, said, "Fisher, when did you, an association captain, become so secretive?" The man then pulled down his scarf, revealing a middle-aged face. He said, "If I come to you, I need to be careful." Ha ha ha. The big man across the table laughed heartily. "We don't welcome association captains here. People may talk if the news gets out." "Well, I suppose a little disguise is beneficial for both you and me." The muscular man looked at him coldly and said, "Get to the point, what do you want? If it's information you're after, then you can leave." Fisher loosened his necktie and looked toward other people in the room. The muscular man also glanced at them and said, "You guys step out, and don't let anyone else in." A few underlings immediately stepped outside, leaving only the 2 men in the room. "Enough small talk. What do you want?" Fisher said directly, "I am here to arrange for you to kill someone." "I thought it was a matter of great importance." "You're making it sound so mysterious just to ask for a killing." The man picked up a glass of beer from the table, took a sip, and then asked, "Who is it? Just spit it out." "A newly appointed captain of the association." The beer glass paused halfway to his mouth. He frowned at the man. "A captain of the association? That's no small matter." The association was a massive entity, and local gangs rarely dared to mess with it. Murdering someone from the association would surely put a price on their heads, and there would be no safe place left in the world. A lifelong pursuit. Clank, clank. 2 money bags were thrown onto the table. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. 200 silver coins as a down payment. When the job is done, I'll give you 400 more. Make sure to keep it quiet, no one should know about it. You can leave town and hide for a while afterward, Fisher said. 600 silver coins. That was a high price even on the bounty list. The man squinted at him and continued, "What's his strength? How many people are with him? He's just been transferred here. He has 2 attendants. This is where he lives." After a brief silence, the man gathered the money bags. "Fine, I'll take this job." Fisher held onto his money-grabbing hand firmly. "Kill, leave no survivors. If he lives, none of us are safe." "Bullshit, we don't leave survivors in our operation." "Good." Fisher let go of his hand, recloaked himself tightly, and left the room. Deliver this message to the front desk. Just as Wu Heng was about to leave, he was called by a staff member. Captain Wu Heng, the butler wants to see you, he said. Wu Heng nodded and went straight to the butler's study. After a gentle knock on the door, he pushes it open and enters. Butler, you wanted to see me? Wu Heng asked. The butler was looking at the documents and replied after nodding, what's your Squad 12 been busy with lately? Investigating warrant criminals. Any leads? Some clues, still under investigation. The butler looked at him and continued, which fugitive are you investigating and what clues do you have? Let me hear it. Wu Heng promptly replied, Ghost Hag on the bounty list, we found out they're planning a gathering, trying to lure some merchant teams on the way. The butler seemed surprised at Wu Heng's answer. Who would have thought, they were actually investigating criminals on the wanted list? He didn't ask any further and handed him a file, leave the Ghost Hag issue aside for the moment, let your team handle this, go verify the authenticity of this information. Wu Heng took a glance. The task was to confirm the information. Before he had a chance to look at the content, the butler continued, we've received information that a criminal has appeared in a deserted manor outside the city. Your team isn't large, so just go confirm this information and report back. A single criminal? Not sure, they've gathered some people. Remember, don't take risks, your task is just to confirm the information. Okay, I'll go get ready, we will set off immediately. Off you go. Wu Heng left the room and went straight back to the resting area. He had the staff go to Duke's house to find him. Before long, Duke came in shouldering his axe and gnawing on a grilled cake. Captain, you wanted to see me? Duke said, spewing cake crumbs as he spoke. We've got a task, we need to leave the city. Do you need to prepare anything? Asked Wu Heng. No, I'm all set. Okay, go register for a carriage, we're leaving right now. Oh, okay, Captain. Soon, Duke had prepared the association's carriage, and they rushed out of the city. The carriage galloped all the way, gradually moving away from the city. Duke was driving the carriage, while listening to Wu Heng explain the task. Captain, that manor has been deserted for a long time, some people used to go there to dismantle some ironworks and bring them back, but nobody goes there now. Oh, why was it left deserted? I heard that the entire family of the manor owner was killed, and the house was completely burned down by a fire, so it was left deserted, Duke bluntly said. How tragic. Yet. In the afternoon, the carriage arrived near the manor. After settling the carriage, the two walked through the forest on foot. After walking a distance, they saw the abandoned manor built in the middle of the jungle. Thick vines had climbed up the 4-meter-high wall, and the stone castle building in the center was half collapsed, with the remaining half also covered in vines and moss. In the overgrown courtyard and the collapsed interior of the castle, beastmen on guard could be seen. It didn't seem like a mere common criminal. Captain, there are indeed people, the information is true. Chapter 128. 2 men and 2 skeletons squatted in the bushes, watching the beastmen in the abandoned manor from afar. Captain, are they the ones? Asked Duke. They should be. The place was only a few hours away from Lundham City. Ordinary merchants or mercenary groups would never set up camp at this location. Proceeding with high level of caution. Besides, the physique of the beastmen is towering, they look like a band of mountain bandits when they stand. Doesn't seem to be a lot of them, shall we go in for the kill? Duke spoke in a low voice, even as he plucked a green snake from a branch and crushed its head, then coiled it up and put it in his bag. Wu Heng watched him coil up the snake, but didn't say anything. Now that he had seen many things, he wasn't afraid like he used to be. Let's wait a bit longer, and keep observing. Their task was to confirm the authenticity of the intelligence. They could report back now, and other teams or more personnel would be arranged for the kill later. However, Wu Heng was feeling a bit troubled. Their own team hadn't had any tasks in the past few days, and if they returned, they might be given new tasks for no reason. He squatted in the bushes for a while. Xiao Xiao, under the invisibility spell, flew back from the opposite side. She directly burrowed into his body, and the images from inside the stone fort appeared in his mind. In a half-preserved room inside the stone fort, 6 towering beastmen huddled together. Their heavy armor was set aside and they were leaning against the wall whispering. There was a fire pit and iron pot in the middle of the room with some sort of animal's meat stewing inside it. The scene shifted again as Xiao Xiao directly flew up to the 3rd floor. There was a strong female beastman on a collapsed open-air platform on the third floor, keeping watch outside. A heavy crossbow was placed in the corner of the wall. Tallying up the one in the courtyard on lookout duty, there were 8 beastmen in total. They seemed to be a small group. And it looked like they were preparing to spend the night here, as they were already setting up leather beds. There are 8 beastmen in total, one on the third floor is a crossbowman. Wu Heng reported the situation. Duke, while brushing bugs off his body, asked, "So we're charging in?" "Charging directly in is a bit risky, it would be best if we could find a way to sneak attack." How to sneak attack? While they were talking, something happened inside the manor. 5 or 6 beastmen emerged from the stone fort with their weapons, shouting at each other about something, and one of them pointed towards the place where Wu Heng and Duke were hiding. "Damn, we've been detected!" Wu Heng cursed. Many professionals have the means to detect and alert each other, apparently their actions had been noticed by the other side. Before Wu Heng could decide whether to run or fight back. Whoosh! The sound of the wind breaking suddenly rang out. A crossbow arrow hurtled towards them. Clang! It directly hit the side of Duke's helmet, sparks flew everywhere, and the crossbow arrow was deflected. Overthrown by the massive inertia, Duke fell backwards. In shock, he touched the dent in his helmet, still shaken up. "Captain, I almost died." "Stay low, don't show your head," Wu Heng advised. Duke lay flat on the ground and shifted his position. Whoosh! The second sound of breaking wind rang out, and a crossbow arrow flew towards Bahudong's chest. But Bahudong caught the flying crossbow arrow with one hand and swung his arm, embedding it into a tree. Such precision! Wu Heng was somewhat surprised by the opposition. At the same time, he quickly lit a poison fog thunder and threw it forward. Bang! The poison fog thunder exploded, a heavy red smoke engulfing the entire area and obstructing the view of both sides. The beastmen on the other side immediately raised a clamor. "Damn reptiles, always hiding! Quickly, charge them, don't let them run! Kill them, or we will have to relocate!" The beastmen yelled, thinking that the release of the smoke meant we were trying to run. They picked up their pace, moving quickly through the grass towards us. Listening to their movements, Wu Heng immediately said, "Kill them, don't hold back on bullets." Basin and Bahudong stood up, raised their rifles, and fired towards the front. The skeleton's sight was not affected by the smoke, they were able to precisely target their positions. Bang bang bang! A barrage of bullets hissed out, piercing the smoke and shooting forward. The beastman's shouting was drowned out by the gunfire, which startled a flock of birds in the forest. Clang clang pew pup! Some of the beastman's plate armor did offer a little protection. The bullets that hit the edges of the armor were deflected, but more often than not, bullets would pierce through the armor and penetrate the beastmen's bodies. For some beastmen, they hadn't even put on their armor and were immediately shot full of holes. After a brief round of gunfire, it was quiet again, only the groans of pain from the bushes were heard. "Move forward!" Wu Heng's voice echoed from his gas mask. With one hand on Basin's shoulder, they started to navigate through the smoke. Passing through the beastmen area, they fired shots and directly killed the beastmen who were not completely dead. They quickly penetrated the smoke and approached the wall of the mansion. As they burst out, there was a whoosh, and another crossbow arrow shot over. They quickly took cover by the wall. Then, Wu Heng raised his hand towards the third floor and cast the fireball technique. The scorching fireball flew towards the upper floor and hit the wall with a bang, scattering a large amount of burning flame. It set the third floor on fire and forced the crossbow shooter to retreat. Inside the mansion, the remaining 2 beastmen walked out of the stone fort. They looked around vigilantly. "Kill them!" Wu Heng continued. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. The sound of gunfire rang out again, aimed at the exiting beastman. One collapsed in fear, while the other held a broad battle axe across his chest, acting as a shield. Bullets rattled against it without causing much effect. "Bahudong, go and kill this beastman, Basin go to the third floor and kill the crossbowman," Wu Heng quickly ordered. Bahudong charged towards the beastman with the battle axe. Basin, from a different angle, quickly dashed through the ruins towards the third floor. Wu Heng fired 2 shots, keeping the axe-wielding beastman in check, while simultaneously releasing decay ray and disease radiation. The 2 rays hit the beastman directly. The posture of the beastman holding the battle axe noticeably sank. At this point, Bahudong also rushed to the front and swung his fist. The beastman roared, his figure became even stronger, he swung the battle axe, and chopped down. Bahudong dodged, while throwing consecutive punches to the beastman's ribs and lower back. The two entangled with each other. At this moment, Duke also ran out, coughing and rubbing his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot and tears were streaming down. He shook his head forcefully, raised his battle axe, and charged towards the opposing beastman. He immediately joined the fight. 2 against 1, the other side struggled to cope and kept retreating. Bang, bang! Wu Heng seized the opportunity and fired 2 shots, hitting the beastman's thighs. The beastman, in pain, stooped down, and Bahudong jumped up and hit the beastman's neck with his fist. A harsh snap sounded. The beastman's head eerily drooped backward. Experience obtained +21. Your level has increased to level 6, intelligence +1, charisma +1. The summoned being skeleton boxer, obtained experience +2. He actually leveled up. Wu Heng was surprised. Recently, he hadn't been paying much attention to his XP, not realizing that it was full. Thump! At this point, Duke swung his axe and directly chopped off the beastman's neck. The head rolled over to the side, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Bahudong, go check the upstairs and kill the crossbowman with basin. Wu Heng continued. Bahudong ran towards the upper floor again. Faint sounds of fighting and cursing could be heard. Soon, the fighting stopped, and Basin came down dragging the corpse of a female beastman. Duke, are you okay? Wu Heng removed his gas mask and put it away. Duke's eyes were still red. I'm fine. It's not that he wouldn't give Duke one. But the beastman's facial features were too distinctive to mention, and the outward protruding tusks wouldn't fit in the mask. Your head isn't injured, right? Duke touched the dented part of his helmet. The helmet needs fixing. As long as you are fine, go move the corpses from the bushes over here. All right. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Duke quickly walked over and started dragging the bodies. Wu Heng, along with the skeleton, entered the stone fort, examining the items carried by these people. The majority of the backpacks had the usual personal belongings. The major gain was that every person's bag had a coin pouch, except for in 2 pouches where the number of silver coins was greater, the rest had exactly 120 coins each. It looked as though they had just split the spoils, otherwise there would be no way for the money in each person's pouch to be the same. However, when he checked the last backpack, he found 3 special scrolls inside. Slave Contract Scroll. Description: a magical scroll that draws up a slavery contract, establishing a master-servant relationship. Once the contract is in effect, the servant is unable to have any subjective thoughts of harming the master. Were these people slave traders? There were many types of magical scrolls, most of which performed attack magic. Master-servant contract ones were relatively rare. It didn't seem to be of much use to him. His skeletons were completely loyal, and he could get any type of slave he wanted just by collecting bodies. After thinking about it, he decided to collect them anyway. Then he walked out of the stone fort. Duke had already laid out the bodies in the courtyard. Captain, they're all here. Wu Heng took out his tablet, brought up the bounty notice he had taken pictures of from the guild, and said, see which one is the wanted criminal. Duke, with his red eyes, watched the photos flipping in surprise. Chapter 129. Wu Heng felt that most beastmen looked the same. Especially when relying on the portraits on the wanted poster, they were even more unrecognizable. And so, he needed Duke's help to identify them. Are there wanted fugitives among them? Wu Heng asked. Yes, the last one killed was one. Duke replied. Wu Heng took a glance at the wanted poster. He compared it to the body. The hairstyle was different, but the face seemed quite similar. The wanted poster described that the target was a level 10 beastman warrior, who was guilty of attacking merchant caravans and kidnapping wealthy merchants. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The reward for the bounty was 550 silver coins and medium-tier item rewards. What about the rest? Are all these extra bodies not worth bounties? Wu Heng inquired. No, they aren't. Even if they were extremely wicked, without a bounty on their heads, they would be considered a local public security matter. If this were in Blackstone Town, they might have checked to see if the guards had placed a bounty on these folks, but inside Lundham City, there would be no reward. At most, it would be considered ridding the population of harmful elements. Actually, it was fine, the bounty was filled within a moment. This meant they could slack off for another few days. All right, you go get the carriage, we'll carry these bodies back. Wu Heng continued. Oh, okay. Duke ran off to fetch the carriage. Fearing they might alert potential threats, they had parked the carriage a little distance away. Wu Heng watched as Duke disappeared into the distance. He found a shabby door inside the stone castle. He directly opened the boundary door, making the skeleton guards move all the bodies and scattered equipment into the boundary door. Afterward, he had Bahudong carry the body of the wanted criminal and wait by the road. Duke returned, driving the carriage over. Bahudong hoisted the body onto the carriage. Start heading back. Commander, we're just leaving the rest of the equipment here? It should be worth something. No need, it's too heavy. The carriage can't take it. Oh. Duke didn't say much more, driving the carriage towards Lundham City. Before the city gates closed, the two men entered the city and headed back to the guild. Duke shouldered the body into the morgue for autopsy. Meanwhile, Wu Heng went straight to the steward's office. After a light knock on the door, he walked in. The steward, Gomez, glanced at him and said, "How was it? Was the information accurate?" "Yes, we can confirm the fugitive." Gomez's face became serious. He stood up and started to put on armor while saying, "Go, assemble the remaining teams in the hall. Prepare to leave the city and catch the fugitive." "Hey!" Looking at the frantic Gomez, Wu Heng wasn't sure how to respond. As Gomez finished strapping on his armor and noticed that Wu Heng was still standing there, he urged, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up!" "Steward, I don't think there's a need to go through all this fuss." "What? Did the criminal escape?" Gomez asked. Wu Heng immediately responded, "No, the fugitive has been killed. His body is currently undergoing examination." Gomez paused in his actions and frowned at him. "You guys killed him?" "Yes. Once we confirmed he was the wanted fugitive, we took care of it." "How many were they?" 8. "And you?" 2. 2 against 8. Gomez furrowed his brow to affirm. "I also had some of my attendants, it was not simple." Wu Heng answered. Just then, a knock sounded from outside the door, and a beastman staffer came in with a piece of paper. He directly reported, "Steward, the identity of the body brought in by Team 12 has been confirmed. It's the level 10 fugitive from the wanted poster, there's no mistake." Gomez gave a light cough, "Settle the bounty for Team 12 and let them choose their medium-tier reward." "Yes." The staffer exited the room. The steward looked at him, "Next time, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. Putting on this armor is a hassle." "All right." Gomez began to undo his armor, continuing, "When I tell you to investigate, you should investigate. Acting like this will put you in unnecessary danger." Wu Heng answered, "They had their own means of scouting. We were discovered and only had the option to retaliate." Gomez didn't want to say anything more. He hung the armor back on the display stand and said, "All right, you can leave now." "Okay." After leaving the room, Wu Heng returned to the resting area. Duke was sitting in the room waiting, occasionally rubbing his eyes. When he saw Wu Heng enter, he immediately said, "Commander, they've sent the reward. They also mentioned that when we have time, we should pick a piece of medium-grade equipment." "All right, let's split the bounty and then we can call it a day." "Ah? What's call it a day?" "It means you can go home." "Oh, thank you Commander. I didn't help much today." Duke looked somewhat embarrassed. Wu Heng handed him a money pouch, "Let's go home. We'll continue the fugitive hunting tomorrow. If there's a task, I'll have someone inform you." "Okay." The two of them left the guild and headed for their respective residences. When he returned home, Wu Heng, via the boundary door, directly traveled to the zombie world. Actually, today was somewhat fruitful, as those beastmen seemed to be of reasonable level. He walked out of the room and found several bodies piled at the doorway. The stench of blood was overwhelming. Commanding the skeletons to lift the bodies, they headed outside together. Just as they exited the corridor, he saw Li Yaheng waiting at a distance. As she saw the strange figures being carried out, all donned in ancient armor, she was taken aback. Some were hesitant to approach. After Wu Heng came over, they spoke up, "The woman who jumped down with Chen Jinlong, she's not going to make it. She might not hold on for much longer. Let's go take a look." The two of them stopped in front of a room on the first floor. A man dressed in a white doctor's coat came out after a light knock on the door. "A doctor? This is Dr. Guanzhi Wang." He happened to be the on-duty prison doctor during the zombie outbreak and decided to stay in the prison. Being a doctor is always an important profession. Even Chen Jinlong, a maniac who used live humans as zombie bait, made sure to take special care of the doctor. So, Dr. Guanzhi Wang was not in much danger and his complexion looked fairly good. Wu Heng asked directly, "How is the one inside?" The doctor, a middle-aged man, was aware that the man in front of him wielded real power here. With a respectful attitude, he said, "It's a severe case, the sternum is broken, and splintered bones have punctured her internal organs. It's a miracle she's held on for this long. Can she be saved? We need to perform surgery, but under the current conditions, we can't." "What's the problem?" "We lack the necessary equipment and manpower." "You should still try. Even if we don't, she'll die. If she dies regardless, there's nothing we can do." As for the woman inside, it wasn't about any sort of martyrdom sentiment, but there wasn't any loss for him. If he could save her, he wanted to save her. They were currently short on manpower and he wasn't eager to see a young woman die such a horrible death. But the doctor still shook his head, "It's impossible, we don't meet the most basic conditions. Just tell me what's missing, don't waste time. The main issue is blood supply, without it, she'll only die faster once the surgery starts," the doctor said. Wu Heng frowned, considering. This was indeed a problem. With so few people in the prison, even if there was a matching blood source, the success of the surgery with transfusion equipment was uncertain. "So as long as she doesn't die on the operating table, it'll be okay, correct?" "Yes." "All right then, prepare for the surgery." "It's not as simple as," the doctor still wanted to persuade him. Wu Heng interrupted him, "Do as I said, and hurry." Despite a sigh, the doctor proceeded to prepare. Wu Heng then entered the sick room. The woman, pale as a sheet, lay on the bed. Her skin was terribly white and she was clinging onto life. She wasn't that old. She might have been married or just entered the workforce. Facing the apocalypse, and then running into Chen Jinlong, she truly had bad luck. Wu Heng walked over. The woman opened her eyes slightly as if she was looking at him. She forced a weak smile. Wu Heng sat by the bed and said, "We need to perform surgery, hang on, once the surgery is over, things will get better." The woman blinked in understanding. About half an hour later, the surgery began, and as her chest was opened, blood started to pour out. The doctor held his tools, unsure of how to proceed. Wu Heng gripped the woman's hand and released the life extension technique instantly. The faint magic enveloped her body, halting the bleeding while her organs continued to operate in an eerie manner. "Continue, and speed up." Shocked, the doctor came to his senses, began to remove the bone fragments lodged in her organs, and set them back in place. The operation was incredibly difficult to watch. Sweat the size of beans constantly appeared on the doctor's face, and the nurse's assistant constantly wiped his brow. Time slowly passed. They started to suture the wound. All of her exposed chest was stitched up. Once they finished suturing, the doctor immediately checked on the woman. "She's still alive." Wu Heng nodded, took out a bottle of potion, removed her oxygen mask, and made her drink it. The doctor wanted to say something but held back. Once the woman was confirmed to be out of immediate danger, Wu Heng ordered others to take care of her, then left the operating room. "How is it?" Li Yaheng asked. "She's still alive, but whether she survives now depends on her own will. We've done all we can." Li Yaheng nodded. If it were anyone else, even if it was Li Yaheng, under these circumstances and for a stranger, they would have given up long ago. And they wouldn't feel guilty about it. Wu Heng going to these lengths for a stranger he didn't know, in the words of Qiangzi and the others, would make him a saint of the apocalypse, bound to meet a miserable end. But at the same time, they hoped to see Wu Heng do as such. If they were injured, he would definitely give them full treatment. At least, it would be no less than he did for the woman. Li Yaheng briskly followed him out and asked, "The cars are ready. Are we leaving tomorrow?" "Yes." Returning to the open space in front of the dormitory building, Wu Heng once again focused on the pile of beastmen corpses. There were 7 in all. 6 were close combat specialists and 1 was a ranged crossbowman. What Wu Heng was most interested in was the female beastman. From such a long distance, she had almost shot Duke in the head with her crossbow. It was absolutely terrifying. Wu Heng had the female beastman's corpse dragged out, and separately performed the bone manipulation skill. Necromancy enveloped it. The bones slowly rose. Skeleton Guard, Level 9. Chapter 130. Flesh and blood peeling off, a tall skeleton slowly stood up. Its height could reach 2 meters 20 or 30, with broad and massive bones, and 2 protruding tusks adding a ferocious appearance. Compared to the 2 meters 80 or 90 height of a male orc, this skeleton already seemed to be much slender. Skeleton Guard, Level 9. Level 9. Attributes: Constitution 21, Strength 18, Agility 15, Intelligence 11, Perception 9, Charm 7. Traits: Hollow Skeleton, Basic Soul, Guard Vision. Proficiencies: Heavy Crossbow Expertise, Intermediate, Leather Armor Expertise, Intermediate, Single Hand Sword Expertise, Basic, Single Hand Axe Expertise, Basic. Abilities: Ranged Suppression, Fixed Shooting Stance, Immediate Battle Ready, Elite Crossbowman. Skills: Guard Thorns, Hunting Dog Partner. Guard Vision, Vision plus 30 feet, can spot hidden enemies. Ranged Suppression, has a profound understanding of enemy movements, controls the battlefield, Perception plus 3. Fixed Shooting Stance, stays in a fixed position and prepares for battle, improving accuracy. Immediate Battle Ready, can find favorable terrain at any time, and prepare for battle. Elite Crossbowman, proficient in using strong crossbows, increases crossbow range and reload speed. Guard Thorns, a transformative spell, setting thorn traps on the ground to restrain enemies, which are detectable by the caster. Hunting Dog Partner, can tame hunting dogs, become your own partner. At first glance, the name guard seems more like a melee class profession. After seeing the attributes, I also understand the meaning. This profession is more like a type of crossbowman, the objective of which is reconnaissance and fixed location firepower suppression. Guarding should refer to suppressing a certain location. Just like when he and Duke were investigating, the enemy used a heavy crossbow, which suppressed them and made them afraid to show their heads. Continue to view the attributes. Guard Vision, Ranged Suppression, Fixed Shooting Stance, Immediate Battle Ready. In fact, they all increase the line of sight and accuracy. Find the enemy, kill or suppress. Wu Heng realized this too. An arrow almost blew Duke's head, which was pretty scary indeed. Elite Crossbowman is to enhance the attributes of the strong crossbow. In fact, it represents that she is more proficient in using the strong crossbow. Guard Thorns can release a trap spell to restrict enemies. The last ability is called Hunting Dog Partner, which can tame hunting dogs. Common hunting dogs are probably impossible now, but I don't know if skeleton dogs will work. This time I didn't bring it to the prison attack, so let it try when I go back. Overall, Wu Heng is quite satisfied with this skeleton. In his skeleton team, he really lacks long-range troops. Even if the skeletons are equipped with rifles, most of them are sweeping fire. It cannot be described as professional. From now on, you'll be Lai. Go and put on your equipment. Wu Heng hesitated between Wei and Zhi for a moment, and gave it the name of Lai. In the future, he can give names in order by number to other troops that are good at using long-range weapons. The skeleton walked out of the fallen flesh and blood and put on all the previous armor and leather goods, and picked up the heavy crossbow that looked very heavy. The heavy crossbow, with its range and power, should not be underestimated, but it is too cumbersome. Guns can completely replace this weapon. Wu Heng took out the sniper rifle and assault rifle scavenged from the spatial ring and gave them both to it. He said, "These two weapons will be your main weapons from now on." Then, Wu Heng explained to it how to use these two firearms. The rest is up to him to research. He sent Lai to the side to study the firearms, and he continued to release Dead Bones battlefield on the remaining corpses. 6 orc skeletons slowly stood up. Compared to the previously mentioned Lai, the male orc skeletons have a more robust physique and skeleton. They are almost as tall as the mutated big guy. With gaping mouths and ferocious tusks, their faces look hideous. Wu Heng checked their attributes. Orc skeleton warriors, 1 at level 7, 2 at level 6, and 3 at level 5. They all possess a basic soul. In terms of physique and strength, they are somewhat superior to humans of the same level. Apart from the characteristics of hollow skeleton basic soul, they also have a trait called glory marks. Glory marks, glory accompanies each beastman who steps onto the battlefield, bestowing honor and energy during battle, and increasing strength with each fight. Among their specialties, they mainly excel in heavy armor and battle axes. In Wu Heng's view, beastmen are naturally born warriors, gaining strength from their trait of glory marks in battles. In other words, they get stronger the more they fight. Wu Heng is quite satisfied with this. Furthermore, they can use weapons and possess combat skills, and should have no problem dealing with mutated zombies in a fight. Cough, cough. Wu Heng clears his throat lightly and says to a few beastmen, "From now on, you are Beast 1, you guys are Beast 2, Beast 3, Beast 4, Beast 5, and Beast 6. Wu Heng named the 6 beastmen with easy-to-remember names. The level 7 is called Beast 1, and level 6 is Beast 2. The rest are Beast 3, 4, 5, and 6. Alright, go to the side and put on your own equipment." A few skeletons start moving, wander off to the side, don suits of armor riddled with bullet holes, and pick up their weapons. Wu Heng assigns a few beastmen as guards in the vicinity. Then he walks straight back to his residence behind. The next day. Zombie world. As dawn broke, the convoy was ready. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Wu Heng left some of the skeletons behind to guard the prison and took control. He then led the remaining skeletons back onto the truck, starting the journey back to the auto repair shop. The attack on the prison didn't involve all the skeletons. The carrying capacity of the truck is limited. 3 large truckloads and 3 military trucks could only haul a little more than 700 skeletons. Most of them were still left in the original residential area. Wu Heng got in the truck. This time, it wasn't Qiangzi who was driving but Li Yaheng. "You are driving." Li Yaheng turned her head to look at him. "What, you don't trust a female driver?" Li Yaheng looked somewhat different today. It seemed like she had dressed up, but he couldn't tell exactly how. She just looked a bit more refined than before. Actually, Li Yaheng was quite attractive, with a good face shape and bone structure. The only drawback was that she smelled of oil and gasoline from fixing cars all day. Wu Heng responds, "How could I not? You're the best driver here." This was no idle chatter. Not only can Li Yaheng drive, but she can also operate forklifts, hoisting machines for car repair, and so on. She was indeed a talented person. "Well, everyone is on board. We can depart now," said Li Yaheng straightforwardly. "Let's go." The convoy started and left directly, going back to the auto repair shop along the route they came from. The return trip was still quite uneventful. The scattered zombies posed no threat to the convoy. While driving, Li Yaheng asked, "How many days are we going to stay once we get back?" "Probably 2 or 3 days. By then, the convoy should run a few trips to transport the skeletons and some surrounding supplies over." "Okay, good." The car sped all the way, rushing back quickly. The convoy moved quickly and the journey was smooth. By around 2 in the afternoon, they were near the auto repair shop. However, just as they approached, a serious, panicked voice came from Qiangzi over the vehicle's radio, "Sister Heng, there's a mutated zombie in the auto repair shop." Chapter 131. "Sister Heng, there's a mutated zombie at the automobile repair shop." These words put everyone in the convoy on high alert. Wu Heng leaned out to look at the repair shop, avoiding the bus blocking his view at the front. From a distance, he saw a gigantic humanoid zombie, walking on all fours and climbing along the exterior wall of the repair shop. Its skin was ghastly pale, limbs slender, and claws thick and large. It was like a humanoid gecko, sticking to the wall. Its enormous claws were incessantly ripping at the place of a window. As Wu Heng looked at it, the mutated zombie also noticed the convoy. With a couple of forceful rips at the sealed window, it jumped off the wall and charged towards the convoy. "It's coming at us, it's coming, what do we do, shit?" Qiangzi's panicked voice came through the radio. He was in the lead car, now afraid to stop while a mutated zombie was rushing at him. A dilemma situation. Li Yaheng anxiously looked at Wu Heng. "Tell Qiangzi to stop the car, none of you should get out," Wu Heng said. Li Yaheng picked up the radio and immediately responded, "Convoy, stop the vehicles. Do not get out under any circumstances." Screech. The sound of brakes resonated all around. The gecko-like mutated zombie, seeing the convoy stopping, became more excited and began running towards them. The tread of its footsteps was loud. As the vehicle steadied, Wu Heng immediately ordered, "Have the skeletons get off, target to kill." Clatter. A large number of skeletons leapt from the vehicle, forming a line around the convoy. They hadn't brought back all the skeletons this time, only the big head skeleton, Bahudong, and over 100 other level 5 and above skeletons with basic souls. The running gecko zombie, seeing the sudden appearance of the skeletons, abruptly halted its forward thrust. Warily watching the opposing side, it began to slowly back away. Clatter! All of the skeletons dismounted from the vehicle, seized their weapons, and began to charge. The gecko zombie turned and began to flee to the other side. Then it jumped high, reaching the exterior wall of a building, quickly climbing several meters, and looking down to confirm whether these skeletons could climb up. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out. Lai, standing on top of the vehicle, pulled the trigger. The bullet instantly hit the back of the zombie's head. The enormous force caused its skull to collide violently against the wall. It fell straight down from the height. The skeleton beast warrior wielding an axe and the humanoid skeleton armed with a spear swiftly rushed to the falling location. The gecko zombie quickly got up. Shaking its head, it appeared dizzy and disorientated. Next, before the encircling skeletons could reach, it once again climbed up the wall. Bang! Bang! 2 more gunshots followed. The bullets hit the zombie's back and waist, splattering dirty blood. Then, it fell off the wall for the second time. Although the bullets couldn't kill it, the power of the firearms could still interfere with its actions. This time, the skeletons were beforehand waiting below. They quickly swarmed it, enclosing it entirely. The weapons in their hands swung down. The zombie struggled fiercely. Its immense strength threw the skeletons into the air. However, more numerous skeletons obstinately clung to it, not stopping their hacking and stabbing. The mutated zombie was overwhelmed. Experience gained and 35. Summoned creature skeleton beast warrior, experience gained +10. The increase in experience signified that the zombie had been killed. The skeletons returned, dragging along the zombie whose whole body seemed to be coated in a layer of white powder. Wu Heng reopened the car door and said, "The zombie is dead. You all can return. Clean up and see if there's anything we need to take from nearby." Okay. Li Yaheng and the others got out of the vehicle. The gates of the auto repair shop swung open, and Wang Ke and the rest sprinted out immediately. They directly ducked into Li Yaheng's embrace. "Sister Heng, I thought we were going to die in there." Li Yaheng patted her head, "We couldn't possibly die, we still have a lot of time to live." "Sister Heng, did you use perfume? You smell so good." "No way." Li Yaheng pinched her face, "How did the zombies get here?" "They came from the direction of the building materials market." They talked while walking and entered the repair shop. Wu Heng led his skeleton army back to their compound. There were no changes in the compound. In the alchemist's room, Jia Yingying, who was previously hit by a bullet, had recovered. She was looking out the window. Wu Heng pushed the door open. "All better." "Yes, thank you for saving me." Jia Yingying bowed in gratitude. "It's nothing. Let your brother take you home." Wu Heng ordered a skeleton to escort her out. Jia Zheng, who was waiting outside, had a face full of joy. He bowed 3 times toward the compound, pushed his sister, and then they departed. Wu Heng quickly checked the compound's interior and reorganized the patrolling skeleton troops. Lundham City. In a dimly lit room in the lower town area. Smoke curled into the air, filling the room with a rich, sweet aroma. It was the scent of hallucinogenic potion, a substance in this world that could induce the sensation of euphoria. In front of a desk stood several middle-aged men. They were dressed in leather armor, with long swords attached to their waists, emanating a menacing aura. On the other side of the desk sat a man with a robust figure and a full beard. This was the boss of the outer city area's pinned gang, a butcher named Rocky. A man whose reputation had gone down the drain in the human city, forcing him to retreat to Lundham City, where he re-established his gang and resumed his underground dealings. "Boss, we've confirmed his location. He indeed only has 2 attendants with him," one man reported. Rocky opened a purple potion and guzzled it down. A sickly sense of relief washed over his face as he instructed, "Let our brothers prepare. We will make our move tonight. Spare no one, and bring back all the corpses." Upon hearing this, the others in the room all nodded in agreement. "Understood, boss." With that, they exited the room. Just then, a curvaceous woman with a bewitching beauty slowly emerged from another room. She leaned against the edge of the desk and whispered, "We have no business intervening in the association's affairs. If they catch even the slightest trace of us, there will be dire consequences. Rocky cracked open another bottle of potion and drank it, replying with a dismissive tone, "Do you think Fisher isn't afraid? I bet after the target is dead, the one who will have to investigate the case will still be Fisher. He just needs to pin it on a couple of wanted criminals. They won't find anything that points back to us." The local gangs were all wary of getting involved in the association's internal disputes. However, if they could make a sizable profit from cleaning up the mess afterwards, they were more than willing to take the job. The woman seemed to understand his point, but voiced her concern nonetheless. "What if Fisher double-crosses us?" Rocky let out a hearty chuckle. Indeed, Fisher cannot be trusted. However, this matter is too serious for him to dare to do so. He pulled her into his embrace, his hands unreservedly wandering under her clothes. The woman's breathing quickened. She coquettishly said, "Should we go to my room to rest?" Rocky paused, clearing his throat before replying, "Let's forget about it for tonight. Let's focus on this operation." The woman's lips curled into a pout, she swayed her hips and stomped away. Inside the compound. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Wu Heng used bone manipulation skill. The summoned entity exceeds the caster's capacity range, instability factors increase. Then, a massive humanoid skeleton slowly rose to its feet. Its movements were still like that of a gecko, using all fours to move about. Skeleton Scary Claw Monster, Level 13. Chapter 132. Skeleton Scary Claw Monster, Level 13. Level 13. Attributes: Constitution 27, Strength 28, Agility 31, Intelligence 11, Perception 17, Charisma 7. Traits: Hollow Skeleton, Basic Soul, Echo Positioning, Jagged Path Climbing. Specialty: Biological Aberration. Echo Positioning: by knocking on the surface of objects such as the ground and walls, it can detect concealed targets. Jagged Path Climbing: can climb in special terrains, Agility +3. Biological Aberration: Constitution +3, Agility +3, Perception +2. The most prominent attribute of the Scary Claw Monster is its agility, which reaches 31 points. This speed is quite fast already. The traits include Echo Positioning and Jagged Path Climbing. Echo Positioning, by knocking on the ground, allows it to determine the enemy's position, granting it scouting abilities. Even if the enemy is hiding in a building, it can identify the target. Quite a twisted ability indeed. Jagged Path Climbing allows for climbing in rugged terrains. The ability to climb walls vertically is probably due to this trait. But it doesn't seem too useful, as my own spiders can also climb walls and webs. Most importantly, this grotesque humanoid appearance is always unsettling. After reading the attributes, Wu Heng named it Scary Claw Monster and added it to the patrol team. Once the Scary Claw Monster had left, Wu Heng squatted down, rummaging through the fallen flesh, and found a corpse core full of red blood threads. Using a plastic bag as a glove, he took out the corpse core to examine it. Compared to the previous corpse cores, the red blood threads on this one are more concentrated, and there is a kind of purple color gradient. It gives off a sense that it is full of neurotoxins. Wu Heng looked at the corpse core, his brows furrowed. A level 3 corpse core? It shouldn't be. There's no way a level 3 mutated zombie would be so easy to kill. It should still be a level 2 corpse core, just with some changes. With the corpse core in hand, he walked straight into a nearby building. The skeleton alchemist came out and bowed slightly. Among the entire skeleton squad, the alchemist skeleton possesses the highest intelligence and is also of the highest quality. Wu Heng handed it the freshly acquired corpse core and said, "Test its toxicity and then develop a potion from it." The alchemist skeleton respectfully took it and put it in an organ jar next to it. Since there's no constant temperature storage equipment here, the organ jar serves as a great container to preserve such materials. Then, the alchemist skeleton handed the newly made healing and spirit potions, as well a materials list, to him. Wu Heng nodded, "All right, I will prepare these for you tomorrow." After leaving the room where the alchemist skeleton was, he strolled around the complex. Directly through the boundary door, he returned home to rest. When night fell, the deserted streets were shrouded in darkness. Clomp, clomp, clomp. The patrolling mercenary group just passed by. Figures appeared from the damp alleyways, clad in leather armor and short blades at their waists, scarves over their faces. Tightly wrapped. After looking around and seeing nothing unusual, they quickly approached the residential area. They darted into another dark alley, where one of them said, "Leave no one, take the bodies, and get the money when we get back. Be quick and efficient." "Got it." The rest nodded. "Go." After confirmation, they quickly rushed to the building. Over the fence in a leap. They lit an incense burner, placing it next to the building. The wisps of blue smoke went from the door crack and window, into the building. After a little while, one person served as a lookout while another quickly approached the door, squatting to pick the lock. Click! The door lock was knocked open. All their faces lit up. It seemed the plan was simpler than they had thought. They exchanged glances, gently opened the door, and went straight in. "No one on the first floor," someone whispered. According to the intel, this guy had 2 attendants. Why weren't there any people in the rooms on the first floor yet? "No time to think about it," he quickly said. "Go, upstairs, be quick." Clomp, clomp, clomp. The people quickened their steps, the sound of footsteps on the stairs echoing inside the house. When they turned the corner at the 3rd floor, intending to go up to the 4th, they abruptly halted. At the top of the stairs stood several figures, blocking the path. Amongst them, the hunched figure of the hollow skeleton could be seen, the silver moonlight filtering through its skeleton, casting shadows on the ground. "Shit, it's the undead." The people were suddenly startled. Before they could react, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few crossbow arrows and spells were shot. Then, the skeletons from above pounced, killing all of them. Corpses littered the stairs. At the same time, a figure jumped from the 3rd floor balcony, a mid-air kick landing on the head of the lookout outside the door, his neck twisted in a strange way as his body slumped. He picked up the incense burner from the corner, extinguishing the place it was lit, one hand holding it, the other dragging a body into the room. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. The door closed again. In the living room, 8 bodies were neatly laid out on the ground, a piece of linen cloth laid beneath them, to prevent blood from spilling everywhere. As soon as the people approached the house, they were detected by the skeletons. Skeletons don't need to sleep, they can guard this place day and night. Not just Basin and Bahudong in this place, but also Jianyi, Jian'er, Nyi, and Nuer, along with 4 skeleton ghost hags. They had not attacked immediately, but let them come in on their own to avoid causing too much of a disturbance outside. Wu Heng sat on the sofa, looking at the incense burner in his hand. Hallucination incense burner. Description: when the incense is burning, living beings inhaling during a certain period will suffer from exhaustion, dizziness, hallucinations, and other effects. As expected, they came for me and even brought magic items. Didn't bother trying to figure out their identities. Communicate with the dead was immediately released, and the first body sat up. Wu Heng directly asked, "Who are you?" "Pinned gang." "Pinned gang? Local gangs?" "The Lundham city gangs and mercenary groups are chaos. In both the outer city area and areas beyond the city, numerous gangs cluster. Walking on the streets, anyone you randomly grab could be a gang member or a mercenary. So I've been targeted by a gang? What are you doing here?" Wu Heng asked again. "To kill everyone in the house." "What the hell? Serious grudge indeed. I thought they were after wealth, but they'd actually come for lives. Who sent you to kill me?" "Our boss, Rocky." Leaning back on the sofa, Wu Heng pondered, "Why does he want to kill me?" "Don't know." "Is your boss human or a beastman?" "Human." After the 5 questions, the corpse fell back with a thud. Wu Heng continued to release his skill, and the second one sat up. He directly asked, "Why did Rocky send you to kill me?" "Our boss took an order, and the order is to kill you." "Somebody hired the gang to kill me? Who is the person who ordered your boss to kill me, or what is their identity?" "Not sure." Wu Heng nodded and thought for a while before continuing, "How many people are in your gang?" "There's probably over 1,000 people." "What the hell? This gang is not small. There are over 1,000 people. What's Rocky's strength?" "Heard he's reached level 10. Who else has high strength?" "In our gang, there are a few who have reached level 7 or 8. They are the backbone of the gang." After the 5 questions, the second corpse also fell back. Next, Wu Heng got the others to get up and asked a few questions, including the appearance of the boss Rocky, the location of the gang, and if there were any backers. He learned a few things from the conversation. The Pint gang is not a large gang locally, most of its members congregate outside the city, only the boss and a few core members are in the outer city area. It's an external gang. The only thing he didn't find out was who hired the gang to kill him. He had a few guesses in mind, but it was hard to say for sure. He opened the boundary door and had the corpses all moved back to another world. As daylight broke, Wu Heng cooked ramen for breakfast. He didn't sleep much that night. He spent the night in a daze. After breakfast, he left his place. He went to the central city area. Instead of entering the club, he directly went into the Snake Badge Consortium across the street. At this time, there weren't many people in the hall. Some staff were still cleaning. "Hello, sir, how may I assist you?" The receptionist greeted with a smile. Wu Heng took out his snake badge and continued, "Is Miss Lesia in?" "Yes, sir, please wait in the lounge." Wu Heng was led into a separate lounge, where he sat on the sofa in silence and waited. After last night's assassination, he even doubted the Snake Badge Consortium. After all, he had exchanged a large number of silver coins here, giving the appearance of wealth. But on second thought, he dismissed the suspicions about the consortium. Not to mention such a large organizational structure, he was probably just one customer. Even if they want to kill him, they wouldn't hire a low-rank gang like Pint Gang. The Snake Badge Consortium itself is not kind, killing is not a difficult matter for them. Soon, crisp footsteps echoed, and the door opened. The beautiful Lesia walked in. She looked like she had just woken up, her face still carried a sleepy look. She closed the door with a smile. "Good morning, Mr. Wu Heng." "Good morning." Wu Heng also greeted, and said directly, "I came here today to ask if the consortium has any tools to conceal my appearance." "Of course we do, let me get someone to prepare them." The woman instructed someone outside, she then sat down across from him. The two chatted briefly before someone brought in 2 items and put them on the coffee table. Trick earrings, when worn, can blur your facial features. It's a pretty good item. Illusion veil, a special item, changes your outer appearance when worn. The woman introduced each of the items. Wu Heng also focused on the 2 items on the table. Trick silver earrings. Description: silver earrings engraved with illusion magic that can form a fuzzy illusion on the face. It can block creatures below level 20 from recognizing the wearer's face. This is an item that can make your face fuzzy. This item is actually a bit redundant. It's no better than wearing a mask that covers all of your face. But I can understand the idea behind this item. One's eyes and hair color could lead to identity exposure. If everything is blurred, it would be harder for others to recognize you. But it doesn't seem to be what I need. I then focused on the second item. Illusion veil, special item. Type: special item. Function: illusion, mimicry. Side effect: wearer will unconsciously attract males. Chapter 133. Illusion veil, special item. Type: special item. Function: transformation, mimicry. Side effect: when worn, it will unconsciously attract males. Description: when worn, it covers the body and clothing with a female magic illusion and mimics a female voice. Physical examination cannot deceive the transforming effect. If perception is 30 or above, it will see through the transformation effect. Shit. Ghost Hag's ability. When in the ruined temple, a few scantily clad nuns with provocative expressions made a deep impression. If they hadn't been in the form of the Ghost Hag, an old woman with a face full of sores, Wu Heng would have found them quite an eye candy. The Ghost Hag's ability to change her appearance is called transformation. Even after becoming a skeleton, this skill had stayed. But impersonating a living being had imposed certain restrictions. This special item in front of him must somehow be related to the Ghost Hag, otherwise how could it be so similar to her? The effect of transformation can turn one into a woman and mimic voices. This would completely meet the requirements for disguises, but this side effect, attracting males. Well, it might not be unacceptable. Attraction, hey. Not like anything really needs to be done. And besides, the duration of wearing it might not be that long. After he thought it through quickly, he asked straight away, "How much for this veil?" The woman looked at him and smiled, 2,500 silver coins. That expensive? The corpse wrap only cost 1,500 silver coins when he bought it, and the invisibility effect of that was not inferior to this one. The woman still kept her smile. Given the side effect and display effect of this item, it's worth the price. The side effect of the corpse wrap was that if it was used by a living being, they would be tainted by the death energy on it, their skin would rot. For living beings, this was a major side effect. But unconsciously attracting men, it didn't seem to pose much of a problem. All right, I'll take it. Wu Heng took out the corresponding amount from his space ring and handed it to her. After the woman had recorded it, she handed the veil to Wu Heng. This is now yours. Wu Heng nodded, okay, I won't disturb you anymore. Take care, customer. After leaving the consortium, Wu Heng went straight back to the association's lounge. Duke wasn't there, Wu Heng was the only one in the lounge. Sitting on the sofa, he rethought his plans. He took out the veil he just bought and put it on his head. A transparent light covered his whole body from the top of his head, then everything returned to normal. Wu Heng raised his arms, looked at his palms and the back of his hands, and then looked at his body. There were no changes at all. Holy crap, don't tell me it's not working. He took out a mirror from his space ring, placed it on the coffee table facing him. Looking at it, Wu Heng's expression on his face became weird. In the mirror was him, golden hair, green-eyed, fair-skinned with rosy cheeks. Shit, I feel hot. He actually turned into a woman. But looking at his arms and body with his own eyes, there was no change at all. Through the mirror, he could see slightly protruding breasts. Won't this attract even more attention if I go out? This image was not much different from the nuns he'd seen before. How many strong men would stare at him when he went out? It would be better if the face could appear less attractive. He thought to himself. Another beam of light flashed over him. His appearance began to change again, this time less provocative. This effect made Wu Heng happy. The appearance could be adjusted. This item was worth it. He continued, lower it some more. Keep lowering it. After lowering it a few times, Wu Heng transformed into an ordinary middle-aged woman. She wasn't ugly, but you couldn't tell she was especially attractive either. A normal, unremarkable face was less likely to attract other people's attention. Feeling that there were no problems, Wu Heng walked out of the lounge, and went to the reception desk. The receptionist looked at him and smiled, "Ma'am, how may I help you?" "No, I'm just looking around n/o/vel/b//in.c//om." Confirming that the receptionist didn't recognize him and that his voice did sound like a woman's, he walked out of the association and headed for the lower town area. Wu Heng left the association and headed straight for the lower town area. According to the information obtained from the interrogation yesterday, he arrived at the location of the Pint gang. There were hardly any people around. Only at the entrance were two gang members leaning against a wall, standing guard. Wu Heng summoned Xiao Xiao and asked her to explore inside the building. If they discovered someone like Rocky, the boss of the Pint gang, they would send someone in to kill him straight away. Soon, Xiao Xiao returned, burrowing back into his body. The shared vision from just a moment ago. There was no one in the building, not even in the small courtyard. They couldn't have run already, could they? Wu Heng muttered. The target hasn't been discovered. Wu Heng made a round in the neighborhood, casually flirted at a few burly men, then went straight into a nearby pub. The pub was a mixed bag. You might catch a piece of useful information, or stake out until your target arrived. At this time, the pub was not particularly busy, but there were still quite a few patrons. Wu Heng chose a seat in the corner. A bartender soon came over asking, "Madam, what'll you have?" "We have drinks made especially for ladies." Wu Heng glanced at the menu and ordered a fruit wine. The beverages in Lundham City were somewhat pricier than in Blackstone Town. Just one glass of this lady's fruit wine alone cost 75 copper coins. The price was a bit steep. After paying for her drink, the bartender soon brought it over. Wu Heng quietly began drinking, all the while eavesdropping on the patrons nearby. "It's pretty dangerous out there lately. I've heard several merchant caravans have gone missing. Yet, we were originally hired to escort a caravan. Because of this incident, the job got called off. We've been idle all day ever since. Money's about to run out. It's best to wait it out. Going out now is asking for death. Rumor has it that the Hammer Party blocked off the entire route. Iron Guard should be stepping up soon. This situation can't go on. It'll affect tax revenues. Let's hope so. Those damned bastards. Seem like they're in dire need of money recently. What madness. Wu Heng took sips of her drink as she eavesdropped on their conversation. The topic wasn't about the Pint Gang, but she'd heard about this hammer party. Duke had mentioned this incident a few days ago. A bandit group blocking the road and plundering merchant caravans. Their leader and key members were all wanted criminals, offering high bounties. He was precisely referring to this hammer party. Things have escalated to this point now. They've managed to halt all the city's caravans from leaving town. Quite a ferocious bunch indeed. After sitting for a while, Wu Heng didn't get any information about the Pint Gang. Just as she was preparing to leave and find a place to remove her veil, she caught sight of the staircase leading to the second floor. The second floor housed private rooms, usually for people who needed privacy for their talks. There were footsteps creaking on the staircase. First, a pair of slender, fair legs came into view. The woman was wearing a deep green dress embroidered with slits that ran high up her thighs, allowing a full view of her legs. Then, a woman stepped down, her wavy red hair draped over her deep blue shawl. The pub went quiet in an instant. All the men's eyes were involuntarily drawn to her. Wu Heng also looked up. The woman might not compare to Money Cat's Slither or the Snake Badge Consortium's Lesia, but she possessed a charm of her own. She gave off the allure of an alluring mature woman from the marketplace blending with the dignity of a high-born lady, inexplicably mesmerizing men. Big sis-in-law. The guys downstairs echoed in unison. Holy crap! Whose gang leader's wife was this? What's up with the Pint Gang? They've brought so many guys with them to the pub. Heard that the Pint Gang ticked off someone. They're so worried about their woman, needing extra guys for protection. Cut the BS. What sort of trouble the Pint Gang, a mere fringe gang, could have possibly made? If they really did, they would have run off long ago. I think it's because their woman got a lover, so these guys are keeping an eye on her. Everyone knows that a few years back, fights left Rocky incapable of touching women. Well hell, I'm available. She should have chosen me as her lover. You're no better than me. She should have chosen me. As she listened to their covered whispering, Wu Heng stood up. Following the Pint Gang's boss's wife, she left the pub, too. Night descended. Wu Heng came to the Pint Gang's residence once more. After waiting for a while in the shadows, Xiao Xiao returned from afar. Sharing the vision, the scene inside the residence unfolded in her mind. The woman from before was sitting on the edge of the bed, busy with something, but there was no sign of the butcher. Rocky ran away after his plan to assassinate her failed? That didn't seem right. If he had run away, why would he leave his underlings and wife behind? Wu Heng stood in the alley. She didn't want to drag this out any longer. Be it the guild or the zombie world. Neither had the time to allow her to investigate this matter. Having informed Basin and Bahudong to be on standby, she hopped over the wall into the courtyard, unlocked the door, and stepped into the room. The room wasn't very big, and was devoid of people. There was a dark green embroidered dress, shawl, and some light purple lace underwear on the bed. At that moment, the sound of running water and rising steam came from a separate room. Wu Heng gave a signal. Bahudong then rushed directly into the room. Chapter 134. The door was pushed open. A figure moved swiftly, making a splash as they instantly rose from the bathtub, grasping a dagger at their side and thrusting it forward. Bahudong's hands intersected, swiftly seizing the dagger, before wrenching it away with a single, forceful motion. He stepped forward, pressing the dagger against the perpetrator's pale neck. The chill of the blade caused the woman standing in the bath to tense, her face turning serious as she dared not make any sudden moves. She never imagined someone would barge directly into her bathroom. Inside her mind, she began guessing the identities and motives of these intruders. But when she saw a young man in association leather armor, with black hair and black eyes walking in, she already knew who they were. Her heart turned to ice. She might not survive today. Wu Heng unabashedly examined the woman's body. Her smooth skin was beaded with water droplets. Voluptuous and delicate, she was truly a rare beauty. The lady of the house is home, I see. Wu Heng asked directly. Sir, I'm afraid there must be some kind of misunderstanding here. If we have offended you in any way, I'll apologize first. We will also compensate you to your satisfaction, the woman said gently. Wu Heng chuckled, you don't recognize me? Then how did you find my house last night? Those several men admitted that they were from your Pint Gang. The woman's face turned even paler. This must be. Seeing her try to argue, Wu Heng didn't bother to waste any more words. He made a glance at Bahudong. The dagger against the woman's neck began to press, its sharp blade piercing her skin. The woman felt a sharp sting and chilliness on her neck, her face turned pale with horror. She quickly said, "It was Fisher." Wu Heng raised his hand to stop Bahudong from applying more pressure. Trails of blood trickled down from her neck, staining her chest red. The woman's face was full of horror, yet she didn't cry out or scream. She hurriedly said, "The one who wanted to kill you was Fisher. He gave 500 silver to Rocky as down payment. After your death, he would pay the rest. I am a member of the association too, a secret speaker, and we are on the same side. I wouldn't harm you." As she spoke, her face grew paler. Wu Heng had planned to kill Wenqi initially. But it seemed the woman wasn't as obstinate as he had thought since she confessed everything. Moreover, she was smart enough to know right off the bat what he cared about the most. His conflict with the 8th Squad leader Fisher was known by only a few people within the association, so the chance of it reaching a gang was quite slim. Considering the connection to the assassination attempt last night, everything she said was probably true. Unexpectedly, the mastermind behind this was Fisher, yet it also made sense. Initially, his prime suspects had been the associates of some wanted criminals he had captured before. As for Fisher, he had suspected him, too, but didn't think their issues would escalate to a life-and-death struggle. It appeared Fisher harbored great animosity towards him. The woman looked at him cautiously and continued, "I had nothing to do with this incident. I have no reason to harm you." Wu Heng retorted directly, "Compared to your words, I trust the dead more." The woman turned deathly pale. She quickly replied, "I tried to dissuade Rocky from getting involved in the association affairs, but he didn't listen to me. I have nothing to do with this incident. Sir, you're an emissary working in the field, I'm a secret speaker and maintain a high prestige within the Pint Gang. I can help you gather much useful information. As you've just come to Lundham City, you need some people to help you out, I can do that. Sir, I can be of use to you, please don't kill me." Speaking rapidly yet clearly, the woman was making her case. Wu Heng examined her up and down, and to be honest, he was somewhat tempted. This woman was clever, every word she said hit home. Rocky had to die, there's no doubt about that. However, once Rocky was dealt with, this Pint Gang could potentially help him gather information and handle matters he couldn't personally deal with. That certainly wouldn't be a bad thing. Supporting a gang under his control became a necessity. N/O/vel/b//n.c//om. Do you want to live? Yes. With a wave of his hand, Wu Heng took a scroll out from his space ring. Slave Contract Scroll. Description: a magical scroll drawn with a slave contract. Once the contract is in effect, the contracted cannot harbor any negative thoughts towards their master. What you said indeed interests me, but you are not trustworthy. I need you to sign a slave contract with me. This is your only chance of survival. The slave contract was something he had obtained during his confrontation with the beastmen at the abandoned mansion. There were 3 in total. In the past, they seemed rather useless. After all, one skeleton is the most loyal of all. Now, it seems to be of great use, not even inferior to magic tools or exclusive items. The woman held her neck wound, blood still seeping through her fingers. Through gritted teeth, she said, I'm willing to obey you." Wu Heng opened the scroll and dabbed a drop of her blood on it. "Don't resist, otherwise I'll kill you right now." The scroll absorbed the blood, drawing a thread of Wu Heng's spiritual power, drilling into the woman's forehead, and branding her soul. A motif appeared on the woman's forehead, only to disappear quickly. The contract was completed. The woman was weaker, swaying as she stood. Wu Heng put the scroll away and said, "Stop the bleeding." The woman stepped out of the bath and picked up a bottle of medicinal powder from the side, applying it on her wound. The medicinal powder covered the wound, slowly stopping the bleeding. She drank a second potion, and her complexion slightly improved. The bathtub still radiated heat. Petals floated on the water's surface, spreading a faint scent. The woman stood cautiously on the side, newfound reverence in her eyes. She spoke softly, Master, may I put on my clothes first?" Her voice was weak. "Put them on," Wu Heng replied. Bahudong put away his dagger and returned as well. The woman turned, bent over in the bathtub to wash off the blood, put on a robe, and stepped out. Wu Heng sat on the edge of the bed while the woman knelt on the ground beside him, her expression humble. Where is Rocky? Wu Heng asked again. Rocky fled, he sneaked out the city as soon as the gate opened this morning. If something goes wrong, he will leave immediately, she replied. He didn't take you with him. No, he was uncertain whether you had discovered us. The other gang members don't know what has happened. I stayed here to keep them under control. If nothing dangerous happens, he will return and continue to lead the Pint gang. He's ruthless, abandoning such a beautiful woman so easily. The woman cautiously looked up at him and whispered, Rocky was injured some years ago, and we haven't lived together for a long time. At most, he would occasionally touch me. This was similar to what Wu Heng had heard at the tavern. Rocky was injured, and it was a wound that even the potions in this world couldn't heal. Yet judging by the woman's tone, it seemed she intentionally emphasized this point. I'm going to kill him. What are your thoughts on that? Wu Heng asked, his gaze fixed on her. I will follow your instructions, master. We don't have much sentiment towards each other and we can abandon each other. Good, I want to kill him as soon as possible. Do you have any ideas? I'm not sure where he is hiding, but he will return at most in 3 days, once he's sure it's safe here. I'll let you know when he returns. Wu Heng was satisfied with her answer. Throughout, she gave an impression of being obedient and docile. What's your name? Wen Mancha. Sit by the side, you don't need to kneel on the ground, Wu Heng continued. Wen Mancha carefully stood up and neatly sat by his side. Then, after some thought, she sat back on her knees next to Wu Heng, gently rubbing his leg. The loose collar of her robe exposed a wide expanse of ivory skin, below the hem, round thighs. Wu Heng hadn't had his mind on anything other than murder and questioning before. Now that he'd cooled down and gotten the information he wanted, he couldn't help but see the beauty of this Pint gang leader's wife. As rumored in the tavern, she was stunningly beautiful. Her skin was fair and smooth, and she was mature and enticing. When Wen Mancha noted Wu Heng's gaze, she seemed quite confident in her body. She leaned forward slightly, laying her chest on his leg. Wu Heng slid his hand into her robe, kneaded her a little, then pulled her into his embrace. He continued, Tell me about Fisher, why did he come seeking you all? Master, there are still people here. Wen Mancha commented playfully. She arched her back and continued, I wasn't present when it happened, but when Rocky returned, he mentioned it to me. However, I don't know the specifics. Wu Heng asked, What are your plans going forward? If your assassination attempt fails, are you just going to let it be? Rocky only has a few tricks up his sleeve. When last night's assassins didn't return, he was frightened into fleeing the city. He hasn't made any other plans. If you don't pursue this, he might not dare to take on this job again. It all depends on whether Fisher intends to act. Chapter 135. Rocky, he's definitely not a nobody. Even amongst the many factions in Lundham City, having developed a group of over 1,000, he's garnered some scale. Although most of them are distributed in the outskirts and beyond the city, a large number of people manage to be quite effective. Otherwise, Fisher wouldn't have turned to him. It should be considered a middle to upper level faction. It seems, my plan needs some adjustments. Killing Rocky and Fisher will require some careful planning. If Rocky died first, Fisher could likely detect it and make some other preparations. In contrast, if I kill Fisher first, Rocky could just turn and run. Finding him would be difficult then. They must be killed more or less at the same time. As the cloak loosely draped over her body grew larger, Wen Mancha started to panic a bit. She whispered, Master, though I am willing to serve you, there are others present. Please consider my dignity. These two are my servants, they are physically not alive, hence devoid of emotions. Wen Mancha looked at them cautiously, the two individuals had round helmets on, blocking their faces from her sight. Standing over there, they hadn't moved at all, they truly didn't seem human. Confused as to their nature, she turned her back toward the outside. While Wu Heng was caressing her body, he also continued to inquire the information he needed. What level is Rocky? 10th level warrior, but he should have some special lineage that allows him to temporarily boost his strength. Are there other strong men in the gang? There were 8 backbones. 1 died yesterday on your side, and now there are 7 left. They're all level 8, with some squad leaders managing below. During their conversation, Wen Mancha's robe fell to the ground, revealing her incredibly attractive figure. Her body was voluptuous, waist slender, a slight plumpness around her abdomen that's soft to touch, Her breasts were high and firm, skin smooth and pale. A woman of such caliber was indeed a delicacy. It would have been a shame had she been killed earlier. When Mancha hung onto him, her beautiful eyes filled with desire, slowly starting to undress him. Her soft fingers gliding across his chest, her face turned slightly red. "Master, your muscles are so beautiful." Daringly, she lightly stroked him. "Are you also a warrior?" "A mage." "What about you?" "I'm a ranger." When Mancha continued to caress him, Wu Heng touched her chest. "You're a ranger with these. If master is not satisfied, I'll cut them off tomorrow." She laughed, continuing her thought. "You're a mage? How did you develop these muscles which even the melee professions wouldn't have?" Fisher and the others really picked the wrong opponent. "You'll certainly become a big shot in the future. You do have a sweet mouth. If you don't mind, you can have a taste." As she says this, she slightly stuck out her tongue. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. She truly is enchanting. Before long, the atmosphere between them grew hot and steamy. Ablaze with desire, Mancha asked, "Master, is this acceptable?" The next morning, Wu Heng sat by the bed, gently stroking the red-haired woman kneeling beside it. He murmured, "You have two tasks. First, when Rocky returns, tell me his whereabouts. Second, find a way to gradually take control of the Pint gang. Once Rocky dies, I'll help you seize this position." When Mancha lifted her head, asking, "What about Fisher? Won't he keep posing a threat to your safety?" "I'm similar to him, merely unable to act openly." "Oh." After a while, the sound of conversation and footsteps gradually approaching came from outside the door. Knock knock knock. The door was knocked upon, and a voice was heard, "Sister-in-law, breakfast is ready at the pub." Cough. "I got it, you guys wait outside the courtyard, I'll be out soon." "Yes, ma'am." The footsteps faded away. When Mancha whispered, "Master, I need to go. I will send someone to report to you." When Mancha changed into a fitted long dress, a scarf hiding the pale scars from last night, changing from her provocative demeanor back to her reserved and indifferent self. She stepped outside. A few gang members were guarding the door, all greeting her in turns. "Good morning, sister-in-law." "Hello, sister-in-law." When Mancha nodded and returned to her aloof and proud demeanor, "Yes, you guys can leave this place now, there's nothing special about an ordinary house. You should all go to the pub for breakfast, it's my treat." "Thanks, sis." After saying that, she left. The other guys followed her. "Why is sis in such a good mood today? Maybe boss sent her some good news. It's always nice when she's in a good mood, she won't yell at us." "That's true." Wu Heng got dressed and left. He did not expect that last night's operation would turn out this way. Not only did he find out who was behind it all, but he also managed to acquire a dutiful maid. His time in Lundham City hadn't been the most pleasant. The pub girls here were quite open-minded, they would just reach into their pockets and ask if you wanted to have some fun. He had been considering finding a companion. He did not expect to solve that issue in this manner. But it seemed to be pretty nice, body and mind felt good. He visited an alchemy materials shop and bought large quantities of alchemy materials and tools. All these were needed by the alchemy skeleton. He could forget other things, but not this. He went straight to the Adventurers Guild after returning to the inner city area. It was still early, so there were not many people in the lobby. A few adventurers were standing in front of the bulletin board, looking at the tasks on it. Wu Heng also stood there for a while. He was about to leave when he saw the members of the 8th squad coming in from the main entrance. Fisher was among them. Wu Heng narrowed his eyes and quietly unclasped his gun holster. On seeing this, Fisher abruptly stopped in his tracks, but quickly recovered his composure and strode briskly towards him. He greeted Wu Heng with a smile, "Captain Wu Heng, you're here early today. Wow, he's got a good poker face." Wu Heng also stopped and said, "Don't get me started, my place was broken into by thieves the night before, I haven't slept well for 2 nights. Fisher's face changed slightly, "Oh my god, were you injured? People dare to steal in the inner city." "I wasn't hurt, but I've been wondering about the identities of those guys," Wu Heng replied, feigning distress. Fisher took a glance at Wu Heng's expression and continued, "Lundham City is like this. There are too many idle people. Forget about you, I heard that even the city hall has been robbed. As long as no one died and nothing valuable was lost, there is no need to dwell on it. Just be more cautious next time. Yeah, you're right, Fisher. Wu Heng glanced at the team members standing behind Fisher. Is the 8th squad heading out on a mission? No, we had some misunderstanding with the 12th squad last time. We just got back to work and came to report to the executive. Fisher glanced in the direction of the executive's office. Ah, you should hurry then. Don't keep the executive waiting. We'll chat next time. Sure. The several people said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. After walking a few steps, Fisher turned his head slightly to glance at Wu Heng, who did not look back. Wu Heng didn't look back. He left straight away. Fisher's acting was quite good. If he didn't have the information from last night, he might have been tricked by him. But knowing that he was the man behind it all, Wu Heng could detect the probing in his words, and the relief in his expressions when he heard himself talking about thieves. He must be worried that Wu Heng would find something investigative and report it directly to the guild. Killing a fellow adventurer is no small matter. But the procedures might be complicated. Investigation, confirmation, it would be difficult to really nail it down. Wu Heng didn't plan to settle it through the guild. With some small tricks, he, a necromancer, should be able to handle a close combat professional like Fisher. Upon returning to his residence, Wu Heng once again checked the security of his living quarters. He should arrange for more manpower to enhance the security here. After sitting in the living room for a while, he opened a boundary door and went straight to the zombie world. He gave the purchased medicinal materials to the alchemy skeleton, and then used the communicator to contact Li Yaheng. Soon, Li Yaheng ran over. How's the preparation going? Wu Heng asked. I went to the hospital yesterday and transported all the equipment and instruments that I could. I'll go out tonight to scrounge more stuff from the nearby shops, Li Yaheng replied. They were about to leave this place, so they planned to take all the usable things with them. Fine, if that's not enough, make an extra trip back first. I'll let Big Head go back with you. Okay, let's do that tomorrow. Make one initial trip, Li Yaheng said, looking at the assembled skeletons and asked, are we going out? Wu Heng nodded. You should prepare too, we're going to the business district. Chapter 136. Soon, Li Yaheng drove up in a military truck. Wu Heng sat in the truck with a few skeletons, slowly advancing, while the rest of the skeleton army flanked the truck, moving forward with it. A trip to the commercial street was needed to gather necessary supplies. Nov. L. B/JNN. Reliance solely on skeletons to carry everything back would be too cumbersome. The best solution was to bring a truck. The mighty army progressed impressively along the main road, dispatching zombies attracted by the noise with ease. The last time Wu Heng brought his forces to this commercial street, he didn't have that many skeletons. Yet, the commercial street was filled with zombies attracted by the sound equipment. Now, he had a considerable number of skeletons and could fully engage the zombies. At least before heading to the prison, he could raid the local jewelry stores and banks. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Have you killed zombies before? Wu Heng asked. Li Yaheng held the steering wheel, eyes forward. Yes, the first one I killed was my father. He turned into a zombie, bit a customer who came to fix his car, and when he planned to attack me, I killed him with a wrench. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became somber. Wu Heng didn't say much more. All the survivors of the zombie outbreak had lost loved ones. Having accepted this, there was no further cause for grief. Aside from that, have you killed any more? Wu Heng continued to ask. Li Yaheng nodded. Yes, when we went out to search for supplies, we killed a few zombies, but not as many as you have. When we get to the prison, keep some guard up. Being too easygoing is not good, especially in our current situation. Wu Heng continued. Okay, I'll be careful. Li Yaheng then asked, what resources are we mainly scouring for on the commercial street? Anything we see, clothes, shoes, whatever, we'll take them all. The car continued to move forward slowly. Li Yaheng lowered her head, pointed at a red sign up ahead and said, this place used to sell amazing spicy hot pot. Whenever I had free time, I'd come here to eat. Later, I heard it was closed down because they put something addictive in their food. Several streets near the commercial area were filled with restaurants. It had formed a small gathering place. Through the car window, the two looked at the ruined restaurants. Suddenly, a flash of a dark figure passed by the restaurant's door. "I think a black cat just ran by," Li Yaheng said. Wu Heng shook his head. It didn't look like a black cat. His senses had been amplified, his vision and perception were higher than ordinary people. In the instant that figure darted by, he caught a few features. It looked like a mouse, but about the size of a stray cat. Hiss, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, shrilling screams came from the direction of the restaurant. A thick, dark mass emerged from the restaurants like dirty, flood water. Several zombies standing in its path gave out roars only to be swallowed up by the dark mass instantly. They simply vanished. The swarm of mice, each the size of a wild cat, was dense. Li Yaheng shuddered all over, and every hair on her hands stood on end. Wu Heng also widened his eyes, looking at the scene before him in surprise. Last time, when he was scouting the area around the commercial street, a few stray cat-sized rats attacked him, but there were only a few. The skeletons had easily killed them. But now, the number had grown exponentially. Either they had multiplied, or more regular rats had mutated. These mice were not zombies, their glossy fur still indicated they were living creatures. People were starving, yet these creatures remained robust. "Prepare for battle," Wu Heng told the big head skeleton sitting in the back. Clank! Clank! The skeleton warriors protecting the sides of the truck halted their advance and turned towards the swarm of mice. They raised their kitchen knives, the sound of bones rubbing against each other echoed in the air. "Stay in the truck, don't get out." After Wu Heng said this, he descended from the truck with a few skeletons. Quickly squeezing to the front, he watched the incoming swarm of mice, releasing the grease skill. The grease instantly spread across the tar road, the swarm of mice slipped in droves to the ground. Seeing that it's about enough, Wu Heng continued with another fireball technique, smashing into the crowd of mice. Boom! The scorching fireball burst open from the center of the mice swarm, shooting flames scattered around, igniting the grease on the ground. Whoosh! Flames a few meters high suddenly rose. The fire engulfed a patch of the mice swarm ahead. Squeak! 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 The mice's cries rang out, sharp and piercing. Huge swaths of mice were swallowed by flames, but an even larger mice swarm behind split into two streams, sidestepping the flames and circulating from both sides of the fire. They continued to charge towards the groups of skeletons. "Damn, what the hell?" Wu Heng cursed. With so many skeletons on his side, the mice, given their nature, shouldn't just be frantically attacking them. Watching the mice swarm getting closer and closer, their momentum fierce. All Wu Heng could do was to give an order: attack. Crash! A large wave of skeletons charged, holding cleavers, they faced the oncoming mice swarm head-on. The white and black wave clashed together. A fierce battle commenced. Crack, splat, throb, throb, throb. The sound of the bone being bitten and crushed, and meat being chopped, instantly filled the entire space. "Xiao Xiao, go check and see what's happening over there. What is wrong with these mice?" Wu Heng sent out Xiao Xiao. "Uncle, I'm a little scared, the mice are too disgusting." Xiao Xiao flew out and hid behind Wu Heng, looking very cautious. Cough. "Well, these are just regular mice, we're adults now, we can't be scared of these things anymore. Not scared of zombies, but scared of mice. This is kind of strange. But, I'm scared too. Fly higher, keep your distance from them, then go in and take a look, confirm whether there are any other monsters and then come out," Wu Heng continued to coax. Xiao Xiao hesitated for a second, but eventually nodded in agreement. "Okay then." The aqua semi-transparent body immediately shot up high, flew towards the opposite restaurant area, and dived into the shop. On the front, the skeletons and the mice swarm had already tangled together. It was pure chaos. Skeletons can't feel pain. They don't have the weaknesses of living creatures. But when facing the mice swarm, they seemed at a disadvantage. The mice crawled close to the ground and moved exceptionally fast. The skeletons had to squat down to hack these mice, making their movements particularly awkward. Wu Heng, standing near the truck, could even see the mice climbing up the skeleton's bones and directly entering the rib cages, randomly gnawing at the rib bones. From the looks of it, the skeleton swarm seems to be overwhelming the mice swarm, but the death rate of the skeletons on the battlefield is higher than that of the mice. Soon, Xiao Xiao flew back from the opposite side. She said, "It's all mice. They have nested in there. Come back, let me see." Xiao Xiao flew back into the body, Wu Heng saw the scene inside the restaurant. Still, it was a huge swarm of mice. And even more mice were climbing out of places like sewage outlets, continuing to join the mouse swarm, charging towards them. Damn, just my luck. Wu Heng cursed. Going out, encountering a crazed mice swarm. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, Li Yaheng was sitting in the truck, knocking on the car door vigorously. Look ahead, the zombie swarm is coming. Wu Heng looked straight ahead. A large number of zombies poured out from the commercial street. As black as the sea, they entered the main road, then rushed toward them. Damn! Chapter 137. The cacophony of footsteps echoed heavily. Hordes of zombies poured out from the commercial street, charging into the main road, hissing and howling, rushing towards the position of the skeletons. In a blink of an eye, it was crowded. Damn it! Wu Heng cursed under his breath, his face turning grim. The sound of the battle had attracted those zombies. On one side was a rat swarm, and now there were also zombies to contend with. If they weren't careful, it could become dangerous. There are also zombie dogs here, Li Yaheng continued. Wu Heng held onto the body of the car, raising his head to look in the other direction. 5 mutated dogs were watching from afar. They loitered around, seemingly contemplating whether or not to join the fray. Wu Heng's brow furrowed instantly. To his left was the rat swarm, on his right were the mutated dogs, and right before him lay the undead horde from the commercial street. Great! If it weren't for the fact that zombies lack intelligence, he'd have suspected that the 3 sides had set a trap to lure him in. What should we do? Shouldn't we back off? Li Yaheng seemed slightly frantic. Those who have survived the zombie world, understandably, have their mental strength upgraded. But facing the current situation still induced a sense of fear. It felt like being surrounded. The rear was currently enemy-free, they could still escape by car, but they would have to leave some of the skeletons behind. Don't panic. Wu Heng said, turning his head to the big head zombie, have the spear-wielding skeletons form a spear array to face the horde. Unlike Li Yaheng, Wu Heng didn't believe that he was going to lose. The mass of zombies and rats emerging from the alley only appeared to outnumber them. The number of skeletons had surpassed 10,000. If he kept his cool, defeating these adversaries shouldn't be a problem. Rustle. The skeleton horde began to move. The skeleton warriors clad in brown armor, wielding long spears, moved quickly to the front. Arranging themselves in neat rows, they crouched slightly, lowering their centers of gravity. Their spears were pointed forwards. Like a wall of brown bristling with iron needles. Thud, thud, thud. In the blink of an eye, the horde crashed into the spear array. The sharp sound of punctures filled the air. The spear-wielding skeletons were ceaselessly thrusting their spears, piercing the bodies of the zombies. Have the skeleton dogs stand by, Wu Heng said. He then looked at the beastman skeleton armed with a sniper rifle in the troop. Lai, get on the roof and keep an eye on the mutated dogs. If they approach, shoot them down. The agitated skeleton dogs immediately calmed down, squatting and wagging their tails on the ground. Skeleton Lai climbed onto the roof, holding his sniper rifle securely and watchfully eyeing the wavering mutated dogs on the other side. These mutated zombies were different from regular zombies. They would run away at the first sign of danger, making them quite tough to catch. So, he couldn't attack them directly now. It was better to wait for them to get closer, to ensure he could take them all out. With all the orders given, the situation had temporarily stabilized. Wu Heng turned his attention back to the swarm of rats. Rats, the size of wild cats, were climbing and gnawing in the ribcage of the skeletons. The cracking sound of breaking bones rang constantly in their ears. When he was younger, he had read a novel. It was about a rat plague. The rats consumed all the food and started to prey on humans. The humans tried numerous methods to exterminate the rats, but all failed. In the end, they were forced to abandon their city and leave. Back then, he thought the story was an exaggeration. How could rats ever defeat humans? But now that a similar situation had unfolded before his eyes, he truly understood how formidable the rats were. As Wu Heng surveyed the battlefield, his brow furrowed tightly. The swarm of rats was dense, and using the number of his skeletons to kill them off wasn't a viable method. He went over all his skills and all available attacks, thinking about how to exterminate the rats more efficiently. He didn't want to rely on the quantity of his skeletons to finish off the rat swarm. We brought a few spare oil barrels in the car, Li Yaheng chimed in again. Quick, take it out. Li Yaheng opened the car door, bent over, reaching into the rear seats of the truck. She passed out the gasoline-stuffed soybean oil drum, barrel by barrel. 5 barrels in total. Not much in quantity, but it should be enough to block a side of the road. She tightened the lid of the soybean oil drum and handed it to the spectating big guy, saying, "Go, throw these barrels into the rat crowd, spread them out." Big guy picked up a soybean oil drum with one hand and threw it out directly. With a thud, the full oil drum knocked down a few rats. Simultaneously, the barrel shattered, and gasoline splashed all over the rats and the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Following that, one oil drum after another was thrown out, scattering into the rat crowd. A large group of rats, dizzy from the blow, started to hiss angrily at the front. Wu Heng saw that it was about time. He lifted his hand, aimed at the sky above the rat crowd, and cast a fireball technique. The orange-red fireball flew to mid-air, exploded with a bang at a certain height, and dispersed like fireworks. Several streams of flames fell into the rat crowd, igniting the gasoline. Whoosh! A flame larger than the grease skill instantly covered the rat crowd, spreading across the entire street. The wave of fire, like a collapsing furnace, carried scorching roasts. The air began to distort from the burning. Squealing. The rats swallowed by the sea of fire began to struggle and hiss, issuing piercing screams. The great fire continued to spread in the direction of the rat crowd. The densely packed rats chasing after them didn't stop spreading. The rat crowd, frightened by the fire in front of them, began to scatter and flee, retreating into the shops behind them, vanishing into the private rooms. Only the rats swallowed by the fire were left, still struggling non-stop, gradually losing their resistance. Whoosh! Seeing the rat crowd retreat, Wu Heng also breathed a sigh of relief. These things are really troublesome. Thud! Suddenly, a gunshot sounded. Wu Heng turned his head and saw Li Yi had already pulled the trigger. A horse-like black-backed dog in the distance had a hole pierced through its forehead, staggered a few steps, and then fell to the ground. The several others who were tearing at the skeleton's mutated dog were stunned on the spot. They looked around in terror, wanted to turn around, and flee in the distance. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots sounded again, the bullet piercing through the bodies of the mutated dogs. At the same time, several skeleton dogs rushed out from the team and charged towards the mutated dogs. The mutated dogs not yet dead showed their panic, wanting to escape. Bang, 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 the gunshots rang out again. Their bodies were pierced by bullets. The skeleton dogs charged up to them and began to tear madly at the bodies of the mutated dogs. Wu Heng continued to look towards the direction of the zombie world business street. The zombies were still rushing towards them continuously. The rat crowd's retreat didn't bring about any changes. In front of the spear-bearing skeleton, a trench made up of bodies had gradually piled up. The attacking zombies, instead of charging from the front, began climbing over the trenches and jumped down from the slanted top. They threw themselves into the forest of spears. Standing in the back watching the battle, Wu Heng continued to order, "Big guy, second chunk, you go clean up the zombies too." The 2 giant skeletons, wearing iron armor, charged directly out. Like raging bulls, they rammed right into the crowd of zombies. Their arms swung like pendulums, throwing out large groups of zombies, scattering them everywhere. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Wu Heng once again confirmed the direction of the rat crowd, and seeing there was still no movement, he continued to order, "Move forward." Clatter! The crouching spear-carrying skeleton warriors stood up, climbed over the pile of bodies, and continued to advance in the form of the spear array. Chapter 138. The skeleton troop, like a meat grinder on the battlefield, started to push forward. The zombies in front were driven back, while the ones on the sides planning to outflank were blocked by even more kitchen knife skeletons. The slaughter and the fight resumed. The 2 sides clashed together. Wu Heng did not participate this time, he was issuing orders while paying attention to the direction of the rat swarm. Although the rat swarm was repelled by the fire, it was uncertain if they would madly rush forward again. If the rat swarm attacked humans, or some animals, it would be understandable. Bullying the group of skeletons was somewhat difficult to comprehend. Had they gorged on meat and grain, were they now planning to gnaw on bones to replenish their calcium? The skeleton troops continued to advance, leaving behind large piles of zombie corpses along the way. They finally reached the nearby business street. The number of zombies started to reduce. The entire skeleton group, as if stained by fresh blood, were smeared all over with sticky dirty blood and pieces of flesh. Kitchen knife skeletons, attack! The skeletons wielding kitchen knives charged directly. All the remaining zombies were completely killed. The battle was over. The whole street became deserted. There were only some pieces of shredded meat and severed limbs left, along with a mix of undistinguishable hair and mud covering the ground. Stepping on it, it gave a sticky sensation. Everywhere on both sides were clothing stores, with shattered floor-to-ceiling glasses, and the speakers out front had been smashed into pieces. Wu Heng took Li Yaheng to enter one of the stores. The inside was a total mess. The walls and the floor were filled with fresh blood and overturned goods. But you could still find quite a few clothes and shoes with several-digit price tags. You all protect her. Wu Heng pointed to a few tall beastmen skeletons. The beastmen skeletons wore iron armor and held battle axes. They stood neatly beside Li Yaheng. Wu Heng continued to say to Li Yaheng, "Search every store, let the skeletons bring everything they can carry to the truck, we can use them in the future." "Oh, all right." Li Yaheng nodded, took the given big skeletons, and directly went upstairs to continue checking. Soon you could see several skeletons carrying bags of unopened clothes walking down. They walked to the side of the road and threw the clothes into the truck. When Wu Heng saw Li Yaheng starting to scavenge, he did not linger. He directly left the store and went to the bank on the side of the road. At this time in the world, gold and silver had no value. But Wu Heng still needed it. Money was required in the upcoming plans. Entering the bank, a few bank teller-dressed zombies inside the counter were banging hard at the counter glass. It seemed like the glass of the bank was indeed strong. No matter how fierce they were hitting from the outside, the zombies inside could not break free. They just left dark red and black blood stains on the glass. Wu Heng took out the bronze key, opened the separated metal door. The moment the zombies rushed, the skeletons behind them knocked them down to the ground. The kitchen knife and the battle axe simultaneously fell down, chopping them into a pile of minced meat. Wu Heng directly walked up, opened the drawers under the counter and started to check them one by one. He found a few piles of banknotes which were of no use. After finding nothing valuable, he got up and opened another metal door behind him. Behind the door was a heavy safe. The good stuff should be inside. He continued to use the bronze key to open it. Everything inside was revealed. Apart from a large amount of banknotes, there were also the gold bars that Wu Heng was looking for. 5 billion Argentine pesos weighing 30 grams each, and 2 billion Argentine pesos weighing 50 grams each. Only this much? The quantity wasn't as much as he thought. He collected the gold bars and continued to wander around upstairs, found a few gold commemorative coins, and some tea and wine in the manager's office. All of it was stored in the space ring. Upon leaving the bank, he glanced at the line of skeletons moving items like ants moving house. Wu Heng led the skeletons to a few other banks in the vicinity. They discovered over 10 more gold bars. The majority were 30 grams, with only one being 100 grams. It was less of a haul than anticipated. Returning to the commercial street, they entered a jewelry shop. There were no zombies left in the shop. The counter was shattered, with broken glass and gold jewelry scattered on the floor. The jewelry shop had far more to offer than the bank. A wide variety of gold and jade jewelry was displayed before their eyes. Wu Heng finally smiled. It seemed there were still gains to be made. Bursting open the glass cases, they picked up the jewelry from the broken glass and stored them in the space ring. In addition to the glittering gold jewelry, there were many luxury gift boxes under the counter, quite prestigious looking. After packing everything away, they continued to scavenge the inside of the shop. Still the same safe, inside contained 5 finished gold bars. There was no label indicating their weight, but they seemed close to 10 grams each. He stored everything in the space ring and left the shop satisfied. Relying on his previous memory, he walked to the next shop, only to find that it had changed into a milk tea shop. God damn it, it's gone, they've changed the sign. Wu Heng strolled down the commercial street, but didn't find a second jewelry shop. Being just a district of a small city, it wasn't very developed, and there was only one such shop on the whole street. Still, the gains were decent. Doing a rough estimate in his mind, he had over 700 grams of gold bars, which could be exchanged for quite a sum of money. At the very least, it would be enough to get by in Lundham City for a short period of time. Having finished collecting the gold, Wu Heng walked directly to Li Yaheng's shop. The shop displayed various brands of women's underwear, some advertised by celebrities.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Seeing Wu Heng suddenly walk in, Li Yaheng quickly explained, I'm bringing back some, there are plenty of girls, they can use these. Wu Heng nodded, thinking it was true. Take all of them, it would be a waste to leave them here, said Wu Heng. But he didn't quite understand. Why were these undergarments embroidered, laced, and so fancy, when they were meant to be worn inside? Could this be comfortable? He couldn't understand. Haven't you been shopping with a girlfriend? Li Yaheng asked. Men don't usually go into places like this. That's true, Li Yaheng replied, taking out a jacket from her backpack and handing it to him. Try this on. I saw it just now and thought it would suit you. Now, put it over your clothes, try it, it's new and clean. Wu Heng stood in front of the mirror and let Li Yaheng put the jacket around his shoulders. Wearing armor, he looked somewhat puffy. You look much younger, like a college student, Li Yaheng said with a smile. You think? Good to know you have good taste. Of course, I've always had good taste. I believe you. While the two chatted, the skeletons continued to move their haul. Until every shop on the street, as well as some nearby shops, were looted. The pair then returned to the truck. Wu Heng gave Big Head an order, have the skeletons pick up the corpses, and follow the truck back. With a clatter, the skeletons hoisted the bodies onto their shoulders. And the bulging woven bags they had scavenged were held in the hands of a few skeletons with basic souls. On the way, they collected intact rat bodies into the woven bags. Despite the huge fire that had covered a large area, they still managed to find several bags full of rats' bodies. The skeletons, carrying the bags on their shoulders, returned with the convoy. Chapter 139. They returned to the residential complex. Li Yaheng parked the truck beside the road. No need to unload the goods, when the caravan returns to the prison tomorrow, just drive it straight away. This cuts out the hassle of loading and unloading goods. The two stood at the entrance, quickly discussing tomorrow's plans. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Li Yaheng would lead the caravan and transport an initial batch of supplies back first. Wu Heng wouldn't go back with her, but he would arrange Big Head Skeleton and some skeleton soldiers to go with her, to ensure the safety of the caravan. The route to the prison had been treaded several times now. The chances of encountering danger were minimal. The arrangement of skeletons was also to avoid any wandering zombies or any unexpected situations. Humans were too fragile, a virus or simple injury might take their lives. The two stood together and discussed for a while, and confirmed their plan. Li Yaheng returned to the repair shop and Wu Heng led the skeletons back into the residential complex. He ordered the skeletons to pile up the bodies they brought back together. The bodies of the mutated dogs were placed separately. Although this trip did not yield any level 2 mutated zombies, the killing of so many mutated dogs was a significant gain. In terms of attribute enhancement, it was equivalent to a level 2 corpse core. After several bone manipulation skills, 5 skeleton dogs stood up from the shattered flesh. They shook off the dirty blood splattering all around them. By this point, the number of skeleton dogs and cats had reached 12. Although not many, their lion size and animal speed provided a noticeable combat advantage. Especially these greyhound-like skeleton dogs, they resembled tall, thin-legged horses. Wu Heng even thought that he could let these skeleton dogs pull carriages, they would definitely be faster than horses. He rummaged through the discarded flesh, took out 5 level 1 corpse cores and packed them in a plastic bag. He glanced around, called over Lai, who was carrying a sniper rifle, and said, "You can train hunting dogs, right? Choose one, it's yours." Lai stepped forward, pointing to one large greyhound-like skeleton dog. "All right, it's yours now." Lai bent over, caressed the dog's head, a faint white light spread over the entire dog. The next moment, the skeleton dog happily waved its tail and started circling around Lai. The remaining skeletons were instructed to patrol according to the original plan. Wu Heng walked straight into the alchemist skeleton's room, handing him the 5 corpse cores. As it seems now, the number of alchemist skeletons was still insufficient. Besides making potions from corpse cores, they also needed to produce regularly used potions, such as healing potions and spirit potions. Even tough skeletons don't need to sleep, the dwarf skeleton was somewhat struggling to keep up. Moreover, alchemists have some knowledge in healing, this was evident when we healed Jiying Ying's gunshot wound. Now that we have some money, it wouldn't hurt to buy a few more alchemists' bodies. After explaining tomorrow's plan to Big Head Skeleton, Wu Heng directly opened the boundary door and returned home. He went to the ground floor for sword practice. The system prompt also appeared. Swordsmanship unlocked, Greyhawk slash, beginner, dot. Greyhawk slash, quickly slash at a target up to 10 feet away. After hitting the target, the attack speed is increased by 5% and it disrupts the target's spell casting or charging. Done. All's well that ends well. After practicing for so long, I finally mastered a swordsmanship technique. Bahudong. Bahudong takes a step forward. Stand there and let me try out my swordsmanship. Bahudong walks to the other side of the living room, and Wu Heng tightly grips the silver wing water pattern sword. The next second, his body darted forward like a foraging falcon, instantly closing the distance to Bahudong with a swift slash of his iron sword. Bahudong dodged sideways and caught Wu Heng's sword-wielding wrist single-handedly. Damn it! Just when he was about to revel in his coolness, his wrist got caught. Bahudong let go of his grip, and Wu Heng elegantly sheathed his sword. On second thought, not being able to defeat it was quite normal. After all, it was an elder of the Church of Divine Punishment in its past life. It would be strange if he, with his just unlocked novice-level swordsmanship, could injure it. However, the swordsmanship he had unlocked was definitely not weak, enabling him to close in on his opponent quickly and strike. Apart from killing distant targets, if used skillfully, it could also serve as a getaway skill. After sparring with Bahudong for a while, he went to bed. The next morning, Wu Heng got up early and first went to the zombie world. He had arranged for the escorted convoy to depart. After watching the convoy leave, he returned to Lundham City. Today's weather in Lundham City was slightly overcast, with dark clouds covering the sky, as if a heavy rain could start at any moment. Wu Heng prepared an umbrella in his space ring, stepped out of the door, and headed for the association. By the time he reached the hall, several teams had already gathered to accept the assignments. The professional association supported a fair number of teams and mercenaries. He approached the front desk. The staff member gave him a smile. "Good morning, Captain Wu Heng." Having spent a few days at the association, he had become a familiar face. "Good morning," Wu Heng responded with a smile, continuing, "I had won an intermediate item reward last time, I came to redeem it." The staff member checked her record book. "Captain, what type of reward would you like to redeem?" The intermediate item reward was rather ordinary. It could be exchanged for some lower-level scrolls, relatively exceptional weapons and equipment, as well as skill books. Only when reaching the high-level item rewards would magic items or special items appear. Scrolls were one-off items and not worth the cost. He didn't need weapons either, as he killed his enemies with guns now. Thus, skill books were more useful due to their feature that one just needed to read them to unlock skills, which suited him the most. "A mage's skill book, please. Please wait a moment." Soon, the staff member came over with a few skill books. These were all low-level spells, such as Acid Splash, Dancing Light Skill, etc., all of which he had already unlocked. After roughly comparing them, he chose a book on the Featherfall skill. Description: designate up to 5 falling creatures within the casting range to be under the effect of the spell. They will not receive any fall damage if they touch the ground before the spell ends. Featherfall was a supporting ability. However, in critical moments, it could be a lifesaver. Moreover, it wasn't just for him. Up to 5 individuals could receive the spell at the same time. It was a practical and strong skill. Having confirmed his reward, Wu Heng left. He crossed the corridor and headed to the team's rest area. Entering the lounge, aside from the Beastman Duke, there was a green-skinned female beastman dressed in leather armor, with a dagger and quiver hanging at her waist and bow on her back. "Good morning, Captain," Duke greeted him. Today, Duke was wearing different attire. Aside from the usual flat plate armor, there were additional designs and patterns, making it look much more refined. The helmet was especially noteworthy. It was all metal, and there was an extra layer of protection at the forehead, making it appear rather heavy. Wu Heng nodded. "Morning, Duke. Who is this?" "This is our new team member." Chapter 140. The beast girl stood up, made a beastman-like gesture and said, "Captain Wu Heng, I am Mata, a level 7 ranger." Wu Heng paused. "That's right, my team isn't fully formed yet, I forgot about that. Do you have your documents with you?" Wu Heng asked. The beast girl handed over the personal details prepared by the association. Wu Heng glanced at it and found it to be the same as written in her details. The person who recruited her was the agent Gomez. How old are you? Wu Heng continued to ask. 22, Captain. Welcome to the team. Wu Heng looked at the name on the document again, Mata. Thank you, Captain. Mata responded immediately. Wu Heng felt that beastmen were easier to communicate with than human races. At least these two team members were fairly respectful towards him. Sit. Wu Heng gestured for her to sit down and continued, My name is Wu Heng, the captain of the 12th team, and he is Duke, a member of our team. We met a bit before you arrived, Duke directly said. Lundham City is actually not small, and it's divided into several areas. Even though they were all beastmen and local residents, but the two did not know each other. Okay. From now on, we're all teammates and should take care of each other. Yes, Captain, Mata nodded again. After a small chat, Duke leaned forward and said, Captain, I came today to discuss some information about the fugitives. Do you have any leads? I do, but I'm not sure how reliable they are, Duke scratched his head. Let's hear it. Captain, do you remember the fugitive who killed and drained the blood of people in the bar we investigated the other day? Duke asked. I remember. Anything happen over there again? The first mission when coming to Lundham City was to investigate the death incident at the bar. A freaking murderer used money to lure bar girls into alleys and slit their throats to drain their blood. Wu Heng cornered him in an alleyway and gunned him down on the spot. He included this event in the letters to Yuli and Slither, so the memory was still fresh. Nothing happened at the bar, but similar incidents have occurred beyond the city. The guy we killed was a fugitive, and I think this perpetrator might be a fugitive too, Duke said. Murdered and drained of blood. Yep, the wounds are similar, so I think we can still catch the fugitive, Duke continued. Wu Heng then looked at the newly joined beast girl, Mata, have you heard about this? It seems that I have heard a bit about it. Recently, the Hammer Party has been making quite a ruckus, and the outside city area is rather chaotic, Mata said. Wu Heng nodded, looking at the somewhat dim sky outside. He said, let's go out to take a look and investigate. Okay, Captain. Duke excitedly stood up. The group grabbed their weapons and headed out together. They walked out of the association's main gate. Mata whistled towards the sky. A black-winged eagle descended from the sky. It landed on Mata's leather-gloved forearm, its sharp eyes fixed on the people nearby. This is my tamed beast, Black Feather. Then she said to Black Feather, this is my captain, and this is my teammate. Black Feather looked at the two men and nodded quite human-like. Wu Heng glanced and didn't say much. The tamed beasts of human rangers are usually smaller eagles or more docile birds. This one was more like a vulture. Its neck was thin and a bit drooping. Ugly, but somewhat handsome. After the introductions, the group headed straight outside the city. As soon as they left the city gate, they were in the outskirts. Besides the main road in the middle, houses of varied heights were densely built on both sides. Perhaps due to the gloomy weather, there were hardly any people on the road. In contrast, it gave off a creepy vibe. Duke led the group to the door of a wooden house, gently knocked on the door, and a man cautiously peeked out of the door crack. Seeing that it's Duke, he then opened the door, saying, "Oh Duke, it's you." "Yes, this is my captain. We're here to investigate the recent deaths," Duke introduced him. "Oh, hello Captain, what exactly would you like to investigate?" the man asked. Wu Heng replied, "The dead body, is it still there?" "Yes." "Take us to it." "Oh, this way please." The man led the way with the group following him towards a wooden house on the outskirts of town. "It's in here." The dead were all women or children, causing panic among the people. Even the gangs couldn't figure out what happened. Wu Heng nodded, "All right, we'll take it from here, you can go." "Okay." The man continued, "We've pooled some money together. If you can solve this problem, we're willing to pay you a reward." He probably feared that they wouldn't take the investigation seriously, so he prepared some money to expedite the process. "All right, we will inform you of any updates," Wu Heng said. "Thank you." The man backed out, muttering about how life is tough, and left. In the room, several bodies covered in burlap were laid out. From their physiques, it seemed some were humans, and some were beastmen. Wu Heng released a dancing light skill to illuminate the room. He had Duke uncover the body at the front. It was a woman, seemingly not too old, with a deep wound on her neck. Her skin was pale as if all her blood had been drained. This killing was indeed similar to the murder that happened at the bar. Wu Heng didn't say much, he just directly cast the spell Communicate with the Dead. The corpse, with skin as pale as paper, abruptly sat up, its pale pupils gazing ahead. Mata, the newly joined beast woman, looked suddenly alarmed and involuntarily stepped back. Wu Heng then directly asked, "How did you die?" "I was attacked by several people who then slit my throat," the corpse responded. "Did you recognize any of them?" "No, I didn't see their faces clearly." "Where were you attacked?" "In the outskirts of the city, on a small path to the north." "What time?" "After dusk." After thinking for a moment, Wu Heng asked one final question, "Did you notice any distinguishing features?" "They reeked of blood and wore black capes." After responding, the corpse fell back onto the ground with a thud. Wu Heng then proceeded to question the second body, a female beast woman. Her green skin turned grey from loss of blood. She had obviously fought as her face and body bore injuries, but the killing blow was still to the throat. Her skin and flesh turned white and twisted inside out. Wu Heng asked the same questions as before. The locations and timing of the incidents were different, but the perpetrator's characteristics were the same. After asking the 5 questions, he questioned the remaining corpses to collect as much useful information as possible. After all the inquiries were completed, the 3 of them regrouped. "Captain, is this the same as the last incident?" Duke questioned. Indeed it is the same." "Could it be a fugitive?" "Whether it is or not isn't important. Our handling this matter is in itself ridding the people of a menace," said Wu Heng. "Right, that's a good word to use." Duke agreed. Mata interrupted their conversation to quietly ask, "Captain, what do we do next?" Questioning corpses was efficient. However, this time, there was no clear direction. They couldn't possibly go door to door looking for suspicious black cloaks, or sniffing to see who reeks of blood. Wu Heng gave it some thought and said, "Actually, it's simple. The killer only targets women. Let's lure them out." "Understood." Duke glanced at the newly recruited female beast woman. Mata nodded, "All right, I don't have a problem with that." Although beastmen are tall and large, the corpses included female beast women. The killer did not target the weak but leaned towards targeting females. This was rather twisted. Looking at Mata, Wu Heng shook his head, there could be danger. The killer acts in groups. "Mata, if you use yourself as bait, it's too risky." Rangers in this world were not the high agility type that could make themselves scarce at will. They were more like the reconnaissance and long-range support types. If she was surrounded and their support wasn't quick to arrive, it could lead to irreversible consequences. Joining the squad in the morning and disappearing in the afternoon would turn them into a laughing stock. "Shall we find another woman?" Duke suggested. "Duke, you go." "What?" "Captain, I'm a man." "Aren't they attacking women?" Duke exclaimed in surprise, even patting his chest to demonstrate that he possessed none of the traits of a woman. Mata also awkwardly laughed at the side, not knowing what to say. Having the robust Duke play the part of a woman was indeed a creative idea. "Disguise yourself." Wu Heng pulled out the illusion veil and handed it to him, saying, "Put it on, let's see." Duke took it in confusion. At Wu Heng's indication, he put it on his head. A beam of light shined down from his head, and his body began to change, morphing into the image of a female beast woman. The external appearance was modified by the illusion, but the height still remained towering. Wu Heng looked at Duke, nodding in approval, and the wide-eyed Mata could only stare in disbelief. This must be a special kind of item. "There's no change," Duke started, but quickly shut his mouth. His voice had altered, more like a female's. "All right. The effect is quite good. Go to the north area and have a walk around. We'll protect you from the shadows. Duke, don't whimper and scare the killer away." "Ah? Captain, this won't work, this really won't work." "Stop talking. If I weren't a mage, I would go myself." This, Duke stuttered, then in the guise of a female, he walked off to the distance. The sky grew darker. On the small path to the north, a female beast woman was looking around apprehensively. Her buff body and waterfall-like long hair made her a popular type among the beast people. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of running came from a dark alley. 3 shadows darted out, forming a triangle around the female beast woman. Nov. L. B / JNN. Damn, what a huge body, what did she eat to grow this big? As long as it's a female, the fuller blood is better. Enough with the trash talk. The people from the city outskirts are investigating. We need to make it quick. Damn, she's even winking at us. The men spoke without any inhibition. However, the female beast woman, upon hearing the phrase winking at us, instantly lashed out in fury. With a roar, she charged at them. Chapter 141. Thud. A dull thud sounded. The giant beast woman charged like a wild bull, sending one person flying, flinging him 4 or 5 meters away. The other 2 turned their heads to look at their airborne companion, surprise etched on their faces. What's happening? This is intense. Kill her, something's off. The man who was thrown scrambled to his feet, clutching his chest as he spoke. The other 2 also turned around, immediately drawing their daggers and rushed towards the beast woman from both sides. They planned to flank her, their prime objective was to kill and collect blood. Duke's face also turned serious in an instant, involuntarily blowing a kiss as he lowered his center of gravity and drew an iron sword from his waist. His eyes were vigilant as he watched the 2 rushing towards him. Whoosh! Just as the 2 attackers were getting closer, almost upon him, the piercing sound of an arrow cutting through the air sounded. Thud! An arrow, fired from a distance, instantaneously pierced one man's body, exiting from the other side. The man in the middle staggered back a few steps. Looking down at the arrow that had gone right through him, the face of the other man changed dramatically. At this point, the sound of wings flapping rang again from the sky. A black-winged eagle swooped down from the sky. The man raised his arm to block it. With a scratch, the eagle's sharp claws left deep marks on his leather armor. Ah! Duke, dressed as a woman, roared out loud. Wielding his iron sword, he rushed in to join the fray. The weapon in his hands danced wildly, blowing kisses and catcalls as he roared at his opponents. Whoosh, whoosh. Arrows continued to rain from a distance. Wu Heng, leading a group of men, also quickly joined the battle from a distance, swiftly bringing down their enemies. The mission proved easier than expected. Duke handed the veil to Wu Heng. Captain, this is for you. Wu Heng took it and stowed it away immediately. He had spent a few thousand silver coins on this and little did he value it. Still so naive. Do you think you get many chances to gallantly pretend to be a girl? Drag the bodies over here. Wu Heng instructed. Duke and Mata dragged the bodies over. 3 bodies, neatly laid out in front of them. Wu Heng continued using communicate with the dead. Are there any others of you? There are other members, responded the corpse. It wasn't just the 3 of them. Moreover, the words members would suggest something like a team or a faction. Wu Heng tried asking, what is the name of your organization? The Blood Worship Sect. What the hell, there really was an organization. Wu Heng looked at Duke and Mata, both of whom shook their heads to indicate that they had never heard of it. It didn't seem to be well known locally. How many people are there in your organization? Wu Heng continued to ask. Including us, a total of 8 people. The number wasn't that large. It must be a newly established small sect. That's why they were sneaking around, killing people everywhere. Compared with some cults proclaiming strange doctrines, these random killers were even more detestable. What's your purpose in killing? Collecting fresh blood. Wu Heng wanted to ask what the fresh blood was for, but he felt that was not important. He continued to ask, where is your sect located? To the north, there's a separate house. At the end of 5 questions, the body fell back with a thud. Blood continued to flow from the wounds. Wu Heng continued to awaken the second body and immediately asked, what are the distinctive features of the house where you're hiding? The corpse replied, there's a red crescent moon pattern on the walls. What is the name of your leader? I don't know. Don't know? What's the strength of your leader? Level 10. Apart from the people of the Blood Worship Sect, are there any others helping you? No. You. After questioning the second corpse, Wu Heng started asking the third one. Communicate with the dead recalled the original memory. Sometimes, different people had different perspectives on the same question and thus gave different answers. Repeatedly asked about the number of people in the church and the level of the leader. He could confirm that it was just the newly established small sect. There were still 5 more people in the base, including their leader. A professional at level 9 or 10.n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. Most likely level 10, because the one they killed in the tavern last time was a level 9 outlaw. Now that this one had become a sect leader, his level should be even higher. Captain, what's next? Asked Duke. Let's go, to the north. In accordance with the information, Wu Heng and his team arrived at the northern gathering spot outside the city. Standing in a dark alley, they waited silently. The black-feathered eagle circled the sky twice. Xiao Xiao, the ghost, maintaining her invisibility, flew back from a distance. They shared vision and found the wooden house marked with a red crescent moon from the opposite air. The room inside was dim and small and there were 5 people gathered inside, holding cups filled with fresh blood, muttering something as if they were praying before gulping it down. A satisfied, intoxicated expression spread across their faces. There was also a basement below, where 3 women were locked in an iron cage along with bodies that had not yet been disposed of. It seemed that the hunters were not the only 3 who had come out. Wu Heng frowned and contemplated a moment, then gestured towards the building across and said, "There are 5 people in the house. Duke, come with me. Mata, find a location and keep a watch. Pay attention to kill anyone who gets close or tries to escape." Understood. The 2 nodded. Wu Heng led Duke and the 2 skeletons towards the house. As they approached, a voice came from beyond the door, "Who's there?" Wu Heng directly said, "We are the nearby residents. We heard that there was a Red Veil Tavern around here. Is it nearby?" Chapter 142. Move ahead, don't stick around. What? Didn't catch that. Wu Heng made a signal to those behind him. Duke froze for a moment, then burst towards the door. Bang squeak. The intense collision made the door creak painfully. Bahu Dong quickly took over Duke's position, kicked the door with force, and with a loud bang, the shaky wooden door fell backward. A thick smell of blood rushed towards them. "Ah! Damn it, who are you guys?" Angry roars echoed from inside the room. Stomp, stomp, stomp. 3 figures, like agile cheetahs, rushed towards the people at the entrance first. Bang! 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 Several people pulled the trigger simultaneously, and a burst of bullets fired at the 2 figures straight ahead. The figure that jumped into mid-air fell from the sky, bleeding profusely. Then, the bullets continued to shoot at the people behind. Swish, swish swish. In the room, the remaining people moved quickly, leaving after images in the dim room. They can dodge bullets? Damn, let's fight our way out. It's Iron Guard Knights, they discovered us. Let's fight our way out, the blood bestows upon us immortal bodies. The figures inside the room quickly rushed towards the door. Moments later, their bodies were pierced by bullets and hit the ground moaning. Suddenly, a figure approached the door swiftly from behind. The gun muzzle elevated towards the charging figure. However, the next moment, whoosh! The figure turned into a wisp of black smoke, bypassing those in the room and darted out of the door, towards distance. We follow him. Holding down the trigger, bullets continued to shoot towards the black smoke. Thump, thump, thump. A series of thump, thump, thump sounds echoed as the burst of bullets pierced the black smoke. Just like a shooting into a mud pit. Clearly, the black smoke can't float up high like real smoke, it could only maintain a height of about 2 meters. Even if trying to escape into distance, it was impeded by the burst of bullets, quivering and unable to move. At the same time, the substance within the black smoke solidified increasingly. As they fired in confusion, the black fog suddenly condensed to form the figure of someone wrapped in a black robe. He shouted loudly, "I can give you money, let me get out of here. After killing so many people, and you still want to go?" Wu Heng signaled again. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets once again shot out, piercing his chest. With each bullet hitting the man, his body swayed, slowly retreating backwards. "You can't kill me, I'm with a gang in the outer city area." Bang, bang, bang. His words were cut off as the bullets tore through his body again. He fell to the ground, blood pooling around him. Even though they had killed the man, Wu Heng was still surprised at how tenacious he had been. He actually made the 2 skeletons empty 2 clips before finishing him off. Duke ran up, raising his battle axe ready to behead the dead. "No need to chop, too much blood, it won't be easy to carry," Wu Heng said directly. "I'm worried he's faking death. He's dead, take off his scarf. Duke gripped the corpse's scarf, which had been covering its mouth and nose, revealing the face of a gaunt middle-aged man. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Wu Heng took out a tablet device, called up the bounty list on the guild's network and began to compare. Palchuk, reward of 720 silver and mid-level tool rewards. At this point, Mata also ran over. Looking together at the screen. When it was discovered he really was a criminal, she was taken aback. He'd escaped from the Yeko Kingdom. The reward included money as well as mid-level tool rewards. It was quite a wealthy bounty. This trip for their team hadn't been for nothing. Really a wanted criminal. Duke also expressed surprise. Although he provided the information, he didn't expect it to be an actual wanted criminal. After all, luck plays a big part in these kinds of things. Wu Heng continued, Duke, get a horse-drawn carriage. Mata, go to the basement of the room and rescue those women. Be careful not to fall into any traps. Yes, Captain. The two agreed and immediately set off in different directions. Wu Heng then went over to the last corpse, extended his right hand covered with a leather-armored glove, and opened its mouth for a look. 2 tusks, very noticeable. Just like the vampires seen in movies. Strip him for me. Basin and Bahudong immediately stepped forward and began to remove the clothes from the corpse on the ground. Only a thin layer of clothing was left on the inside. A black cloak, leather armor, a short blade, and a backpack. Wu Heng squatted down and directly opened the backpack. Money bag, Snake Badge Consortium's deposit and withdrawal certificate, and a golden wine cup, the edges of which were filled with various gems. Blood cup, special item. Type, special item. Function, drink fresh blood with the cup to transform physical constitution. Side effect, blood dependence, light phobia. Description, life is a disease, curing it requires a high price. Special item. Such a small group from the church actually had a special item? This was indeed somewhat unexpected. But it could be confirmed that the high agility displayed by these guys, especially the leader with the ability to turn himself into smoke and become completely immune to physical damage for a certain time, was definitely related to this special item, the blood cup. That's why they had to drink blood. The side effect was blood dependence. But he wanted that power to turn into smoke himself. Soon, the women detained in the room were set free, crying and wailing, they must have been scared out of their minds. Some people had also gathered nearby, including the gangs responsible for the security of the area. Mata was communicating with those people. Wu Heng took all the equipment and the backpack and put them into the space ring. In a little while, Duke came over in a horse-drawn carriage, threw the bodies on the carriage, and the team began to head back. On the way, the middle-aged man who had led them to the body earlier also hurried over. Thank you, Captain. Thanks, everyone. This is all the money we could scrape together. Use it to buy some drinks. He said as he handed over a bag of money. Never mind, give it back to everyone else. This was a wanted criminal, so we'll have a bounty after we get back. Wu Heng said. How could that be? We had an agreement. You must accept it. The situation in the outer city area was different. When an issue became too complex, even the governing gang could not handle it. Residents in the vicinity would have to pool money to hire mercenaries to handle it, which would require more money and may not yield any results. Wu Heng looked at the man holding onto the money bag tightly, took the bag, and said, All right, I will take the money. If there's a problem in the future, come find Duke. If we can help, we will. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, everyone. Wu Heng waved his hand, the carriage continued on its way, passing through the city gate and entering the outer city area. The carriage creaked along. The sky began to drizzle, seeming to herald an impending storm. Duke and Mata escorted the carriage. The black feathered eagle perched on the carriage, its eyes fixed on the bodies, remaining still. Captain, did we do a good deed this time? We even managed to save a few people. Duke asked, his hand casually leaning on the side of the carriage. Yes, it's a good deed. Continue to gather information afterwards. Our target is still the wanted criminal. All right. I believe I have managed to grasp some methods. Duke replied. The team slowly advanced ahead pulling the carriage. They passed by a tavern. By chance, they saw a red-haired busted woman in a trench coat came out of the tavern, an underling was holding an umbrella next to her, whispering something. Wen Mancha, the wife of the Pint Gang's leader. As the carriage passed by them, their gazes briefly met. Wen Mancha gave a little cough. The weather isn't so great today. I don't need someone to stand guard for me. Ma'am, things have been chaotic lately. I'm afraid it might be dangerous if we don't arrange for someone to guard. One of the underlings said. Wen Mancha glared at him, only if you say so. It's raining heavily tonight. What if our brothers catch a cold? They can come back tomorrow morning. The rest of the underlings were happy. They thought to themselves, Ma'am really cares for us. Thank you, ma'am. Order some food from the tavern and have it sent to my room, then you all can leave. Yes, ma'am. The carriage rolled past the front of the tavern. It entered the inner city and returned to the guild ship. The bodies were taken to the morgue, handed over to the staff for identity verification. All right, everyone can go home. Once we've confirmed the identity of the bodies, we will distribute the bounty tomorrow. Wu Heng said. All right, Captain. Oh. The two beastmen left, and Wu Heng also packed up his things. He held up his umbrella and headed towards Wen Mancha's residence. Chapter 143. The sky was sprinkling with a light rain. Under an umbrella, Wu Heng, Basin, and Bahu Dong were walking on a quiet path. They arrived at the residence of Wen Mancha, where no one was seen at the front door. Normally, there would be underlings guarding around the clock. In this kind of weather, no one wants to stay outside as a doorman. They were more than happy to go back and take shelter. They pushed open the door, entered the courtyard and then the room. As soon as the door was opened, a figure wearing a low-cut silk dress pounced right at them. Wu Heng hugged her, his hand sinking into a soft and warm sensation. Master! Wen Mancha softly exclaimed. After what happened last time, she seemed to have become more uninhibited. Dressed so lightly, aren't you afraid of catching a chill? Wu Heng asked, hugging her and closing the door with his foot. I have been waiting for the master to warm me. Wen Mancha crossed her arms around his neck, whined playfully, Master, I missed you so much. With that, her shoulder strap slipped, and one side of her peak was exposed to the air, perfectly round and standing firm. The Wen Mancha at this moment was completely different from the gangster's wife during the day. In front of the underlings, she was aloof and proud, but now she was tender and almost on the verge of melting. Wu Heng gently patted her waist, and asked, Any news from Rocky? During the day, someone came to check, I guess he will be back in a few days. Wen Mancha responded. Well, when he returns, notify me immediately, and I will assign you as the leader of the Pint Gang. Wu Heng directly made a promise. He needed someone to gather intelligence. Wen Mancha, who signed the slave contract, was the most suitable candidate. It would be great if Master could arrange it. Even if you want me to stay by your side as a maid, I'm willing, Wen Mancha continued. I don't know if it's due to the slave contract, or if Wen Mancha is just generally clingy. Your ability is more suited to being a gang's wife. Thank you, Master. Wen Mancha pulled him and sat down at the table. Master has been busy all day, haven't you eaten? I've had dinner prepared. Wu Heng sat at the table eating dinner, while Wen Mancha served him carefully. He took a quick bite. The two sat at the table and chatted about what had happened in the last 2 days. Wu Heng learned more about the outer city area. The next day, early morning, Wen Mancha was getting dressed. Having a personal maid to take care of daily life was indeed a good thing. Wu Heng pulled out several sets of ladies' underwear and clothing from his space ring, all brought back from the commercial street, and handed them to her. I got these for you, I don't know if they're suitable. Her eyes widened at the sight of the brightly colored clothes. Her eyes were filled with joy, as she pounced on him and said, Thank you, Master. After a while, Wen Mancha took the underlings to eat at a restaurant, and Wu Heng, after getting dressed, headed straight for the inner city area. The rain had fallen all last night. Walking on the streets, the rushing water flowed into the drains on both sides of the road. The entire city had a complex drainage system. Even with last night's heavy rain, the city was nowhere close to being flooded. Wu Heng, accompanied by 2 skeletons, headed straight to the association. Arriving at the front desk, he collected the bounty from last night's autopsy. Returning to the break room, Duke and Mata were already sitting in the break room chatting. Seeing Wu Heng come in, they both broke into smiles. Team leader. The bounty has come, the association gave 720 coins, and the residents chipped in 120 coins, these two are for you. Wu Heng handed over the corresponding bounties to the two. Mata glanced at Duke. The latter stood up, thank you, team leader. Seeing Duke take his, Mata also picked up the money bag, thank you, team leader. Okay, if you have nothing else to do, you can go back and continue focusing on investigating the intel. Wu Heng continued. Alright, team leader, eradicate evildoers for the people, I got it. Okay, everyone go ahead. Okay. The two got up to leave, and Wu Heng also left the association. He went straight into the Snake Badge Consortium opposite the association. Good morning, Mr. Wu Heng. In the VIP room of the Snake Badge Consortium, the local person in charge, Lazia walked in swaying her waist. Good morning. Lazia sat down opposite him, a hint of her fair leg visible from under the hem of her skirt. She smiled and asked, did Mr. Wu Heng come this time to inquire about the construction of the burial ground? Yes, I wanted to see if everything is ready. And also other things. Wu Heng, leaning on the sofa, replied. I'm sorry, Mr. Wu Heng, the construction is not ready yet. Lazia apologized softly. It's taking a bit long, isn't it? Yes, the construction of array patterns requires an array pattern master to draw, plus transportation, it's quite time-consuming. Lazia sighed, actually, we're also quite anxious. Try to speed it up. Lately, he had plenty of gold in hand. This gave him some confidence to do things. Okay, sir. Here is a withdrawal note. Take out everything that's inside. Wu Heng took out the credential he had acquired from killing the blood worship sect the day before. This type of credential is recognized by the ticket itself and not the person, anyone holding it could make a withdrawal. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. The woman handed the note to the staff outside the door, and then chatted with Wu Heng for a while. Soon, there was a knock on the door. A staff member carried in a wooden box. They placed it on the table and exited the room. Wu Heng directly opened it. Inside was neatly stacked silver coins, and a book. Book of Runes. It's not a skill book, but a book that explains magic runes. Without paying much attention, Wu Heng immediately closed the wooden box. Lazia still maintained her smile, silently accompanying him at the side. I want to buy some corpses. Wu Heng continued. Oh? Sir, what type of corpses do you need? Lazia asked further. Alchemists, above level 10, no race or gender preference, as long as they are alchemists. Wu Heng stated his requirements. Lazia nodded, taking out the consignment note, and filled it out for him personally. Sir, how many corpses of this kind do you need? Clearly, this is not their first purchase, otherwise they wouldn't be speaking so comprehensively. This also avoids wasting time. 5. Lazia looked up, the price for 5 would not be small. With still a faint smile, she said, very well sir, you need to pay a deposit of 1,000 silver coins here. When the corpse arrives, we will calculate the balance according to the condition of the corpse and the expenses incurred during transportation. Last time when I purchased the corpse, the deposit was 300 silver coins. This time, it is directly 1,000, maybe because the quantity was more, it has increased a bit. That's fine, about how long would it take to deliver? We will deliver it incrementally, probably in about 3 days. My, that's fast. Hopefully, it's not freshly killed. Wu Heng didn't say much, directly taking out 1,000 silver coins from the wooden box he just acquired and handed it to her. Sir, let me use your badge. Lazia reached out her hand. Wu Heng handed over his badge and the other party took it, pressed the seal pad, leaving a mark on the consignment. All right, sir, it is completely done. Lazia happily spoke, thanking her luck for meeting such a wealthy young man. He had visited several times, each time spending no small sum. Even in Lundham City, such expenditure is rare. His performance would likely be better than in previous years. If he can maintain a good cooperation with him in the future, his ranking in the region could be high this year. By the way, do you still have the shopkeeping thing you mentioned last time? Wu Heng continued to ask. Lazia's eyes sparkled again. Whatever she wants, it comes. Of course, would you like to see it? Lazia immediately called someone to bring the map. The map from the last time was unfolded and spread out on the table again. Lazia pointed out a few places one by one. This map marks the entire city, the important streets, and the key areas. Even the drainage situation is also marked. Wu Heng stared at the map, taking a serious look. He asks, which shop, with decent location, and a backyard is required? At a glance, Lazia pointed to a shop in the northern outskirts of the city on the map. This place will fully meet your requirements. The front is the shop, the back has a small yard and a warehouse / Wu Heng looked at the location. It was slightly off the main road, but not too far off. It was fairly decent. Take me to see it. Of course. Lazia instructed her staff to prepare the horse carriage. Soon, once the carriage was ready. n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. They directly went to the location of the shop in the horse carriage. They arrived at the shop fairly quickly. They walked in through the door. The shop area is a 2-story building, each floor having around 40 square meters, not too large. It doesn't seem to have been vacant for too long, footprints from the last visitor still visible on the floor. It was previously a jewelry shop, but the business wasn't doing well, so it closed down. Lazia took a few steps inside the room, drawing her fingers across the dust on the windowsill. Let's go to the backyard to take a look. At the back of the shop, there was a small courtyard and a warehouse. Wu Heng took a glance, then carefully inspected the warehouse. He found it to be satisfactory. Let's go back. They locked the door, got back on the carriage, and slowly returned. Lazia propped her chin in her hand, looking at him and asked, "Sir, are you satisfied with the location?" "Yes, it's satisfactory. If you can ensure the security, and avoid issues with local gangs, I'll take it. Rest assured on this point, sir. The Snake Badge Consortium conducts legitimate businesses but also has self-defense strength that ensures the safety of your shop," Lazia confidently declared. Wu Heng nodded in satisfaction. "All right, I'll take it." "All right, I will write a commission for you." After the new commission was completed, Lazia continued, "The rent for this shop is 2,000 silver coins." "Fine." Wu Heng paid the money and took the keys handed over by the other party at the same time. He thought for a bit, and continued to say, "I'll be opening the shop in a few days, arrange for someone from your side to help tidy it up." "Of course." Lazia immediately agreed and asked, "What kind of business do you plan to run?" "Grocery category, some daily necessities." Lazia glanced at him, didn't seem like a joke. With such high rent poured into daily necessities. Quite a bold attempt really. But, it's none of her business as he has his own plans. "What's it named?" "I'll arrange a sign for you to place in the shop," Lazia continued. Maintaining a good relationship with such a person would also benefit her. "Just call it the ALC grocery store." "Okay." On returning to the inner city, he got off the carriage and went straight back to the house. He opened the boundary door, heading into the zombie world. He left the residential area, and went to the intersection. From afar, he could see a caravan parked at the side of the road. Wu Heng used the walkie-talkie to call Li Yaheng. Soon, she ran over from a distance. "How are things at the prison?" "No issues, it's exactly the same as when we left, everything has been delivered," Li Yaheng answered. "It seems like things are stable at the prison side." Li Yaheng had been bringing people back in turns, there should be no accidents occurring anytime soon. "By the way, there's a new shelter that has appeared recently in the frequency band, they're recruiting survivors." Li Yaheng suddenly remembered something and said. "An area communicates on the same frequency band." The frequency band Li Yaheng mentioned should be the same as their current region. It's called the Flame God Shelter. The leader has awakened a superpower that allows him to control fire. Wu Heng frowned as he looked at her and asked, "Can they really awaken the power to control elements?" Chapter 144. Things like enhanced body and heightened senses, all these can be understood. After all, these are limited to the strengthening of the body. However, awakening the ability to control fire seems a bit too sensational. In another world, spells come from a complete lineage, they are learned and used to control the conversion of magic power. In this world, awakening directly depends on oneself, which is more like the bloodline power of the magician profession. The power of a magician doesn't require learning. It also relies on the awakening of the bloodline, like Tulisa, the captain of the 2nd Squad in Blackstone Town. She has an ice lineage. She can release various lineage spells. So, the awakening of superpowers in this world is similar to the awakening of a magician's bloodline. Upon hearing the surprise in Wu Heng's words, Li Yaheng glanced at him with confusion. Very surprising. Not really, where? Around Jin family pit, the leader is named Flame God, and has some followers under his command, Li Yaheng continued. The Jin family pit is a place near the edge of the city, surrounded by villages. Selecting it as the base is understandable, to avoid the populated city areas. It's uncertain whether they were original survivors of the villages or refugees who fled there later. In any case, this news is good news for the human race. Human beings are also evolving, various abilities, are very inspiring. Flame God? Why this name? Wu Heng was somewhat curious. Just a code name, Li Yaheng calmly said. Her eyes subtly glanced at the other party. Although it couldn't be confirmed, she felt that when they came up with Flame God, it was very likely influenced by the name King Yama. Right, Wu Heng thought for a moment, then went on, how many people are left in the auto repair shop? 7 people. Tomorrow, I'll let the skull protect you, you can scavenge all the cleared apartment buildings, collect all the daily necessities, like glass cups, porcelain bowls, plastic bowls. I will need them, Wu Heng said. Li Yaheng frowned, somewhat unable to understand the purpose of collecting these items. The surrounding area is a residential gathering place, with many residents. These were the most common items, collecting them will yield a significant amount. Do you need intact ones? Yes, try to keep them in good condition, and have everyone help collect. Okay, tonight I'll have people prepare some crash-resistant cotton cloth, and tomorrow I'll take people to collect, Li Yaheng said. Wu Heng liked this about her. She immediately found a way to complete the tasks he assigned. Very straightforward. The two chatted for a while more, then each returned to their accommodations. After Wu Heng got back to the community, he instructs the big head skeleton to work alongside Li Yaheng tomorrow. After settling everything, he then returned to his own residence. Entering the study, he began to examine the skill book that he had exchanged yesterday. Feather Fall Skill. Allows up to 5 targets to land unharmed after a high-altitude fall. Judging from the skill's explanation and introduction, it belongs to a category of transformation skills. It alters one's own falling tendency to accomplish the effect of landing unharmed. From Wu Heng's understanding, it should be altering one's own kinetic potential, keeping it within the range where the landing would cause no harm, to complete the spell's effect. In short, it proves to be of much use. Turning to the last page, a prompt appeared. Skill unlocked, Feather Fall Skill. After completing the skill's learning, just when Wu Heng was about to go rest, dong dong dong, a white feathered barn owl, perched on the window of the 3rd floor, lightly pecked at the window pane. When Mancha's tamed beast. Wu Heng opened the window, and the barn owl landed directly on the desk in front of him. Parting the owl's thick feathers revealed a note tied to its slender leg. They're here. Wu Heng's eyes narrowed. Rocky was back. Pinned Gang's hideout. The burly Rocky was sitting behind the desk. Your information was faulty, nearly getting me killed, Rocky spoke in a somewhat angry tone. Opposite was the lanky Fisher, who likewise spoke. He just arrived in Lundham City, accompanied only by 2 attendants. How could you have failed so spectacularly? I had arranged for several people, all of them capable hands from the gang. There must be some problem elsewhere, Rocky continued. Because of Fisher's faulty information. Not only had several of his best fighters been killed, but he'd also spent 3 terrifying days in hiding. These 3 days were marked by heart-pounding fear. He dared not venture outside and had to constantly pay attention to the outside world. As a gang leader, having this news spread around would be a total humiliation. Humph, as long as he didn't discover anything, it's fine, Fisher cast a glance at Rocky, continuing, this time, I will devise a way to send him on a mission outside the city. When the time comes, you can arrange for someone in the wilderness to kill him. Rocky's eyes instantly went wide, just about to roar in protest when he quickly lowered his voice and said, have you gone mad? We barely avoided disaster last time, and you still want to continue. You think this matter is over? If he doesn't die, problems might arise sooner or later. He must die, Fisher firmly declared as he slapped the back of his chair. Rocky was still staring at him, understanding that Fisher had definitely pegged him as the prime candidate. Backing out at this stage seemed somewhat impossible. Either he would have to leave Fisher here, or consent to his plan and continue trying to kill the kid from Team 12N/O/Vel/B/JN.C//OM. Both options involved killing associates. There was no retreat for him now. He took a deep breath and said, "Fine, inform me when it happens, we must kill him this time." "That's exactly what I want to hear. As for the finances, I won't let you suffer losses. Just ensure it all goes smoothly this time," Fisher said before donning his scarf and cloak, leaving the hideout straight away. Rocky sighed, watching him leave. At this time, when Mancha came out from a back room, she spoke in a soft tone, "Are you not planning to back down?" Rocky's gaze fell on his woman, whose appearance seemed to have changed significantly since his last departure. Her skin was smooth and moisturized, her complexion even more ruddy. He reached out, attempting to pull her into his arms, but she easily evaded him. He sighed, "Still angry then? I knew nothing would happen, that's why I left you behind. If I were to leave, would I not take you with me?" When Mancha sat down some distance away, not discussing this matter further. Instead, she continued, "Are you still intending to follow Fisher's orders? We'll see about that. If he truly manages to lure that guy out of the city, into some deserted location, it wouldn't be impossible to have the kid killed," Rocky said. When Mancha remained silent, merely giving a derisive chuckle, and turned her face to one side. Rocky revealed a smile. "Relax, the kid's not capable of much, killing him shouldn't be a problem." His gaze continued to linger on his increasingly radiating woman, speaking softly, "Tomorrow, I'm meeting with the boss of the White Wolf gang for some talks. You'll be accompanying me, help me make this happen." When Mancha stared at him, "You want me to keep him company? For the gang, make a sacrifice." When Mancha did not respond to this, she glanced at the night scene outside the window and softly said, "I am going to sit at the entrance for a bit." When Mancha walked out of the yard, making note of the two gang members guarding the entrance. "That's enough for today, nothing needs to be done. You can come back tomorrow morning," she said. "Yes, sister-in-law." The lower-ranking members left. From a small alley not far away, three figures appeared. When Mancha looked at them and let out a sigh, "He's inside, Fisher just left." You can go to the bar for a bit, there's no need to return immediately." "Thank you, master." When Mancha nodded, leaving the alley and heading towards the nearby tavern. Chapter 145. Creak. The door was pushed open, and the room was dimly lit. Rocky yawned, saying, "Have someone prepare bath water, I need to rest well tonight." There was no reply from behind, and the sound of footsteps entering was not just one person. Rocky was suddenly alert. Looking up, he saw three figures slowly entering. They weren't Winnie or his own subordinates. They were unfamiliar strangers. Rocky was shocked, forcing himself to calm down. He slowly got up and said, "What brings you gentlemen to my pinned gang?" "Rocky, don't you recognize me?" Wu Heng asked with a smile. Basin closed the door behind him. "You are?" Rocky narrowed his eyes slightly. "Now see here, Leader Rocky, it's so true that the higher-ups are often forgetful. You were out for a few days and you forgot about me." Wu Heng continued. Rocky's face changed. "You are from Team 12, but wait, you're not. You want to say I didn't notice you? Just think about it, if I hadn't pretended not to notice anything, could you have made it back here?" Wu Heng continued to smile. Rocky's face turned even more unsightly. He had thought the man was just a greenhorn, who would also give up since the investigation had not revealed anything. But he didn't expect that the man would be so devious, setting a trap for him. And he had walked right into it. Suppressing his unease, he took a deep breath, forced a bitter smile, and said, "Captain, it seems there was some misunderstanding. I was tricked into doing what I did. Now that I know your identity and strength, I wouldn't dare to cross you even if it killed me." Wu Heng sat down on a wooden chair not far away. "Oh? Is that really what you think, Leader Rocky?" "Of course." Rocky continued, "You're a guild captain, and I'm just a small gang. How could I oppose you? I hid away a few days ago because I realized I had done something wrong." Rocky lost his bossy demeanor, showing the weakness and humility typical of a small fish. He made out Wu Heng as very strong, while he himself was weak. "Then just now, didn't Fisher come to discuss your next move with you?" Wu Heng spoke again. "Damn!" Rocky cursed, stepping heavily to his left and drew out an iron sword hidden on the shelf. "You'll die here today." At this point, he had no way out. The man knew everything about him, and he could guess what was going on without thinking. Today, only one of them could walk out alive. He shouted and charged furiously. Fierce and aggressive. Bang! The shrill gunshot rang out. With less than 3 meters separating them, accuracy was guaranteed. In the midst of his shouting, a spray of blood erupted from his chest. Bang bang bang! Immediately after, 3 more shots hit his chest and abdomen. Rocky's face changed drastically, looking down at the blood flowing from his armor. He clenched his teeth. He changed direction and ran toward the door, shouting, "Where are the people? Where is everyone outside?" Bahudong swiftly blocked the door. With a swift kick, he knocked Rocky back. At the same time, Basin attacked, shifting his position, circling around to Rocky's back. The short blade in his hand stabbed into Rocky's body through a gap under his armor. Ah! Rocky screamed in pain, staggering even more. They were fully prepared. There was no chance of victory for him. Rocky knelt helplessly on the ground, his face twisted as he said, "It was all Fisher's idea, go find him, let me go. If you were the victor, would you let me go? Don't worry, Fisher will soon join you." Bahudong stepped forward, about to kill him. Rocky suddenly sprang up, holding the iron sword once more, charging at Wu Heng. Basin blocked him. Wu Heng raised his hand and fired 2 more shots, hitting him in the body and the head. Rocky's eyes bulged, his face filled with unwillingness, he fell to the ground. "Strip him and search his body," Wu Heng ordered. Basin crouched down, stripped off his armor, and found a money bag. Inside were 2 gold coins and several hundred silver coins. Who would have thought he'd be so rich? Creak. A moment later, the door was pushed open, and when Mancha entered. Seeing the body on the floor, her face also turned a few shades paler. If she had reacted slower last time, she would have met the same fate as Rocky. "Master!" When Mancha called out softly. There were some people outside attracted by the noise, I've dismissed them." When Mancha took a few steps forward, clutching his arm. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. They must have been attracted by the gunfire. But it wasn't a big deal in the outer city area. There weren't few gangs that had fights at night, any excuse would do, and no one would care. Rocky is dead, do you have any plans?" Wu Heng asked, resting his hand on her shoulder. "When the time comes, I'll say Rocky left again. I'll manage things for now, and gradually replace some people with my own to take control of the Pint gang," replied Wen Mancha. Wu Heng nodded, "Good, as long as you have a plan." He then looked at the body, "Take him to the backyard." Basin dragged the body to a patch of ground in the yard. Wu Heng cast the bone manipulation skill. Flesh fell away, and a skeleton slowly stood up. Wen Mancha's face turned even paler. She involuntarily backed away a couple steps, cautiously hiding behind Wu Heng. Their bond was unbreakable, and out of instinct, they trusted and stuck to each other even more. Skeleton Warrior, LVL 10. Rocky was indeed a level 10 warrior. Looking at his attributes, it was evident he was a traditional warrior, with a focus on strength and constitution. Nothing particularly special. Wu Heng explained, "I am a necromancer. He is now a servant of the necromancy. Are you scared?" "No, I'm not scared. I've seen my fair share in the Pint gang," she replied confidently. "Good, then let him stay by your side to protect you," Wu Heng continued. Wen Mancha looked at the skeleton, then at Wu Heng, and said softly, "Master, aren't you staying the night?" Wu Heng pinched her cheek, "I have other things to do. You take care of things here, I'll come to see you later." "Yes, Master," she answered. Wu Heng nodded, then left with Basin Bahudong. Wen Mancha started to clean up the room. The night deepened. The sky was so dark it felt like a heavy curtain, making it impossible to see even one's hand before them. Deep in the heart of the city, outside a certain residence, a yawning patrol of the Iron Guard Knights passed outside the community, gradually moving off into the distance. Out of the blue, a skeletal arm materialized from the darkness. A censer with 3 lit incense sticks was placed at the edge of the building. Trails of green smoke rose up and seeped into the building in front of it. This was a tool of the Pint gang, the hallucination incense burner. Once the incense burned and was inhaled by living beings for a certain period, it would induce extreme fatigue, and even manipulate the senses. After the smoke persisted for a while, everything around remained silent. The skeletal arm materialized once more, lifting the lid of a cast iron well by the road. Rustling. The sound of countless scrambling feet filled the air. The next moment, a massive horde of rats gushed out of the well like floodwater, rushing towards the distant building. The rodent horde flowed directly into the building. This was followed by the squealing of the rats and painful howls and screams. Lights gradually lit up in the surrounding buildings. Soon, the cries from the room ceased, the horde of rats poured out of the building and disappeared back into the sewer. The skeletal arm gathered up the incense burner and disappeared into the night. Come morning, at the scene where Fisher was found dead. Inside the small room, Butler Gomez was standing to one side, forcibly suppressing his rage. A senior captain actually died in his own house. Gomez scanned the room with his eyes. This is a disgrace to our association. You all are captains of the association, is this how you maintain order? Opposite him, all the captains of the association stood in silence, heads bowed. This morning, before Wu Heng left his house, he was informed by a staff member to come here. Fisher's death was gruesome, his body covered in countless bite marks as if torn apart by countless jaws, scraps of animal flesh and fur still scattered around. The death of a captain of the association was not something to be proud of. The news, when it got out, would affect the association's prestige and reputation. However, against Butler Gomez's scolding, the captains felt aggrieved. After all, maintaining peace in the night was not their responsibility but the Iron Guard mercenary corps. But with the butler livid, no one dared to argue for fear of taking the blame. Gomez continued, aside from the squads assisting the Night Corps to drive away the Hammer Party, all other squads must investigate this incident. I want a detailed report within 3 days. Those who fail will have a month's salary docked. Everyone shot each other a glance in silence. Seeing the captains still silent with heads down, Gomez gritted his teeth and said, "Dismissed. Go about your duties." The captains left one by one. Gomez's gaze settled on one figure amongst them. Wu Heng, stay behind. Chapter 146. Wu Heng paused and looked back at Gomez. When everyone else had left, he asked, "Do you need something, steward?" Gomez frowned at him, then asked, "Where were you last night?" Wu Heng frowned, replying firmly, "At home." "You're not suspecting me, are you? What are your thoughts on this case?" Gomez continued. "I don't have much experience in analyzing cases like this, I'm afraid I might mislead the correct investigation direction." Wu Heng responded candidly. "Can you communicate with the dead?" "I can." "Good, come with me." The two of them entered another room, where a corpse covered in white cloth was placed on a bed nearby. "Begin." Gomez urged on. Wu Heng nodded and summoned "Communicate with the dead." The corpse jerked upright, staring our way. Gomez looked at the corpse, asking directly, "Who killed you?" The corpse answered, "A swarm of rats." "Who controlled the swarm of rats?" Gomez continued. The corpse seemed stunned, "I don't know." "Who do you suspect?" "Partners of the fugitive or enemies, but no specific targets." Being the captain of the guild was not easy. The more fugitives you catch, the more enemies you make. Many captains or members apply to relocate periodically for this very reason. It seemed that Fisher found himself in a similar situation. He was killed without having a clear target in mind. Gomez thought for a moment, then continued, "Who did you meet yesterday?" "Members of my team, a woman at the bar, and Rocky from the Pint gang." "Gang member?" Gomez's brow furrowed slightly. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. "When you were chatting?" "Steward, that was the last question," Wu Heng reminded from the side. Gomez nodded, thought for a moment, and continued, "What did you discover while battling the swarm of rats?" "There were lots of rats, soaked with heavy water marks. I think I was poisoned. My senses were impaired and I couldn't escape." Having said that, he fell back flat onto the ground with a thud. "Steward, we can only ask the corpse 5 questions maximum," Wu Heng reminded. Gomez nodded, then asked, "What do you think of this?" After pondering for a bit, Wu Heng said, "From the current standpoint, we can only start from the Pint gang. This person named Rocky might know something. All right, I will entrust this lead to your investigation." Find this Rocky for me. Yes, sir. Everyone left the room, and Fisher's body was again covered with a white cloth and carried away. At the door, Duke and Mata were waiting. They first saluted the steward, then approached Wu Heng. Captain, how did this Fisher die? Duke asked. All the team members had been called over. They circled around in 3 rows. He was killed by a swarm of rats. Wu Heng walked down the stairs, explaining as he went. A swarm of rats? Where would a swarm of rats come from in the inner city? I think someone must have controlled the rats. Duke followed behind, analyzing as he went. That's what I think too. Let's go, the steward has assigned us a task, we have to investigate a gang. Wu Heng continued walking. Oh, all right. Duke and the others hurriedly followed him. Heading towards the outer city area. Pinned gang. In the living room. But instead of wearing the long dress she usually wore, when Mancha was fully armored today, her proud chest tightly encased. Gone was her usual allure, replaced by business-like efficiency. A new figure appeared by her side. They were completely covered, sporting a rare metal helmet that concealed their eyes completely, showing nothing. From their physique, they seemed rather lean. Meanwhile, the backbone of the gang and some team leaders and members were seated around her. Someone voiced out, Madam Wen, the boss asked us over last night, and he's not here today. It's rather difficult to maintain this gang. That's right, Madam Wen, I asked the brothers who were on night watch last night, and they said the boss did come back last night. Where could he have gone? Lately, there's been no income at all. Our brothers are all waiting to take money home to their families. One person's words set off a wave of agreement. When Mancha swept her gaze over the crowd and said, Rocky left last night, everything with the Pint gang will remain the same, and I will be responsible. Again, the hall fell into silence. Several gang leaders glanced at each other, their eyes quickly exchanging messages. One of them commented, with the boss gone again, there is not much to say. We should keep things as they were, everyone managing their own people, until the boss comes back. Immediately someone echoed, let's go by this plan. I was informed that many from the gang managing the outer city area were transferred to assist the Iron Guard Knights in cracking down on the Hammer Party. The city is quite chaotic lately, it's safer if you stay indoors, sister-in-law. Let's leave things like this until the boss returns. Agreed. The remaining people were not fools either. Rocky returned last night and notified everyone of the meeting. By the morning, he had disappeared without a trace. If he wasn't dead, he must have fled because of some big trouble. With Rocky gone, leaving behind such a beautiful woman, there's no way she could hold on to the gang. They might still call her sister-in-law to her face. But in their hearts, they were all planning on how to divide this gang, or even take this beautiful sister-in-law along with it. Since when are the gang's decisions made by voting? I haven't left yet, it's not your turn to make decisions. When Mancha slammed the table and raised her voice. Sister-in-law. You better take care of yourself, the gang business is men's stuff. Sister-in-law, stay healthy, I have something to do, I'll leave first. We should leave too. Several people stood up, leading their people towards the exit. When Mancha jumped to her feet, watching as the people left, but she couldn't do anything about it. Just as the men were about to leave, the door was suddenly forced open. Directly facing them, several figures walked in. They collided with the underlings who were about to leave. This is the Pint gang's territory, if you wish to die, then come storming in. One of the gangsters blurted out. Wu Heng's gaze swept over the group, then he looked at Wen Mancha, who had stood up and was looking towards the door. He commanded, nobody is allowed to leave, this is an investigation from the professional association. Oh, the professional association? When did they get so haughty, coming to local gangs for investigations, one of the leaders said mockingly. Wu Heng gave him a look. Anyone who leaves will be put on the association's wanted list, see then how much bounty you'll be worth. All of them stopped in their tracks, none dared to take a step further. If their name was linked to the association, they would become public enemies. No matter where they went, they would be pursued, their lives would be filled with fleeing. This threat still held a great deterrent force. In the living room, Wu Heng took the main seat, facing a group of gang members. He asked, who here is Rocky? All the underlings gasped. As expected, it involved Rocky. What did he do to have the entire association after him? All eyes fell on Wen Mancha. When Mancha stood up and said, Rocky's not here, he left last night. He left? Where did he go? I'm not sure, he left in a hurry. Did he meet anyone last night? Wu Heng continued to ask. Yes, he did meet someone, they talked for a bit and then he left. Wu Heng stared at everyone sternly, humph. The team leader of the 8th team, Fisher, was killed last night. He visited Rocky before his death. What do you know about this? All the faces in the room changed. Killing the team leader of the association, that's a big offense. Looks like Rocky didn't die, he fled overnight. Team leader, this has nothing to do with us, Rocky left overnight, he must have done something. One of them immediately dissociated himself from Rocky. Another one chimed in, yes, if we were involved, we would have run too. Wu Heng surveyed the chaotic scene. He continued, now, who is the leader of the Pint gang? The crowd went silent all of a sudden, then they turned to look at Wen Mancha, this is our sister-in-law. Wu Heng nodded, Duke, Mata, take them for separate interrogations, don't stop anyone who wants to leave, just remember their faces. Understood, sir. The two began to select people one by one. Wu Heng then turned to Wen Mancha, come with me, I need to ask you some questions. A few gang leaders were separated for individual interrogations. Wen Mancha followed Wu Heng into the inner room. Chapter 147. The door was tightly shut, isolating them from the outside. Wu Heng sat down on a nearby chair, and Winnie nestled in his lap, loosening her tight leather armor to make it easier for his hand to slip inside. What's going on? Wu Heng asked. Winnie sighed softly with her arm slung over his shoulder. Last night, Rocky called a meeting, and when they found he was gone this morning, they planned to split up and go their separate ways. What impact will their departure have? We don't have a lot of gang members to begin with. Once they leave, our overall strength will be reduced by more than half. I don't mind, as I'm sick of gang life. I just worry it will hinder our intelligence gathering for you, explained Winnie, loosening her armor a bit more. What do you want to do? Wu Heng asked. I hope Master can put some pressure on them, so they're forced to stay for now. I'll gradually consolidate some power, Winnie proposed after some thought. Okay, Wu Heng agreed, then added, Fisher is dead. During the post-mortem, the Pint gang was mentioned. You say Rocky's gone, that's all you need to know. As Master wishes. Winnie rested her chin on his shoulder, whispering her response. Her soft tongue flicked at his earlobe, before saying again, Master, would you like to rest a little? Wu Heng patted her firmly on the waist, saying, stop messing around, we have serious business to attend to. Hee, all right. Winnie laughed, still hugging his shoulders, offering him her tongue once more. The two chatted in the room for a while. Then they left the room directly. Outside, Duke, Mata, and others had interrogated the rest of the people. Duke reported, Captain, they all claim they know nothing. Wu Heng frowned, sweeping a cold gaze over everyone present. Dare to lie to me, it seems none of you wish to stay in Lundham City. Nobody responded. He turned his gaze back to Winnie, since Rocky is gone, you're the leader now. I'm warning you, no one is allowed to leave the city until this case is solved. Anyone who leaves without permission will be considered Rocky's accomplice and they will be wanted. Understood, Captain, Winnie said, her voice somewhat constrained. She continued, when can we be back to normal? When we catch Rocky and prove your innocence, Wu Heng said sternly. Winnie wiped sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief, nodded and replied, yes, Captain. Wu Heng further looked at the gang's core members sitting down, don't let me catch any of you doing wrong, let's go. Saying that, Wu Heng walked away with his team members. When the main door closed, all the gang members heaved a sigh of relief. Uncertain, the seniors finally stood to approach. Respectfully, they asked, Sis-in-law, it seems the boss really messed up this time. What's our next step? Winnie sat down, crossed her legs, glanced at the members and sighed, remember, Rocky ran away, planning to use us as scapegoats. Keep this quiet for now, gather the members. I'll send someone to investigate in the next few days. The members looked at each other, saluted and chorused, yes, sis-in-law. Returning to the association, Wu Heng went straight to the steward's study. Gomez gestured him to sit down, any updates? I just visited the Pint gang. Rocky mentioned by Fisher has fled. We reached when there was a power struggle going on within the gang. Should we catch the others as well? Wu Heng asked. Gang chaos in Lundham City. Each gang has hundreds, if not thousands of members, it's impossible to catch that many people. And how could ordinary members kill a veteran captain? Did you find anything? Gomez continued to ask. Wu Heng shook his head. I did a separate investigation. Rocky had left the city for a while before this, only returning last night. He disappeared again after meeting Fisher. What about his family? No real family. Just a woman in the city who knows nothing about this. I told the core members of the gang that they can't leave the city for now. If needed, we can arrest them anytime. Gomez stood up and thought for a while, then instructed, keep an eye on the Pint gang. If Rocky reappears, kill him immediately. Okay. Go back for now. Look at the information from other teams these days. Walking out of the steward's room, Wu Heng finally let out a breath. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Back in the staff room. Duke asked again, Captain, what's the situation? Nothing much, it doesn't concern us. Be careful these days, the city looks quite chaotic, Wu Heng instructed. All right, Captain. Okay, nothing more. Go get some rest. The team disbanded and departed from the association. After having dinner at a nearby pub, Wu Heng returned directly to his residence. There were noticeably fewer city guards around. No wonder the operation last night went so smoothly, patrolling had been reduced. Gleaned from the steward's comments, the city guard, professional teams, and the 4 gangs in the outer city area had all been diverted to corner and expel the Hammer Party. In short, the city was understaffed. After some rest in the room, Wu Heng directly headed to the zombie world. In the residential area, a huge swarm of carrion rats prowled within a specific area. Last night, Wu Heng had used these rats to sneak into Fisher's residence and kill him. Chapter 148. Fisher being the captain indeed spoke volumes about his strength. The aftermath left a considerable number of the rat swarm dead, hauled back by the unscathed rats. In any case, the outcome was promising. With Fisher dead, Gomez dismissed his doubts. The Pint gang was quickly becoming his eyes and ears. Emerging from the residential area, cardboard boxes were neatly stacked at the roadside. Inside each, lined with strips of cotton cloth, lay all sorts of collected glass cups, porcelain bowls, and other daily necessities. Li Yaheng and her crew must have gathered them as per Wu Heng's orders. The main reason for Wu Heng renting a shop was to sell these items. To him, they were cost-free and highly user-friendly. They were in considerable demand in Blackstone Town. The moment he put them on sale, they would sell out within half an hour. Such items would seemingly have no issues selling in Lundham City. Wu Heng gave a glance, resealed the boxes, and ordered the skeleton to move them into a room within the residential area. Before long, Li Yaheng's crew arrived from afar, carrying more boxes. This is only the collection from 2 buildings. We might be short-staffed if we want to collect from everywhere, said Li Yaheng. According to Wu Heng, there was so much to collect. If they were to rely solely on their team's manpower, it would take quite some time to comb through a residential area. After a moment's thought, Wu Heng responded, I will arrange for some skeletons to help you when the time comes. That would be helpful. If needed, I plan on bringing more people over from the prison to speed up the collection process. That could work. Then next time we transport supplies, I will bring more people along. Wu Heng nodded. After pausing to think, Li Yaheng continued, we've almost used up all the steel pipes and grinding wheels. I know of a place, a construction store's warehouse. All right, we'll check it out tomorrow during daylight. We'll have the vehicles ready to haul back a large load. Okay. Li Yaheng nodded. After chatting for a while, they went their separate ways. Wu Heng returned to his place through the boundary door. Upon entering his study, the 4 skeleton ghost hags were still reading their magic books. One couldn't exactly say they were shirking. Various magical formulas filled the prepared sheets of paper. They were, as always, very diligent. Sitting at his desk, Wu Heng took out the recently acquired Book of Runes and laid it open on the table. He'd found this book using the Snake Badge Consortium's credentials from the Blood Worship sect's leader. Due to the business with Fisher and Gomez, he hadn't had the time to study it. Now was a good time to look into it. He was rather curious about the various magical items of this world. He carefully read the book after opening it. According to the book's explanation, runes were arcane symbols etched onto weapons, equipment, or specific items to gain enhanced effects. Different runes provided different effects and could also be customized according to the user's requirements. This allowed Wu Heng to learn a new term, etching. The Book of Necromancy mentioned the making of a magical scroll using inscribing, while etching was used for runes here. The world's terms were rather rigorous. There must be a difference between the two. There were two types of rune making, basic runes and magical runes. Basic runes provided basic enhancements to items, such as making weapons sharper or heavier upon impact to increase damage. Magical runes were easier to comprehend. The etching itself was a magical effect. For instance, his hunting ring and hallucination incense burner belonged to the magical rune type. Besides those used directly in battles or to assist battles, some items were used in daily life. For instance, the book mentioned the Firestone Ring, which gave a traveling party the ability to start a fire in the wild. There was also a constant flame bathtub, which could maintain a specific water temperature. The bathtub when Mancha had must be this kind. She and Wu Heng had frolicked in it for quite some time, but the water temperature never changed. They didn't pay much attention to the water temperature at the time, but now, reflecting on it, Wu Heng guessed it must be a magical item after all. Different development paths dictate different sets of accessories, Wu Heng mused. The modern world is mostly dependent on electricity, with all accessories relating to electricity. This world, however, is magic-oriented, with runes reaching incredible effects. He schemed through the content of the later part. This book primarily explains the subjects about runes and doesn't teach how to make them. Yet, for outsiders like Wu Heng, it was quite helpful. It gave him a deeper understanding of runes. Just as he was flipping through the pages of the book, a system announcement appeared. Summoned being skeleton ghost hag, unlocked skill evil explosion skill. Hey? Wu Heng looked sideways. One of the skeleton ghost hags slowly stood up, placed the magic book back on the bookshelf, then picked up another one. Moving back to her original spot, she resumed reading. A ghost hag had finally unlocked a skill. So much time had passed that Wu Heng almost believed that skeletons were incapable of learning skills. Now that one had unlocked a skill, he knew they were merely slow learners due to their low intelligence. Closing the Book of Runes, he returned it to the bookshelf behind him. He went downstairs for some sword practicing before retiring to his room for rest and sleep. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. The next day. The Zombie World. Chapter 149. 5 trucks were driving rapidly down the road, each one loaded with skeletons. The mission for today was to scour building material warehouses, replenishing spear materials and tools. Because the destination was somewhat distant, Wu Heng opted to transport a portion of skeletons with trucks rather than having them cover the distance on foot as before. As they began to leave the residential area behind, the road started to clear up. Occasionally, scattered zombies were attracted and left far behind by the convoy. Wu Heng sat in the passenger seat of the middle truck, with Li Yaheng behind the wheel. "Did you sleep well last night?" Li Yaheng glanced at him and struck up a conversation. "Not bad, how about you?" Wu Heng replied. Back in Blackstone Town, when the zombie outbreak first started and the necromancer profession was suppressed, he often struggled with sleepless nights. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. During that time, he would drill spear techniques late into the night until he could fall asleep. Once they had arrived in Lundham City, where there was no limitation on the undead mage, he began to gradually adjust. His sleep was better after that. "I'm pretty good. Was worried before about zombies rushing at us, but now I can sleep soundly through the night." Li Yaheng shared with a smile. "When we return to the prison, we'll each have separate living quarters for better rest," Wu Heng stated. "Yet, it'll still have power supply, life will definitely be better than here," Li Yaheng continued while steering the truck, then asked, "What plans do you have later?" "There's not much to my plans, just continue enhancing my own strength." After a moment of silence, Li Yaheng asked again, "Will you leave us behind? Once the skeletons learn to drive and use tools, will you still need us around?" A frown crossed Wu Heng's face. He didn't expect such a question. However, he quickly figured out her concerns. He had arranged for her to learn to drive and use tools, and she was very quick to master them, capable of working tirelessly. This could replace them. Just as modernized factories replace labor force, majority of people would be dismissed. If you follow my instructions, you won't be. Li Yaheng lifted her head somewhat defiantly, am I not obedient? Wu Heng was paralyzed by her retort. Obedient. After he answered, the inside of the truck fell into silence, and a blush began to creep up Li Yaheng's face. Sitsizi. The noise of electric currents transmitted from the truck's radio, followed by a voice, this is the lead truck, we've entered the scheduled area. All we see are houses made of red bricks, it looks like countryside. Li Yaheng picked up the radio, asking, any zombies? None. We've entered this area and there are no zombies in sight. Li Yaheng looked to Wu Heng, continued, stop on the edge of the village. All right. The convoy slowly moved forward a bit further, then halted. Wu Heng and Li Yaheng stepped out of the truck and looked around. All they could see were low houses made of red bricks. This was said to be a warehouse, but it looked more like unused old single-story houses at the edge of the city. There's a warehouse here? Wu Heng asked. Li Yaheng nodded. My father knew the owner of a building supply store. He had turned his old house into a warehouse. Wu Heng nodded, where? Li Yaheng pointed to an alley, claiming, I remember it being over there, with a fairly large yard. Wu Heng looked around, saying, Li Yaheng, follow me. Everyone else stay in the truck. If there's danger, use the radio to contact us. Sure. The two of them, accompanied by a swarm of skeletons, entered the village. Headed towards the warehouse. Inside the truck, the others were grouped together, chit-chatting. Does Sister Hong like that King Yama? I mean, the way they look at each other is a dead giveaway. You're only realizing now? I've noticed a long time ago. If Sister Hong can get him, we'll benefit too. We will be like family. If he's King Yama, then doesn't Sister Hong need some badass nickname? An ogress. Damn, you said that. Not me. The group chatted and laughed in hushed voices. Suddenly, a creaking sound. The truck door was yanked open directly. Several men wearing black jackets were standing by the door, pointing handguns at them. Fellas, don't move. Careful not to trigger the gun. Chapter 150. Wu Heng led Li Yaheng, walking on a red brick path. This was the kind of country road built by the villagers themselves, with alternating segments of cement and dirt, now overgrown with weeds. It wasn't easy to tread. If I remember correctly, that courtyard up ahead is the warehouse, he noted. Looking up, one could see a courtyard enclosed by a red brick wall, and a blue iron-roofed shed erected within. They sure know how to choose a location. This place, though somewhat remote, was certainly much cheaper than renting a warehouse somewhere. Moreover, the large expanse of open space could house even more supplies. The team continued to walk onward. Roar! The moans of the undead rang out as two zombies climbed over the brick wall to their side. With a thud, they fell to the ground. Before they could stand up, skeletons quickly rushed them, hacking them down to the ground. The team, however, didn't stop. They reached the outside of the warehouse. A black iron gate was locked with a chain and padlock. Break it down, commanded Wu Heng. Two beastmen axemen, wielding their battle axes, emerged from behind and began hacking at it. Clang clang. The thunderous sounds of hacking immediately resonated throughout the area. Roar. At the same time, roars echoed from all around as more than a dozen zombies emerged from nearby homes and alleys, inching towards them. Wu Heng glanced back, then ordered, form the spear array, while the rest continue breaking down the gate. Seeing the zombies gave him some relief. Otherwise, he would imagine something worse lurking here. The zombies rushed towards them. Barging into the spear array, a fierce combat unfolded. In a dimly lit cellar. Dr. Shen, are we going to die? A high school female student in a school uniform clung to another younger woman, sobbing uncontrollably. The woman softly patted the student's back, comforting her, no, we have held out for this long. We just need to hold out a few more days. The rescue team will definitely come. But, she whimpered, we don't have much food left. We might starve to death before the rescue team arrives. Not far away, a male student, also in a school uniform, sat disheartened and dirty on a stone stool. We must survive. You are still young and have a better chance, the woman whispered, her voice trailing off. The harsh reality was evident in all three minds. The day their food ran out, if not rescued, they would either be eaten by zombies or captured by thugs. Both scenarios spelt a grim fate. The three in the warehouse, the woman, a doctor from the disease prevention station with a high salary, returned home due to familial pressure for an arranged marriage. She just returned a day before the zombie outbreak. The other two were local children, just starting high school. Nov. L.B//JNN. Their paths crossed. They encouraged and supported each other, enduring till now. Dr. Shen, don't you know something about this? Can't you make some kind of antidote? Asked the male student. The female doctor replied, let's not talk about whether I can or not. With our current situation, even a genuine biology expert wouldn't be able to create a vaccine. Oh, right. If we survive, I'll also study these things. Then we won't be afraid of zombies. With you placing third to last in class, by the time you've learned, it'll be faster to wait for the zombies to die, the female student retorted sarcastically. Hey, wasn't I just trying to cheer you up? He grinned, you'll definitely become a doctor. When that time comes, I'll protect you, and you can give me injections. The woman doctor threw a scornful glance at them. In this apocalypse, she didn't need to go on those arranged dates anymore. And yet she had to deal with their lovey-dovey antics. Just as she was about to speak. Clang clang. A series of ear-piercing noises came from outside. The group jolted, the female student whipped into the woman's arms again, the male student also leaned in, his face turning pale. The three kept quiet, their breathing slowed down significantly. It's not a zombie, it must be a human, the woman doctor whispered. Zombies behaved more like animals. The rhythmic sound of chopping was more akin to humans trying to break something. But with so much noise, weren't they afraid of attracting all the nearby zombies? It must be Yang Yishan and his people. They've come to capture us, the female student exclaimed in fear. The male student picked up a plank, saying, if they found us, I will fight them off. The woman doctor shook her head, saying, not necessarily, I'll go and check. Let me go. I run faster. If there's a problem, I can still escape, the male student proposed. All right then. Just take a look from afar. If it's the rescue team, we'll get out. If it's Yang Yishan or anyone else, come back immediately, the female doctor instructed. The male student adjusted his clothes and cautiously pushed open the door of the cellar. After confirming that there were no zombies and other people around, they crawled out of the cellar and moved towards the direction where the sound was coming from. Outside the warehouse, two beastmen skeletons, after smashing 5 or 6 times, busted the lock, and with a clattering sound, the iron chain fell onto the ground. The black iron gate was pushed open. A large courtyard of no small area was revealed. The grass had already grown to half a person's height, and within the yard one could still see a van, a tricycle, and equipment resembling cranes. Opposite was a house made of blue iron sheets. There was still a door in the warehouse that wasn't secured with the old-fashioned chain lock, but with a large swing door with a hidden lock. This kind of lock isn't simply broken by brute force. Wu Heng released Xiao Xiao and said, Xiao Xiao, go see if there's any danger inside the warehouse. Okay, sure. Xiao Xiao moved through the wall, directly entering the warehouse. Soon she flew back again, there are no monsters, just some iron stuff. Scout around the area, and notify me if there's any danger. All right. Xiao Xiao flew into mid-air, heading towards one side. Wu Heng stood in the yard, first inspecting the iron gate. He then tried to open it. He said, this door is tricky, while I figure it out, can you go check if the van and forklift are still operational? Okay. Li Yaheng agreed and went to inspect the vehicles in the yard. Wu Heng quickly produced a bronze key, inserted it into the lock, unlocked it, and had a skeleton open it directly. Soon, Li Yaheng came back. Looking at the fully opened large gate, she asked, how did you open it? It seems there was no lock, a skeleton opened it with a pull. The area of the warehouse was vast, and besides the road in the middle, both sides were stacked with a large amount of iron pipes, wires, and tools. A pleased look appeared on Li Yaheng's face, all the things we need are here, enough for a while. Wu Heng nodded and after evaluating the surroundings, felt satisfied. All the things in this warehouse couldn't be moved in a day. It would take several trips by the motorcade to completely empty this place. Wu Heng then straightforwardly said, okay, let's find the main road, the small road over there is not good for the motorcade. Yes. Li Yaheng replied. The two walked out of the warehouse, and instructed the skeletons to close the warehouse door a bit, leaving a small crack. Just as they thought about closing the iron gate of the yard, Xiao Xiao flew back from the sky, pointed to the distance with her small hand and said, "Uncle and Aunt, a person was there just recently and then sneakily left." "A person? A survivor? Where is he?" Wu Heng asked. "He ran away, but I know where they went." "That's a good job, Xiao Xiao." "Humph, I'm not a child. When we get back, I'll let you watch a cartoon, lead us to where that person is hiding," Wu Heng said directly. "Okay." Xiao Xiao was leading the way in the air, with the others following her. Inside the vegetable cellar, the boy's face was pale and sweat was pouring down. "Why don't you speak up, what's happening outside?" the girl asked anxiously. He took a deep breath and said, "There are so many skeletons outside, they picked up weapons and killed all nearby zombies." "Skeletons? What kind of skeletons?" Both girls had curious looks on their faces. "It's like a human skeleton." "How is that possible?" "I don't know. But it's true, many, the entire alley is full of them," the boy continued. "This." The faces of the two women turned pale as well. And just as they fell silent in the cellar, dang dang dang, 3 knocks came from the iron plate above. "Are you survivors?" "We are also survivors." The 3 shivered. The girl instantly wrapped her arms tight around Dr. Shen's waist, tears pouring down her face.